Hello, my amazing pack. Welcome back to Shayla's Romance Library, where broken wolves become legends and rejected omegas discover they were always meant to burn. If you're just joining us, let me catch you up real quick. Elara Winters, our fierce protagonist, was publicly rejected at her mating ceremony, nearly killed by rogues in the Forbidden Forest, and rescued by the mysterious Alpha Aiden Shadowborn. Together, they broke the binding that had suppressed her Flamebringer power for 15 years. She called Silver Fire that reveals truth, exposed her ex-mate Thorn's corruption in front of 3-pack coalitions, and proved she could wield devastating power while choosing mercy over vengeance. The binding is broken. Elara is free. But freedom, as she's about to discover, comes with complications no one warned her about. Now, before we dive into what happens next, and trust me, you are not ready for where this story goes, I need to know, where are you watching from? Drop your location in the comments. Are you Team Aiden, or were you secretly hoping Thorn would get a redemption arc? Let me know. And if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button because part 2 is about to get wild, and you don't want to miss a single moment of what's coming. Seriously, I've got chills just thinking about what I'm about to share with you. Because here's what nobody tells you about breaking free from 15 years of magical suppression: your power doesn't just emerge. It explodes. And Elara is about to learn that being the realm's only known Flamebringer means everyone wants something from her. Some want her gifts. Some want her dead. And some want things she's not ready to give. The ceremonial grounds were barely empty before the messages started arriving. Requests for audiences. Demands for demonstrations. Invitations that weren't really invitations, but carefully worded commands wrapped in diplomatic language. Every pack within 3 territories wanted to discuss future cooperation, or ensure regional stability, or establish protocols for Flamebringer integration into existing power structures. What they really wanted was to control her, to cage the fire before it could spread. Elara stood in the chamber Ironwood had provided, less prison now, more strategic location that let them monitor her while maintaining the fiction of hospitality, and stared at the stack of sealed messages that had accumulated in just the 6 hours since her binding broke. 6 hours, and already the realm was trying to decide what to do with her. You don't have to answer any of them, Aiden said from where he leaned against the doorframe, his silver eyes tracking her movements with that focused intensity that made her hyper-aware of his presence. You don't owe these packs anything, Elara. Not explanations, not demonstrations, not reassurance that you'll be a good little Flamebringer who only uses her power when they give permission. I know, Elara said, but her hands trembled as she reached for one of the messages, this one bearing the seal of the Crescent Shadow Pack. Her former pack. The wolves who'd bound her at 6 years old and spent 15 years making her believe she was defective. She broke the seal before she could second-guess the decision, unfolding the parchment with fingers that wanted to ignite it before reading a single word. The handwriting was familiar, her mother's careful script, precise and controlled in ways that had always felt like judgment. Elara, we have heard of your emergence. Your father and I wish to speak with you regarding your future and the pack's role in your development. Despite recent difficulties, you remain Crescent Shadow blood. We would like to discuss how your abilities might benefit the pack that raised you. There are also matters regarding your binding that require clarification. Decisions were made for your protection that perhaps you're now ready to understand. Your mother, Helena Winters. Elara read the message 3 times, feeling her initial shock transform into something colder, harder. Benefit the pack. Clarification about the binding. Decisions made for her protection. Not apology. Not remorse. Not even acknowledgement that what they'd done might have been wrong. Just calculated positioning, trying to claim ownership of her gifts now that she'd proven they existed, trying to reframe 15 years of torture as protective parenting that she should be grateful for. Silver fire flickered across the parchment, responding to rage she no longer had to suppress. The paper ignited instantly, consumed by flames that burned without heat, that reduced her mother's careful words to ash that fell through her fingers like snow. "Feel better?" Aiden asked, and there was approval in his voice rather than judgment. "Immensely," Elara said, watching the last fragments of ash drift to the stone floor. "My mother wants to discuss my future. Like I'm still the 6-year-old they could hold down while strangers bound my wolf. Like I owe them anything except the truth about what they did. Do you want to confront them?" Aiden moved closer, his presence warm and solid at her back. "Use your truth fire on the wolves who bound you. Make them answer for 15 years of torture? Because I'll support that choice, Elara. I'll stand beside you while you burn away every lie they've told themselves about why caging a child was necessary." The offer was tempting. So tempting. Part of Elara wanted nothing more than to return to Crescent Shadow, to stand in their ceremonial hall where Thorn had rejected her, and call fire that would expose every wolf who'd participated in her binding. Make them face what they'd done. Make them acknowledge the damage they'd caused. But another part, the part that had learned strategy from watching Aiden operate, that understood power required more than just strength, recognized that confronting her parents now would be premature. She was free, yes. Powerful, absolutely. But she was also still figuring out what Flamebringer abilities actually meant, still learning to control gifts that had been compressed for 15 years and were now flowing freely for the first time. Going to Crescent Shadow before she was ready would be walking into territory where every wolf knew her weaknesses, where they'd spent years cataloging her failures, where they could use her history against her in ways she couldn't yet counter. "Not yet," Elara said finally, turning to face Aiden. "I want to confront them, Goddess knows I want to make them answer for what they did. But not until I'm strong enough that they can't use my emotions against me. Not until I understand my power well enough that I can wield it with precision instead of just rage." Aiden's expression shifted, something that looked like relief mixing with pride. "That's good strategy. Patience over impulse. Planning over reaction." His hand came up to cup her face, thumb brushing across her cheekbone in the gesture that had become their private language. "You're thinking like a leader, Elara. Not just a wolf seeking personal justice, but someone who understands that timing matters." "I learned from watching you," Elara admitted, leaning into his touch without conscious thought. "The way you position your warriors, the way you choose which battles to fight immediately and which to let develop. You're not just powerful, you're strategic. And if I'm going to challenge the systems that broke me, I need to be strategic too." Something flickered in Aiden's silver eyes, heat and approval, and something deeper that made Elara's breath catch. They'd been careful over the past weeks, maintaining professional distance even as the bond between them grew stronger. He'd claimed her that night in the forest, yes, but not in the way Thorn had tried to claim her, not as possession or obligation, but as protection and partnership. The mate bond hadn't snapped into place. Couldn't, probably, while the binding had still been active, while her wolf had been caged and unable to recognize what her human consciousness suspected, that this alpha with his hidden scars and collected outcasts was important. Essential, even. But now the binding was broken. Her wolf was free. And standing this close to Aiden, feeling his warmth and breathing his scent, and seeing the way he looked at her like she was something precious he was afraid might shatter, Elara felt something shift inside her chest. Not the mate bond, not yet, but recognition. Potential. The first stirrings of something that could become more if they let it. "Elara," Aiden said, his voice dropping lower, rougher. "I need to tell you something. Before things progress, before we're standing in front of your parents or facing down coalition politics or managing any of the 1,000 complications that are about to hit us, I need you to understand." A knock on the door interrupted whatever he'd been about to say. Sharp, urgent, the kind of knock that meant something had happened that couldn't wait. Aiden's expression went from intimate to alpha in a heartbeat, his entire demeanor shifting as he moved to the door with predatory grace. "What?" Vera's voice came from the other side, tension making her words clipped. "We have a situation. There's a delegation at the border, wolves claiming to be from the Northern Territories. They're asking for the Flamebringer specifically. And Aiden. They brought gifts that suggest they've been planning this visit for a while. Since before Elara's binding broke. Elara's stomach dropped. How's that possible? I only demonstrated fire yesterday. How could northern wolves have known to come before? Because someone told them, Aiden said, fury making his voice go deadly soft. Someone who knew about your bloodline, about the binding, about everything we were trying to keep quiet until you were ready. His jaw clenched. Someone sold information about you to wolves we don't know, for purposes we can't predict. Before Elara could process what that meant, before she could begin to understand who might have betrayed them and why, the chamber's other door opened. Not the main entrance where Vera waited, but the side door that connected to the corridor Coalition representatives used. Elder Maris stood in the doorway, her ancient face grave. I apologize for the intrusion, but this matter cannot wait. The delegation Vera mentioned, they're not just from the Northern Territories. They're from the Frostbite Pack. And their alpha, Marcus Frostbite, is claiming blood right to meet with Elara. Blood right? Elara repeated, the term unfamiliar. What does that mean? Elder Maris's expression grew even more serious. It means he's claiming relation to your bloodline. Specifically, he's claiming that his pack preserved Flamebringer genetics when most families were eliminating them. And under ancient pack laws that predate current coalition agreements, he has the right to meet with any emerged Flamebringer and offer sanctuary, training, or... She paused, choosing her next words carefully, breeding partnerships to preserve the bloodline. The words hit Elara like physical blows. Breeding partnerships. They wanted to use her like what they'd tried to do to Sable. Pass her around to different males, treat her like valuable breeding stock instead of a person with agency and choice. No. Aiden's refusal was absolute, power rolling off him in waves that made even Elder Maris step back. Elara isn't livestock to be auctioned to whoever claims the best bloodline. She's autonomous, you said so yourself after the demonstration. No pack has authority over her. That's true under Coalition law, Elder Maris agreed. But blood right predates the Coalition by centuries. And technically, Alpha Marcus isn't claiming authority, he's requesting an audience. Elara is free to refuse, but... She trailed off, and Elara heard what the elder wasn't saying. Refusing would create political complications. Would make enemies of wolves who might otherwise be allies. Would paint her as unreasonable or unwilling to consider alternatives to Aiden's protection. Would prove that she was exactly what her critics feared, a powerful wolf who answered to no one, who couldn't be managed through traditional channels, who threatened the careful balance of power that kept the realm relatively stable. I'll meet with them, Elara said, ignoring Aiden's immediate protest. Not because I accept any claim of blood right or authority, but because I want to know what they know about Flamebringers, about my bloodline, about why my pack decided binding was necessary. If the Frostbite pack preserved these genetics deliberately, they might have information I need. It's a trap, Aiden said flatly. They'll try to manipulate you, claim you owe them loyalty or cooperation, because they preserved bloodlines everyone else eliminated. They'll position themselves as saviors when they're really just different predators. Probably, Elara agreed. But I'm not the broken Omega anymore, Aiden. I'm not the wolf who ran crying into the forest because she couldn't face her pack's judgment. I'm a Flamebringer who can call truth fire and expose lies. Let them try to manipulate me. Let them try to claim I owe them anything. I'll burn away their deceptions and see what's really underneath. The room went silent. Vera, standing in the main doorway now, watched with an expression that suggested she approved of Elara's steel. Elder Maris looked calculating, probably reassessing whatever conclusions she'd drawn about Elara's character and capabilities. And Aiden. Aiden looked at her with that mixture of pride and fear and possessive protectiveness that made her chest tight with emotions she wasn't ready to name. Fine, he said finally. But I'm coming with you. And Vera and Torin. You don't walk into potential traps alone, no matter how confident you are in your ability to handle them. I wouldn't have it any other way, Elara said, and meant it. Because as much as she was learning to stand on her own, to wield her power with confidence, she'd also learned that strength didn't mean refusing help. It meant choosing allies wisely and trusting them to have your back when battles got too complex to fight alone. Elder Maris nodded once, satisfied that they'd reached agreement without requiring her intervention. The delegation is waiting in the formal reception hall. I'll inform them you'll join shortly. She paused at the doorway, her ancient eyes finding Elara's. One piece of advice, child. Don't let them see how much you don't know about your own gifts. Flamebringers were powerful not just because of what they could do, but because they projected absolute confidence in their abilities. False certainty is still a weapon, use it. Then she was gone, leaving Elara and Aiden and Vera alone in the chamber that suddenly felt too small, too confining for the magnitude of what they were about to face. Well, Vera said with dark humor, I was hoping for at least a day of peace before politics started complicating our lives. Apparently the realm had other plans. The realm always has other plans, Aiden muttered, but his focus remained on Elara. Are you sure about this? We can refuse the meeting, claim you're still recovering from the binding's removal, buy time to research the Frostbite Pack and their actual intentions, and give them time to spin narratives about how the Flamebringer is being controlled by a rogue alpha, how she's too unstable to make her own decisions? Elara shook her head. No. We face this now, on our terms, while I can still shape the first impression I make on these northern wolves. She moved to the trunk where her few possessions were stored, pulling out the clothes Aiden's warriors had provided, sturdy pants, a tunic that fit better than his borrowed clothes had, boots designed for someone who might need to run or fight without warning. Not ceremonial garb, not formal pack attire, but practical clothing that announced she was a warrior rather than decoration. Help me look less like someone who just survived trauma and more like someone who'll set you on fire if you disrespect her, Elara said to Vera, trying for humor to cover the nerves churning in her stomach. Vera's scarred face creased with a grin. I think the silver fire flickering across your skin whenever you get emotional pretty much covers the I'll set you on fire message. But we can definitely make you look more intimidating. Over the next 20 minutes, Vera worked efficiency and skill that spoke of years preparing warriors for battles, both physical and political. She braided Elara's hair back from her face in a style that was practical but also striking, wove silver thread through the braids that caught light and made them look like captured flame. Applied subtle cosmetics that enhanced Elara's features without making her look performative, just enough to highlight the unusual coloring she'd inherited from the Flamebringer bloodline. There, Vera said finally, stepping back to assess her work. You look like someone who could burn down the realm but chooses mercy. Which is exactly the image we want to project. Elara studied her reflection in the polished metal that served as a mirror and barely recognized the wolf staring back. Gone was the broken Omega who'd stumbled through the forest in a destroyed ceremonial dress. This wolf looked dangerous. Capable. The kind of wolf you approached with respect or not at all. Thank you, Elara said quietly, meaning it for more than just the physical transformation. For being here. For treating me like I'm worth the effort. Vera's expression softened slightly. You claimed silver fire and chose not to burn the wolves who wanted you dead. You exposed corruption without destroying the wolf who embodied it. That takes strength most of us never find, Elara. You've earned more than just effort, you've earned loyalty. Remember that when these northern wolves try to make you feel small. They made their way through Ironwood Settlement, Aiden and Vera flanking her with Torin falling into position behind them, creating a protective formation that announced Elara wasn't approaching this meeting as a supplicant. She was approaching as an equal, surrounded by warriors who would defend her right to make her own choices. The formal reception hall was more impressive than Elara had expected, stone construction that predated current pack boundaries, walls carved with symbols similar to the ones she'd seen at the ancient shrine where Aiden first brought her. This had been a gathering place once, back when packs cooperated rather than competed, when disputes were settled through dialogue rather than dominance challenges. Now it served mostly as showpiece, a reminder of ideals the realm had abandoned in favor of more profitable cruelty. The Frostbite delegation waited at the hall's center, and Elara's first impression was that they looked nothing like the wolves she'd grown up around. Where Crescent Shadow wolves were lean and quick, built for agility and speed, these northern wolves were massive, heavily muscled, broader through the shoulders, moving with the kind of power that suggested they could tear through obstacles rather than avoiding them. And their alpha, Marcus Frostbite, was the largest of them all. He stood easily 6.5 feet tall, his frame so broad it made even Aiden look slight by comparison. Dark hair shot through with premature silver, pulled back from a face that was handsome in a brutal sort of way, sharp angles, strong jaw, eyes that were pale blue rather than the typical gold or silver of pack wolves. He wore furs despite the relatively mild temperature, layers of white and gray that made him look like he'd stepped out of ancient legends rather than modern pack society. When those pale eyes found Elara, something flickered in their depths, recognition, satisfaction, hunger that made her wolf bristle with warning. "Elara Winters," Marcus said, his voice carrying easily across the hall despite not being raised. "The Flamebringer who burned away corruption and chose mercy over vengeance. Your demonstration yesterday was impressive. Calculated. Exactly what I would have expected from someone carrying the bloodline you possess." Elara stopped at what she judged to be appropriate distance, close enough to speak without shouting, far enough that the Frostbite wolves couldn't physically reach her before Aiden and Vera could intervene. "Alpha Marcus. Elder Maris mentioned you're claiming blood right to this meeting. Perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what that means before we proceed." Marcus's lips curved into something that might have been a smile if it had reached his eyes. "Direct. I appreciate that. Too many modern wolves have forgotten how to speak plainly." He gestured at the wolves flanking him. "My pack traces its lineage back to the original Flamebringer families. While most alphas were eliminating the bloodline, binding children, arranging strategic matings to dilute the genetics, my ancestors preserved it, protected it, ensured that when the time came for Flamebringers to return, they'd have sanctuary with wolves who understood their value." "How convenient," Aiden said, his voice edged with skepticism. "You preserve the bloodline that gives your pack claim over any emerged Flamebringer. I'm sure that had nothing to do with positioning yourselves for exactly this kind of political advantage." "Everything is political advantage if you look at it cynically enough," Marcus agreed without apparent offense. "But the facts remain, Frostbite Pack maintained Flamebringer genetics when others were destroying them. We have knowledge about the gifts, training methods that have been passed down through generations, understanding of what makes Flamebringers both powerful and dangerous." His pale eyes locked on Elara again. "Knowledge that could help you master abilities you're currently wielding through instinct and desperation." The offer was tempting. Goddess, it was tempting. Because Marcus was right, Elara had called fire yesterday through desperate need and pure instinct, had managed to control it enough to avoid catastrophe, but she had no real understanding of what she was doing. She'd operated on intuition and Aiden's guidance, channeling power without comprehending its full scope. What would it mean to actually train? To learn from wolves who'd studied Flamebringer abilities for generations? To understand not just how to call fire, but how to wield it with precision, how to use truth-revealing gifts in ways that didn't require explosive confrontation. "And what would this training cost me?" Elara asked carefully. "Because I've learned that nothing comes without price, Alpha Marcus. Especially not offers that seem too generous to be genuine." Marcus's expression shifted, approval flickering across his brutal features. "There it is. The wariness that will keep you alive longer than trust ever could." He moved closer, just one step, but it was enough to make Torin growl low in warning. Marcus stopped immediately, hands visible, demonstrating he meant no threat. "The cost would be time," Marcus said. Months, probably, living with Frostbite Pack while you learn to wield your gifts properly. You'd be under my protection, subject to pack law while residing in our territory, expected to contribute to pack well-being in ways appropriate to your abilities. You mean you'd want her to use Truthfire to benefit your pack? Aiden translated flatly. Expose your enemy's lies, settle your disputes, give you political advantages over other alphas by making you the pack that controls the only known Flamebringer. Among other things, Marcus agreed without shame. I won't pretend altruism, Shadowborn. Yes, having a Flamebringer aligned with Frostbite Pack would give us considerable advantages. But we'd also provide genuine training, protection from wolves who want to eliminate her, sanctuary and territory where she wouldn't have to constantly prove her right to exist. He turned his attention back to Elara. Think about what you're facing if you refuse. Every pack will want something from you: demonstrations, assurances, proof you won't use your power against them. You'll spend years managing politics instead of mastering your gifts, defending your autonomy instead of exploring what you can actually do. Or, he paused for emphasis, you could spend 6 months with wolves who understand what you are, learn everything we know about Flamebringer abilities, then return to whatever life you choose with actual mastery instead of improvised survival. It was a good offer. Professionally packaged, logically argued, appealing to exactly the insecurities Elara was feeling about her ignorance regarding her own powers, which made it automatically suspicious. Because Marcus was right that everything could be seen as political advantage, but he was also demonstrating remarkable awareness of her specific concerns, her particular vulnerabilities. How much did the Frostbite Pack actually know about her situation? How much had they learned from whoever sold them information? And most importantly, what weren't they telling her about what contributing to pack well-being would actually require? I need time to consider, Elara said carefully, not committing to anything but not rejecting the offer outright either. This is a significant decision that will affect not just my development, but my relationships with other wolves, other packs, the entire political landscape I'm trying to navigate. Of course, Marcus agreed easily. I wouldn't expect you to commit immediately. Take your time. Discuss it with Shadowborn and his warriors. Consult with Elder Maris about whether bloodright claims hold legal weight in modern pack society. His smile grew slightly sharper. But don't take too long. Other wolves are already planning how to control or eliminate you, Elara. The window for choosing your own path is narrower than you might think. It sounded like threat packaged as advice, warning dressed up as helpfulness. Before Elara could respond, before she could parse the layers of manipulation in Marcus's words, the hall's main doors burst open. A young wolf stumbled in Ironwood Pack, judging by her marking, her eyes wide with panic, her breath coming in gasps that suggested she'd been running hard. Elder Maris, the young wolf gasped. Border Patrol reports hostile forces approaching from the south. 3 packs moving in coordinated formation: Crescent Shadow, Silver Peak, and Moonridge. They're demanding the Flamebringer be surrendered for binding under coalition authority. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop 10 degrees. Elara felt ice flood her veins, felt her wolf surge forward with defensive fury that made silver fire flicker across her skin. They were coming for her. Her former pack and others, united by fear of what she represented, determined to cage her again before she could become too powerful to control. How long until they reach Ironwood territory? Elder Maris demanded, materializing from shadows like she'd been waiting for exactly this crisis. 2 hours, maybe 3, the young wolf reported. They're not hiding their approach. This is an official coalition action claiming emergency authority to contain magical threats. Magical threats, Aiden repeated, fury making his voice go deadly soft. They're classifying you as an emergency because you dared to be powerful. Because you demonstrated abilities they can't control. Because you're everything they fear wrapped up in one wolf who won't submit to their authority. Marcus watched this unfold with expression that was difficult to read, concern mixing with calculation mixing with something that looked almost like satisfaction. This is why you need frostbite protection, he said to Elara. Our territory is weeks away, far enough north that coalition forces would have to violate multiple pack boundaries to reach you. And our warriors are trained for exactly this kind of confrontation, defending valuable assets from wolves who want to steal or destroy them. She's not an asset, Aiden snarled. She's a person who deserves to make her own choices without being forced into supposed protection that's really just different cage. And what choices does she have now? Marcus countered. Stand and fight 3 packs who've united specifically to bind her? Run and hope they don't track her down? Or come with wolves who can actually keep her safe while she learns to defend herself properly? Elara felt the walls closing in, felt the fragile freedom she'd just claimed being threatened from multiple directions simultaneously. The coalition forces coming to cage her again. Marcus offering sanctuary that came with binding obligations she didn't fully understand. Aiden's protective fury that wanted to fight impossible odds rather than let her face other options. Everyone wanted to control her path forward. Everyone had plans for what she should do, where she should go, how she should use power they claimed to understand better than she did. Just like when they'd bound her at 6 years old. Different wolves, different methods, but the same fundamental message: you're too dangerous to make your own choices, too powerful to be trusted with your own autonomy, too valuable to be allowed freedom. No, Elara said, and silver fire blazed across her entire body in response to rage that had been building through this entire conversation. No more cages. No more wolves making decisions about my future like I'm object instead of person. No more choosing between terrible options because everyone else has already decided what I'm allowed to do. The fire grew brighter, hotter, making every wolf in the hall step back with expressions ranging from awe to terror. Elara could feel her power responding to emotion that the binding would have punished, but now flowed freely, translating fury into something visible and devastating. If 3 packs want to bind me, Elara continued, her voice resonating with harmonics the fire added, then they're going to learn exactly why their ancestors eliminated Flamebringers in the first place. Not because we were dangerous to innocent wolves, but because we were dangerous to corrupt systems that depended on suppression and lies. She turned to Elder Maris, letting the ancient wolf see the determination blazing in her eyes alongside the fire covering her skin. You said I was autonomous. That no pack had authority over me. Does that authority include the right to defend myself against wolves trying to cage me again? Elder Maris studied her for a long moment, and Elara watched calculations flash behind those ancient eyes, weighing risks, measuring consequences, deciding whether supporting Elara's autonomy was worth the political complications it would create. By the laws I swore to uphold, Elder Maris said carefully, you have the right to defend yourself against any wolf who threatens your autonomy. Coalition emergency powers don't supersede individual rights to resist unlawful binding. That's a pretty interpretation of law that's about to get tested, Marcus observed. 3 packs aren't going to back down because one elder ruled in her favor. They'll claim different authority, cite different precedents, find ways to justify binding her regardless of what she wants. Then they'll have to go through me, Aiden said, moving to stand beside Elara, his own power rising to match hers. And every warrior who's pledged themselves to my cause. Will make them pay for every step they take toward her. Make them understand that caging wolves because you fear their power is exactly the tyranny we're fighting against. Noble, Marcus said with something that might have been genuine respect. Feudal, but noble. You're talking about fighting 3 packs with maybe 20 warriors, Shadowborn. The math doesn't work in your favor no matter how powerful you both are. Then help us, Elara said suddenly, an idea crystallizing in her mind. You want me to trust Frostbite Pack? You want to prove you preserved Flamebringer bloodlines because you value the gifts rather than wanting to control them? Stand with us against wolves trying to bind me. Use your warriors to defend my autonomy rather than offering sanctuary that comes with obligations I don't understand. Marcus's expression shifted, surprise flickering across his brutal features. You're asking me to go to war with 3 coalition packs to defend a Flamebringer I just met? I'm asking you to prove your intentions are genuine, Elara countered. If you really preserve the bloodline because you value what we represent, then defend it. Show me that frostbite protection means supporting my choices rather than making them for me. Because right now, your offer sounds exactly like what Crescent Shadow offered when they bound me: safety through submission, protection through surrender of autonomy. The hall went silent. Every wolf present understood what Elara had just done, forced Marcus to either commit meaningful resources to defending her freedom or reveal that his offer had always been about control rather than genuine alliance. Marcus was quiet for a long moment, his pale eyes studying Elara with intensity that suggested he was reassessing every conclusion he'd drawn about her character and capabilities. Then, slowly, his lips curved into something that looked like a real smile for the first time since arriving. "You know what?" Marcus said. "I like you, Flamebringer. You don't just wield power, you wield logic, force people to back up their claims with actions. That's rare in modern wolves, and I respect the hell out of it." He turned to his delegation. "How many warriors did we bring?" 15, one of them reported. "Plus the scouts who remained at our encampment. Make it 30 total." Then Marcus decided. "Send word to bring everyone. Tell them we're defending the Flamebringer's autonomy against coalition forces who want to cage her." He looked back at Elara. "This doesn't obligate you to anything, understand? No debt, no future claims, no expectations beyond what you freely choose. But I'm going to defend your right to make those choices, because that's what my ancestors actually intended when they preserved Flamebringer bloodline's freedom, not control." Elara felt something loosen in her chest, felt cautious hope that maybe, impossibly, she'd just found an unexpected ally. "Thank you. Thank me by surviving," Marcus said. "And maybe, after we've sent these coalition wolves running with their tails between their legs, you'll consider my training offer without feeling like it's coercion." "Deal?" "Deal," Elara agreed. Elder Maris watched this alliance form with expression that suggested she was already calculating how to explain it to coalition leaders who would absolutely lose their minds when they learned a northern pack had aided a rogue alpha and free Flamebringer against authorized binding action. "Well," the elder said finally, "this is either the beginning of necessary reform or the spark that ignites realm-wide conflict. Possibly both." She looked at Elara with something that might have been approval. "You've chosen your path, child. Now let's see if you can walk it without burning down everything in the process." "Oh, I'll definitely burn some things down," Elara said with a smile that was more baring teeth than expressing joy. "Just not innocent wolves. Not vulnerable omegas or bound children or anyone else who's been told they're worthless because they don't fit into neat categories. But corrupt alphas who maintain power through suppression? Wolves who cage children because they're afraid of what they might become? Systems that value order over justice." The silver fire blazed brighter, responding to her conviction. "Those things I'll absolutely burn. Until there's nothing left but ash and the chance to build something better. Want to see what happens when 3 coalition packs face a united force of outcasts, rogues, and one very angry Flamebringer? Drop a comment telling me who you think will actually show up to this battle. Will other packs secretly support Elara? Will some of the coalition wolves defect once they see what she's really fighting for? Let me know your predictions." The War Council convened in what had once been Ironwood's strategy room, a circular chamber with maps of the surrounding territories carved into stone walls, positions marked with colored stones that represented pack boundaries, resource locations, territories disputed or claimed through centuries of conflict. Elara stood at the room's center, surrounded by wolves who shouldn't have been allies, but were united by the single fact that coalition forces were coming to cage her. Aiden and his warriors occupied the eastern quarter. Vera, Torin, Sable, and a dozen others who'd pledged themselves to his vision of a realm where designation didn't determine destiny. Marcus and the Frostbite delegation held the northern section, their massive frames making even Aiden's warriors look slight by comparison. And scattered throughout were Ironwood wolves who'd volunteered to defend their territory against coalition invasion, even if it meant standing beside rogues and outcasts they'd been taught to despise. Elder Maris presided over it all with the kind of authority that transcended pack politics, her ancient presence commanding respect even from wolves who disagreed with her rulings. Reports from our scouts, Elder Maris began, gesturing to the carved maps, indicate the coalition forces will reach our borders within 2 hours. Crescent Shadow leads with approximately 40 warriors. Silver Peak contributes 30. Moonridge brings 25. Total hostile forces number close to 100 wolves, all trained, all coordinated, all operating under the belief that binding Elara is legal and necessary for regional stability. The numbers settled like stones in Elara's stomach. 100 wolves. Against their combined force of maybe 60 at best, many of whom had never fought together, who had conflicting loyalties and strategies, who were united only by the fragile agreement that Elara deserved the right to defend her autonomy. We're outnumbered, Torin observed unnecessarily, his massive frame somehow looking larger in the confined space. Even with frostbite reinforcements, even with surprise on our side, we're facing warriors who've trained together for years. Numbers aren't everything, Marcus countered, his pale eyes studying the map with strategic focus. Coalition forces are united by fear and political convenience, not genuine belief in their cause. How many of those warriors actually want to bind a Flamebringer versus following orders because their alphas demanded it? How many will hesitate when confronted with the reality of what they're doing? You're suggesting psychological warfare, Vera said, approval in her voice. Make them question their orders, their leaders, the justification for this entire action. Force them to see Elara as a person defending herself rather than a threat requiring containment. Exactly, Marcus agreed. We can't win through pure force, not against these numbers. But we can win by making enough of them refuse to fight, by creating doubt that fractures their coordination, by turning this from a military confrontation into a moral crisis they're not prepared to face. Elara listened to them plan, watched wolves who should have been enemies collaborate on strategy that would either save her freedom or get them all killed. And she felt something shift inside her, not the binding breaking, that was already done, but her own perception changing. She wasn't the broken Omega anymore, wasn't the wolf who needed others to make decisions on her behalf. She was becoming something else. Something that these powerful wolves treated as an equal, whose autonomy was worth defending even against impossible odds. What if I confront them directly? Elara said suddenly, her voice cutting through the tactical discussion. Not fight, not yet, but talk. Make them look at me, hear my voice, see that I'm not the mindless threat they've been told I am. Force them to acknowledge that binding me means caging a wolf who's done nothing except refuse to be suppressed. The room went silent. Every wolf turned to stare at her with expressions ranging from shock to horror to something that might have been impressed despite themselves. That's incredibly dangerous, Aiden said, his protective instincts clearly warring with recognition that her idea had merit. You'd be putting yourself in reach of wolves who want to bind you, trusting that words will stop them from simply taking you by force. Words backed by power, Elara corrected, letting silver fire flicker across her fingertips. I demonstrate what I can do while explaining why I won't use it against wolves who don't threaten me. Show them that I'm choosing restraint, that I could burn them all, but I'm offering dialogue instead. Make them understand that binding me means declaring war not just on one wolf, but on the principle that power should be caged because it makes people uncomfortable. Marcus studied her with those pale eyes, calculation flickering behind his brutal features. It could work. Flamebringers were respected partially because of their power, yes, but also because they projected absolute confidence and moral authority. If you can stand in front of coalition forces and make them question whether they're the heroes or villains of this story, you might fracture their resolve enough that we can defend this position successfully. Or they'll ignore everything she says and bind her anyway, Aiden countered, frustration bleeding into his voice. These are wolves who bound a 6-year-old child, who spent 15 years making her believe she was defective, who rejected her publicly when she dared to seek basic pack acceptance. Why would they suddenly develop conscience just because she asks nicely? Because I won't be asking, Elara said, her voice harder now, weighted with conviction that had been building through weeks of careful practice and yesterday's explosive demonstration. I'll be telling them. Explaining exactly what they're doing, what it costs, why it's wrong. And I'll be doing it while standing in full view of every young wolf in their packs who's been told they're insufficient, every Omega who's been forced into submission, every designated weak wolf who's accepted that judgment because they had no other option. She moved to the map, traced the territory markers with fingers that left silver light in their wake. They're not just binding me. They're sending a message to every wolf who doesn't fit perfectly into their hierarchies: submit or be caged. Accept your place or be eliminated. Don't question, don't resist, don't dare to be more than they've decided you're allowed to be. Elara looked up, met the eyes of every wolf assembled. I'm going to send a different message. I'm going to show those young wolves that you can survive being called broken. That you can endure rejection and binding and systematic torture and still emerge powerful enough that packs unite against you out of fear. That the system is flawed, not the wolves it rejects. And if that message gets you bound or killed? Aiden asked quietly, pain threading through his voice. Then at least I tried, Elara said simply. At least I stood up and said no, this is wrong, I won't accept it. That's more than I managed for 15 years while the binding was active. More than I could do when I was 6, and they held me down while strangers worked magic I didn't understand. This time, I get to fight back. This time, I get to make them see me. The silence that followed was heavy with emotion, respect, and fear and determination mixing together into something that felt almost like pack unity, except this pack wasn't built on traditional hierarchy or designation requirements. It was built on shared understanding that sometimes the only way to change unjust systems was to refuse to participate in your own suppression. We protect her while she makes this stand, Marcus said finally, decision made. Position our forces so coalition wolves have to go through us to reach her. Make it clear that binding Elara means fighting every wolf who believes in her right to autonomy. And he paused, his pale eyes finding Elara's. We trust that she knows what she's doing. That she's not just powerful but strategic. That she can wield words as effectively as fire. I can, Elara said, hoping it was true, praying the confidence she projected wasn't just false bravado masking the terror churning in her stomach. Elder Maris moved forward, her ancient face grave but not disapproving. There's something you should know, child, before you commit to this path. Confronting coalition forces this directly will make you famous or infamous. Every pack in the realm will hear about the Flamebringer who stood against binding attempts, who rallied outcasts and rogues and even northern wolves to defend her autonomy. You'll become symbol, whether you want to be or not. Representative of everyone who's been told to submit to systems that crush them. I understand, Elara said, though the weight of that responsibility made her chest tight. I'm not sure you do, Elder Maris continued gently. Symbols are powerful, but they're also dangerous. People project their own desires onto symbols, their own hopes and fears and agendas. You'll stop being just Elara Winters and become the Flamebringer, the wolf who represents either hope for change or threat to stability, depending on who's telling the story. That kind of attention will follow you forever. It will make you target, make you responsible for things beyond your control, make every action you take into political statement whether you intend it or not. The words settled into Elara's bones with the weight of prophecy. She thought about what Elder Maris was really saying, that choosing this path meant losing the possibility of quiet life, of existing without scrutiny, of ever being just another wolf trying to survive in a complicated realm. But then she thought about Sable, who'd nearly been passed around to different males because her body wouldn't cooperate with pack expectations. About Torin, systematically broken through dominance challenges designed to force him into designation categories that didn't fit. About Vera, cast out because scars made her useless, despite her skill. About all the wolves like her who'd been bound or suppressed or eliminated because they threatened systems that valued control over justice. She thought about being 6 years old, held down while strangers worked magic on her body without her consent, while her mother, her own mother, held her still and told her it was for her protection. The fear and confusion and betrayal of that moment, the way it had shaped every year that followed, the damage it had done that she was only beginning to understand now that the binding was finally broken. If confronting coalition forces meant becoming symbol, meant accepting that kind of responsibility and attention, but it also meant no other child would be bound because their power frightened adults, then it was worth it. It was worth everything. I understand, Elara said again, and this time she meant it completely. I understand what I'm choosing and what it will cost. I understand that I'm declaring war on systems that have existed for centuries, that I'm painting target on myself that will never completely fade. But I also understand that if I don't make this stand, if I let them bind me out of fear or run away out of survival instinct, then I'm agreeing that they were right to cage me. That power should be suppressed because it makes people uncomfortable. That wolves like me don't deserve autonomy because we're too dangerous to be trusted with our own choices. She let silver fire blaze across her entire body, let it illuminate the strategy room with light that made the carved maps seem to move, seem to shift as if reality itself was being rewritten. So yes, Elder Maris, I'm choosing to become symbol. I'm choosing to stand in front of coalition forces and make them see me, not as threat to be contained, but as wolf defending herself against wolves who want to cage her for the crime of being powerful. And whatever comes from that choice, whatever consequences follow, I'll face them knowing I finally stood up instead of accepting what they decided I was allowed to be. The fire faded slowly, leaving Elara standing in the center of wolves who looked at her with expressions she'd never seen directed her way before. Not pity, not contempt, not the careful neutrality of wolves who didn't want to acknowledge her existence. But respect. Recognition. The kind of regard reserved for wolves who'd proven themselves through action rather than designation, who'd earned their position through choice rather than birth. Well, Vera said finally, breaking the heavy silence, I think we just witnessed the birth of a legend. Possibly a revolution. Definitely something the history texts are going to struggle to explain. Assuming we survive long enough to be written into history texts, Torin added with dark humor. Which requires actually winning this confrontation rather than just planning impressive last stands. Then let's plan to win, Aiden said, and there was fierce pride in his voice despite the lingering fear for Elara's safety. Elara makes her stand. We provide the martial support that makes her words carry weight. And we trust that coalition forces are composed of wolves who still have conscience buried somewhere beneath their obedience to corrupt authority. The next hour dissolved into organized chaos as they prepared for confrontation that would either change everything or end in disaster, with no middle ground between those outcomes. Warriors positioned themselves according to strategy Marcus and Vera developed together. Their combined experience creating defensive formations that maximized their limited numbers while ensuring Elara would have clear sightlines to approaching coalition forces. Scouts reported regular updates on coalition progress, tracking their approach with precision that made Elara's stomach tighten with anticipation and dread. They were coming. 100 wolves united by fear and political convenience, determined to cage her before she could become too powerful to control. She should have been terrified. Should have been questioning every decision that had led to this moment. Should have been looking for escape routes or negotiating surrender terms or considering whether Marcus's offer of sanctuary suddenly seemed more appealing than standing her ground. Instead, she felt strangely calm. Centered in ways she'd never experienced before the binding broke, connected to her wolf in seamless unity that made her feel whole rather than fractured. This was right. Not safe, not guaranteed to succeed, but right in ways that transcended strategy or survival instinct. Elara. She turned to find Aiden approaching, his silver eyes reflecting concern that his neutral expression tried to hide. They were alone for the moment, rare privacy in the chaos of preparation, precious minutes before coalition forces arrived and everything changed. You don't have to do this, Aiden said quietly. Even now, we could run. I know places where coalition forces couldn't find us, territories where we could hide while you continue learning to control your power. We don't have to make this stand today. Yes, we do, Elara said, moving closer until barely any space remained between them. Because if we run now, we'll be running forever. They'll never stop hunting me, Aiden. Never stop trying to cage power they can't control. The only way forward is through standing our ground, making them see me, forcing them to acknowledge that binding me means declaring war on principles they claim to uphold. I know, Aiden admitted, his hand coming up to cup her face in that gesture that had become their private language. I know you're right. But that doesn't make it easier to watch you walk into danger, to stand where coalition wolves can reach you, to gamble your freedom on the hope that they'll develop conscience when all evidence suggests they won't. I won't be alone, Elara reminded him. You'll be there. Vera and Torin and Sable. Marcus and his warriors. Even some Ironwood wolves who've decided defending my autonomy is worth risking coalition displeasure. I'll be surrounded by wolves who believe in my right to make my own choices. And if that's not enough? Aiden's voice went rough with emotion he usually kept carefully controlled. If coalition forces ignore everything you say and attack anyway? If I have to watch them bind you, cage you, take you away to packs that will treat you like dangerous animal requiring constant supervision? Then you'll fight, Elara said simply. You'll do what you've always done, defend wolves who can't defend themselves, challenge systems that crush the vulnerable, make them pay for every act of cruelty. And you'll know that I chose this path, that I stood up instead of running, that I finally claimed agency over my own existence, even if it cost everything. She leaned forward, pressing her forehead against his in intimacy that felt natural despite the short time they'd known each other. But it won't come to that. Because I'm going to stand in front of those coalition wolves and burn away every lie they've told themselves about why caging me is necessary. I'm going to make them see the truth, that they're not protecting the realm, they're protecting corrupt systems. That I'm not the threat they are. Aiden was quiet for a long moment, his hands cradling her face with gentleness that contradicted the violence he was capable of. Then he spoke, and his voice carried weight that made the air feel heavy. When this is over, when you've made your stand and we've defended your autonomy and the coalition forces have retreated or been defeated, there's something I need to tell you. Something I've been holding back, because the timing was never right, because there was always another crisis or complication or threat demanding immediate attention. Elara's heart stuttered in her chest. What? After, Aiden promised. When you're safe and free, and we have time to actually talk without the weight of impending battle pressing down on us. But Elara, his silver eyes burned with intensity that stole her breath. I need you to survive this. Need you to be careful and strategic and remember that making them see you doesn't mean sacrificing yourself to prove a point. Promise me you'll be smart about this. I promise, Elara said, meaning it despite knowing that battles rarely went according to plan, that smart decisions sometimes looked like reckless gambles, that survival often required adapting to circumstances no amount of preparation could predict. A howl echoed across Ironwood territory, not the ceremonial howls of pack wolves celebrating under full moons, but something darker, edged with challenge and threat. Coalition forces announcing their arrival, demanding Ironwood surrender the Flamebringer for binding under emergency authority. That's our cue, Vera said from the doorway, her scarred face set in grim determination. Coalition forces have reached our borders. They're giving us 1 hour to comply with their demands before they consider this hostile territory and respond accordingly. An hour, Elara repeated, feeling time compress and stretch simultaneously. 60 minutes before everything changed. Before she either proved herself or got caged again. Before the realm learned whether Flamebringers could return or would be eliminated once and for all. She pulled away from Aiden, let the physical distance create space for mental preparation, for transforming from vulnerable wolf seeking comfort into the Flamebringer who would face down coalition forces without flinching. Silver fire flickered across her skin as she moved toward the door, toward the confrontation that would define everything that came after. Behind her, she heard Aiden fall into step, felt his presence like anchor keeping her grounded even as her power tried to lift her away into something larger than individual identity. The other warriors were already in position when they emerged, Vera and Torin at the defensive line's center, Sable and the others spread out to create protective perimeter that coalition forces would have to breach to reach Elara. Marcus and his frostbite wolves held the flanks, their massive frames creating visual barrier that announced this wouldn't be easy conquest, even with numerical advantage. And Elder Maris stood slightly apart, bearing witness in her role as coalition representative even though Elara suspected the ancient wolf's sympathies lay elsewhere than official policy would support. "Ready?" Aiden asked quietly, his hand finding hers one last time before they had to present united front to coalition forces. "No," Elara admitted. "But I'm doing it anyway." She stepped forward, moving past the defensive lines into the open space between her allies and the border where coalition forces waited. The afternoon sun caught in her silver-white hair, the unusual coloring she'd inherited from Flamebringer bloodline that marked her as different even before her power manifested. Made her visible, recognizable, impossible to mistake for anyone except exactly who she was. And standing there alone in that open space with coalition forces assembling beyond the border and her unlikely allies at her back, Elara felt something settle into place inside her chest. Not the mate bond that still hovered just out of reach, waiting for circumstances that would allow proper recognition. But purpose. Direction. The bone-deep certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be, doing exactly what she was meant to do. The coalition forces began their approach, 100 wolves moving in coordinated formation that spoke of extensive drilling, moving with the confidence of wolves who'd never questioned whether their authority was legitimate. At their head walked 3 alphas, her father from Crescent Shadow, looking older than she remembered and carefully not meeting her eyes. Alpha Theron from Silver Peak, the gray-streaked male who'd questioned her designation stability during observation. And someone she didn't recognize from Moonridge, younger, ambitious-looking, probably seeing this as opportunity to prove himself to older alphas. Behind them came the warriors, faces she recognized from her childhood in Crescent Shadow, wolves who'd watched her struggle with partial shifts and whispered about her defect, who'd probably celebrated when Thorn rejected her because it meant they didn't have to pretend she was worth keeping anymore. And scattered among them, Elara saw others. Young wolves, designated Omega or low rank, moving in formation, but watching her with expressions that suggested they weren't entirely sure whose side they should be on. These were the wolves Elder Maris had warned her about, the ones who might question their orders if given reason, who might fracture coalition unity if confronted with moral crisis they hadn't anticipated. These were the wolves she needed to reach. The coalition forces stopped at what they probably considered safe distance, close enough to be heard without shouting, far enough that Elara couldn't easily attack with fire or physical confrontation. Her father stepped forward as primary spokesperson, his voice carrying across the space between them with authority she remembered from childhood. "Elara Winters, by order of the Coalition Council, you are required to submit to binding evaluation and potential resuppression of Flamebringer abilities deemed dangerous to regional stability. Comply peacefully and you will be treated fairly throughout the process. Resist and we will be forced to take you by strength, which serves no one's interests." It was carefully worded, designed to sound reasonable while completely ignoring the reality of what they were proposing. Binding evaluation meant caging her again. Resuppression meant destroying everything she'd just gained. Fair treatment was whatever they decided it meant once she was helpless to resist. And they were counting on her to be intimidated by numbers, by coalition authority, by the presence of her own father delivering ultimatums that painted her as the problem requiring correction. They'd miscalculated badly. "No," Elara said, and let silver fire blaze across her entire body in response to the rage his words triggered. Not hot enough to burn, not wild enough to consume, but bright enough that every wolf present had to acknowledge it was there, that she wielded power they claimed needed suppression. I won't submit to binding evaluation. Won't accept resuppression. Won't cooperate with attempts to cage me because my power makes you uncomfortable. She took a step forward, and several coalition warriors actually stepped back in response. Good. Let them see that she wasn't the broken Omega they remembered, wasn't the wolf who'd run crying into the forest after rejection. Let me explain what you're actually proposing, Elara continued, her voice resonating with harmonics the fire added, making her words feel weighted with more than just sound. You want to hold down a wolf who's done nothing except survive systematic torture and work magic on her body without consent and suppress abilities the moon goddess gave her bloodline. You want to cage power because you can't control it, because it threatens hierarchies you've built on suppression rather than genuine strength. She gestured to the coalition forces assembled behind her father. Look at them. Look at your warriors. How many of them actually believe binding me is right versus just following orders? How many are here because they fear what I represent, proof that the system is flawed, that designation doesn't determine worth, that wolves you've called defective might actually be powerful beyond your comprehension? Murmurs rippled through coalition ranks, discomfort, maybe, or uncertainty about whether they'd been given accurate information about what they were being asked to do. I was 6 years old when you bound me, Elara said, her focus narrowing to her father specifically, making him finally meet her eyes. 6 years old, and you held me down while strangers worked magic I didn't understand. You made me believe I was broken, defective, fundamentally wrong. You watched me struggle for 15 years and never once questioned whether the binding was the problem instead of me. Her father's expression flickered, guilt, maybe, or regret that he'd probably never acknowledge aloud. We did what we believed was necessary to protect you. To protect the pack. Flamebringer power is dangerous, Elara. Unpredictable. Our ancestors eliminated the bloodline for good reason. Your ancestors eliminated the bloodline because they couldn't control it, Elara corrected. Because Flamebringers revealed truth and burned away lies, which made them inconvenient to corrupt alphas who wanted to rule through fear. So yes, you're right that eliminating us served a purpose, just not the one you're claiming. She let the fire blaze brighter, let it illuminate the space between them with light that made shadows dance and shift. I could burn you all right now. Could call fire that would reveal every lie you've told, every cruel choice you've justified, every wolf you've bound or suppressed or eliminated because they threatened your authority. I have that power. I've demonstrated it. You've seen what I can do. The coalition forces shifted nervously, hands moving toward weapons they probably hoped they wouldn't need to use. But I'm not going to, Elara continued, letting the fire dim slightly. Because unlike what you've taught yourselves to believe, power doesn't equal danger. Choosing when and how to wield strength, that's what determines whether you're protector or predator. And I'm choosing to protect wolves like me. Wolves who've been told they're worthless, who've been bound and suppressed and eliminated because systems couldn't accommodate them. She spread her arms, making herself vulnerable, making herself target while trusting that her words were creating enough doubt that coalition forces wouldn't immediately attack. So here's my offer. Turn around. Go back to your territories. Tell your coalition leaders that binding Flamebringers requires going through every wolf who believes in autonomy, through every outcast and rogue and designated weak wolf who's sick of being crushed by systems that value control over justice. Tell them the cost of caging me is higher than they're willing to pay. And if we refuse? Alpha Theron asked, his voice hard. If we proceed with binding despite your threats? Then you'll learn exactly why your ancestors feared Flamebringers, Elara said quietly, dangerously. Not because we're mindlessly destructive, but because we make visible everything you want hidden. I'll expose every corrupt alpha, every bound child, every wolf who's been eliminated for threatening your power structures. I'll burn away lies until there's nothing left but truth too bright to ignore. The silence that followed was absolute. 100 wolves staring at one Flamebringer who'd just drawn a line no one could pretend not to see, cooperate with her freedom, or declare war on principles they claimed to uphold. And in that silence, Elara heard it, the sound that would change everything. A howl from within coalition ranks. Not challenging, not threatening. Questioning. A young voice, probably Omega designation, rising with words that shattered the military precision coalition forces had maintained. Why are we doing this? She's right, we're binding someone who's defending herself. That's not justice. That's tyranny. Another voice joined the first. Then another. Young wolves, designated weak, marked as insufficient by systems that had never valued them properly. They were questioning, defecting, refusing to participate in their own suppression. And Elara watched as the coalition unity began to fracture, as the doubt she'd planted took root and spread, as wolves who'd come here following orders started recognizing that maybe, possibly, they were fighting for the wrong side. Her father's expression went from confident to concerned to something approaching panic as he realized he was losing control of his forces. "Stand down," he commanded the dissenting wolves. "You will follow orders or be marked as rogues." "Then mark us rogues," one of them said, a young male, barely 20, designated Omega but standing with spine straight and head high. "Because I won't help you cage someone for having power you fear. That's not what pack protection means." More wolves stepped away from coalition formation, not many, maybe 15 or 20 out of 100, but enough to matter. Enough to prove that Elara's words had reached hearts not completely hardened by pack conditioning. And standing there, watching coalition forces fracture while her unlikely allies held defensive positions at her back, Elara felt triumph surge through her alongside the silver fire that marked her as something the realm had tried to eliminate but had never quite managed to destroy. She'd made them see her. Made them question. Made them choose. And the realm would never be quite the same. The fracture in coalition ranks spread like wildfire through dry timber, swift, unstoppable, transforming carefully organized military formation into chaos that no amount of alpha authority could contain. More wolves stepped away from their positions, moving toward the space between coalition forces and Elara's defensive line, occupying territory that belonged to neither side while they made decisions that would define the rest of their lives. Elara's father looked like he was watching his entire world crumble. His carefully maintained authority, his position as Crescent Shadow Alpha, his ability to command obedience through designation hierarchy, all of it rendered meaningless by young wolves who decided conscience mattered more than pack loyalty. "This is treason," her father said, his voice shaking with rage and something that might have been fear. "Every wolf who defects will be marked rogue. Exiled. Stripped of pack protection and left to survive in territories where coalition law doesn't reach. Is that really what you want? To throw away everything for one Flamebringer who doesn't even belong to your packs?" "She belongs to herself," the young Omega male said, the first defector, the one brave enough to break ranks before anyone else found their courage. "And maybe that's what we should all be. Belonging to ourselves instead of systems that only value us when we're useful." His words resonated through the assembled wolves like truth fire, revealing sentiment that had probably been building for years beneath the surface of pack politics. How many of them had felt worthless? How many had been told their designation made them inferior? How many had watched stronger wolves abuse power while being told that was just natural hierarchy requiring acceptance? Alpha Theron moved forward, his gray-streaked face twisted with fury that made him look older than his years. "You're making a mistake. All of you. The Flamebringer is manipulating you, using pretty words and dramatic displays to make you forget that her kind was eliminated for good reason. Flamebringers were dangerous. Unpredictable. They caused chaos wherever they went because they couldn't be controlled by normal pack authority. Maybe that was the point." Vera called from her position in Elara's defensive line, her scarred face set in grim satisfaction. Maybe Flamebringers weren't the problem. Maybe it was the alphas who needed control so badly they'd eliminate entire bloodlines rather than accept that some wolves answered to higher authority than pack hierarchy. The moon goddess herself, Marcus added, his massive frame somehow looking even larger as he stepped forward to stand beside Elara. His pale eyes swept across coalition forces with assessment that made several wolves shift uncomfortably. Flamebringers received their gifts directly from divine source. They were judges, truth speakers, wolves who could settle disputes by revealing whose claims were genuine. Your ancestors didn't eliminate them because they were dangerous. They eliminated them because truth is inconvenient to wolves who rule through lies. The Moonridge Alpha, the young, ambitious one Elara didn't recognize, finally spoke, his voice carrying calculated reason that suggested he was already thinking about how to spin this situation to his advantage. This is getting out of hand. We came here to perform legitimate binding evaluation, not debate philosophical questions about pack hierarchy. The Coalition Council voted. Emergency authority was granted. We have legal standing to take the Flamebringer into custody whether she agrees or not. Legal standing under laws written by wolves who wanted to maintain their power, Aiden said, moving to stand on Elara's other side, creating a united front of strength that announced she wasn't facing this alone. Laws that prioritize control over justice, that value stability over individual rights, that treat autonomous wolves like property to be managed. You can cite legal precedent all you want. It doesn't make what you're trying to do right. Right and legal aren't always the same thing, Elder Maris observed from her position as witness, and there was weight in her ancient voice that made every wolf present pay attention. Sometimes laws are unjust. Sometimes authority is corrupt. Sometimes the only moral choice is refusing to cooperate with systems that crush the vulnerable to maintain order. Elara felt her heart stutter in her chest. Elder Maris, coalition representative, upholder of pack law, ancient wolf whose authority transcended individual pack politics, had just sided with her. Not explicitly, not in ways that could be directly quoted in official reports, but clearly enough that everyone present understood what she was really saying. The binding attempt was unjust. Coalition authority was being abused. And refusing to cooperate was the moral choice, regardless of legal consequences. Her father's expression went from enraged to something approaching devastated. "Helena," he said, and Elara realized with shock that he was calling out to someone in coalition ranks. "Helena, talk to her. Make her understand. She's our daughter, she'll listen to you." Movement in the coalition forces, and then Elara's mother stepped forward. She looked exactly as Elara remembered, carefully groomed, perfectly composed, her face arranged in the expression of disappointed resignation that had defined most of Elara's childhood. The expression that said, "I expected you to fail me, and you've done exactly that." But there was something else in her mother's eyes now. Something that looked almost like grief. "Elara," Helena said, her voice carrying the careful precision that had always felt like judgment. "Please, come home. Let us help you. This power, it's too much for one wolf to manage alone. You need guidance. Structure. The kind of support only pack can provide." "The pack that bound me at 6 years old?" Elara asked, and she was surprised by how calm her voice sounded, how little anger bled through despite the rage churning in her stomach. "The pack that spent 15 years making me believe I was defective? That same pack wants to provide support now that I've proven I'm powerful." Helena flinched, and for the first time in Elara's memory, her mother's careful composure cracked slightly. "We were trying to protect you. The binding was meant to keep you safe until you were old enough to understand what you were, to control gifts that manifest too early can destroy young wolves. We never meant," she stopped, struggling with words she'd probably never said aloud. "We never meant to hurt you. We thought we were doing the right thing." "You thought you were doing the convenient thing," Elara corrected, and silver fire flickered across her skin in response to emotions that were too complex to suppress. "Binding me was easier than teaching me. Caging my power was simpler than helping me learn to wield it. Telling me I was broken was more comfortable than admitting you'd crippled me because my abilities frightened you. That's not fair, Helena protested, but there was no conviction in her voice. You don't know what it was like, watching you struggle with shifts that shouldn't have been difficult, hearing other pack members whisper that you were defective, fearing that Thorn would reject you and leave you with no future at all. We were terrified, Elara. Terrified that we'd made the wrong choice, that the binding was hurting you instead of protecting you, but by then it was too late to undo without risking your life. The admission hung in the air between them, raw, vulnerable, honest in ways her mother had never been before. And Elara felt something shift inside her chest, felt rage mixing with grief, mixing with the terrible understanding that her parents had been trapped by their own choices, unable to admit mistake without acknowledging the damage they'd caused. Then you should have told me, Elara said quietly. You should have explained that the binding was deliberate, that my struggles weren't my fault, that I wasn't actually defective, just suppressed. Instead, you let me believe I was broken for 15 years. Let me internalize that judgment until it became truth I couldn't question. We were wrong, Helena said, and tears streamed down her face now, the first time Elara had ever seen her mother cry. We were wrong, and we're sorry, and if we could go back and make different choices we would. But we can't. We can only try to help you now, try to provide the guidance we should have given you years ago. By binding me again? Elara asked, and her voice hardened despite the grief her mother's tears triggered. By caging power you admit you should have helped me learn to wield? That's not guidance, Mother. That's repeating the same mistake and expecting different results. She took a step forward, closing some of the distance between them, making her mother look directly at her without coalition forces as buffer. I don't need your protection anymore. Don't need your guidance or pack structure, or any of the things you convinced yourselves I couldn't survive without. What I need is for you to acknowledge what you did, accept the consequences, and let me build a life that doesn't depend on your approval. And if we can't, her father asked, his voice rough with emotion he usually kept buried beneath alpha authority. If we can't accept that you're choosing exile and rogues and wolves who've been cast out by every legitimate pack? What then, Elara? Do you burn us like you burned Thorn's lies? Do you use your fire to punish everyone who ever made you feel insufficient? The question hung heavy in the suddenly silent space. Every wolf present, coalition forces, defectors, Elara's unlikely allies, waited to see how she'd answer. Whether she'd prove the fears driving coalition binding attempts were justified. Whether power would corrupt her into exactly the threat they'd always claimed Flamebringers represented. Elara looked at her father, really looked at him for the first time in years, seeing past the alpha authority to the male underneath. He looked tired, old, worn down by decades of maintaining power through careful suppression, through strategic elimination of anything that threatened pack stability. He'd spent his entire life making choices he probably believed were necessary, and now he was facing the reality that those choices had costs he'd never properly calculated. No, Elara said finally, and she let the silver fire dim until it was barely visible, just faint glow across her skin that announced her power without threatening immediate violence. I'm not going to burn you, Father. I'm not going to punish you or Mother or any wolf who participated in binding me. Because that would make me exactly what you fear, dangerous, vindictive, using power to hurt rather than heal. She spread her arms, vulnerable again, trusting that her words were creating enough space that coalition forces wouldn't attack while she was exposed. But I'm also not going to absolve you. I'm not going to say it's fine, it's forgiven. Water under the bridge like 15 years of torture was just unfortunate misunderstanding. What you did was wrong. The binding was wrong. Letting me believe I was defective was wrong. And you need to live with that knowledge, need to acknowledge it without expecting me to make you feel better about choices you made. Her father's expression crumbled, and for the first time since she was very small, Elara saw her father cry. Not dramatic tears like her mother, but silent streams down weathered face, grief for relationship that had been broken by choices he couldn't undo. I'm sorry, he said, voice breaking. I'm so sorry, Elara. You deserved better than what we gave you. Better than binding and suppression, and being told you were insufficient when you were actually just caged. And I don't expect forgiveness, I don't deserve it, but I need you to know that we loved you. Even when we made terrible choices, even when we hurt you through our own fear, we loved you. The words should have felt hollow. Should have been too little, too late, inadequate apology for a lifetime of damage. And part of Elara did reject them, did want to throw his love back in his face and tell him that love without trust was meaningless, that affection paired with cruelty was just manipulation. But another part, the part that had spent 15 years desperately seeking her parents' approval, that had tried so hard to be the daughter they wanted, felt those words sink into wounded places she hadn't known still needed healing. I know you loved me, Elara said quietly. That's what makes it so much worse. Because if you'd been cruel or indifferent, I could have hated you cleanly. Could have walked away without looking back. But you loved me while binding me. Cared for me while making me believe I was broken. And that contradiction, that's what I have to live with now. The knowledge that love isn't always enough. That good intentions don't excuse bad choices. That sometimes the people who hurt us most are the ones who never wanted to hurt us at all. She let that truth settle over the assembled wolves, let them process what she was really saying, that systems could be corrupt even when operated by wolves who believed they were doing good. That pack hierarchy could crush the vulnerable even when individual alphas thought they were maintaining necessary order. That the road to elimination and binding and suppression was paved with wolves who never intended cruelty, but participated in it anyway. So here's what happens next, Elara said, raising her voice so every wolf present could hear clearly. I'm leaving. Not because you're forcing me out, not because I'm running from consequences, but because I choose to. I choose to build a life with wolves who value autonomy over obedience, who believe in individual choice over pack control, who understand that power doesn't equal danger unless you make it so. She gestured to the defectors, the 20-some wolves who'd broken ranks, who'd chosen conscience over orders. Any wolf who wants to join me is welcome. I'm not forming a traditional pack. There won't be alpha hierarchy or designation requirements or rules about who belongs and who doesn't. Just wolves who want to exist without constant judgment, who want to develop their strengths without fear of being caged if they become too powerful. Movement through coalition ranks, more wolves stepping away from formation, more young voices raised in affirmation that yes, this was what they wanted. A place where being different wasn't criminal offense requiring correction. By the time the movement stopped, nearly 40 wolves had defected. 40 out of 100, not a majority, but substantial enough to represent genuine revolt rather than isolated rebellion. Alpha Theron looked at the diminished forces, at wolves who'd broken ranks despite threats of exile and rogue marking, and his expression went from furious to calculating. You're taking our young wolves. Our omegas and low-ranked fighters. The wolves we invested years training, protecting, preparing for pack service. And you're just walking away with them like that's acceptable. They're not property to be stolen, Marcus said, his voice carrying dangerous edge. They're autonomous wolves making their own choices. If your pack training and protection was so valuable, maybe they wouldn't be choosing exile over staying with you. Besides, Vera added with dark satisfaction, you were just trying to bind one of them. Hard to claim you value your wolves when you're literally attempting to cage someone for having power you fear. The remaining coalition wolves looked uncertain now, not defecting, but not advancing either. Caught between orders to take Elara by force and the growing realization that doing so would make them exactly the tyrants she was accusing them of being. Elara's father seemed to deflate, his alpha authority draining away as he recognized that he'd lost. Not just the confrontation, not just the warriors who'd defected, but something more fundamental, the certainty that pack hierarchy was right and necessary and deserved obedience without question. Go then, he said, voice heavy with defeat. Take the defectors. Build your non-pack with rogues and outcasts. But don't come crying to us when that structure collapses, when wolves realize that autonomy without guidance leads to chaos, When your precious freedom turns into survival nightmare because no one's maintaining order. We'll take that risk, Elara said. Because chaos with freedom is better than order through suppression. Because survival with autonomy is better than comfort through submission. Because sometimes the only way to build something better is refusing to participate in systems that crush us. She turned to her unlikely allies, Aiden and his warriors, Marcus and his frostbite wolves, the ironwood defenders who'd risked their own pack standing to support her autonomy. Let's go. We're done here. But before they could move, before this confrontation could end without bloodshed, a howl tore through the afternoon air. Not from coalition forces or defectors or any wolf who'd been part of this standoff. This came from beyond the borders, from territory none of them controlled. And it carried a message that made every wolf present go rigid with alarm. Rogues, Torrens said, his voice grim. Real ones. Not organized warriors or defecting pack wolves. Actual rogues, the kind that have lost their humanity, that hunt in packs and kill without mercy. How many? Aiden demanded, already moving into defensive position. At least 50, Vera reported, her scarred face set an expression that suggested she'd faced these odds before and barely survived. Coming from the eastern border where pack territories blur together. They probably sensed the conflict, smelled the tension, decided to take advantage while we're divided. Elara's stomach dropped. 50 rogues. Against coalition forces already fractured by defections, against her allies who were outnumbered even before wolves broke ranks, against defectors who'd chosen exile but probably weren't prepared for immediate violent confrontation. They were about to be slaughtered. All of them, coalition and defector and ally alike, caught between ideological conflict and actual predators who didn't care about pack politics or Flamebringer rights or any of the philosophical questions that had seemed so important moments ago. We need to retreat, the Moonridge Alpha said, already backing toward coalition lines. Regroup behind Ironwood's defensive positions. We can settle our dispute about the Flamebringer after we've dealt with the immediate threat. There's no time, Marcus said flatly, his pale eyes tracking movement beyond their position. Rogues are already surrounding us. They've been planning this, waiting for exactly this kind of division to make their move. If we retreat now, they'll pick us off in scattered groups. Then we fight, Aiden said, and there was deadly certainty in his voice. Together. Coalition and defector and rogue alpha and Flamebringer, we put aside our differences and defend this position against wolves who actually want to kill us. We can return to our ideological conflict after we've survived. Elara's father looked at Aiden with expression that was difficult to read. Respect mixing with resentment, mixing with the desperate calculation of wolf recognizing his only chance of survival required cooperating with enemy he'd been trying to cage moments before. Agreed, he said finally. Temporary alliance. We defend this position together. After the rogues are defeated or driven off, we can return to our separate conflicts. It wasn't peace. Wasn't even really truce. Just temporary cessation of hostilities in the face of more immediate threat, the kind of alliance that would dissolve the moment danger passed, leaving all their unresolved conflicts waiting to explode. But it was enough. It would have to be enough. The rogues emerged from the forest like nightmare made manifest, wolves who'd lost their connection to humanity, who existed only to hunt and kill and consume. Their eyes glowed with predatory hunger that had nothing to do with normal pack hierarchy or territorial disputes. These weren't wolves fighting for resources or status. These were predators who'd forgotten they were anything except violent instinct. And they were absolutely going to try to kill everyone present. Flamebringer, Aiden said urgently, moving to her side as warriors on both sides of their conflict formed defensive positions. Can you use your fire against them? Not to reveal truth, they're beyond caring about truth, but to burn? To actually defend us. Elara's mind raced. She'd called truth fire, had used it to expose lies and make visible what others tried to hide. But actual combat fire? Flames meant to burn and kill rather than reveal? She had no idea if that was even possible, if Flamebringer gifts worked that way, if she could channel her power into something destructive rather than illuminating. But looking at the rogues circling closer, at their glowing eyes and bared fangs and absolute certainty they were about to attack, Elara knew she had to try. "Get behind me," she said, letting silver fire blaze across her entire body. "All of you, Coalition and Defector and Ally. Get behind me and let me see what this power can actually do." The wolves obeyed with speed that suggested they'd run out of better options. Within seconds, Elara stood at the front of a unified defensive line, dozens of wolves who'd been ready to fight each other now, depending on her to defend them all against threat none of them could face alone. The rogues attacked. They came in a wave, 50 bodies moving with coordinated violence that shouldn't have been possible for wolves who'd supposedly lost their humanity. They'd been hunting together long enough to develop pack tactics, to know how to overwhelm defenses through sheer numbers and relentless pressure. And Elara called fire like she'd never called it before. Not truth-revealing silver flames, but something hotter, brighter, more visceral. Fire that didn't just illuminate but burned, that responded to her desperate need to protect wolves behind her by becoming weapon instead of tool for revelation. The flames erupted from her hands, her skin, her very essence, silver fire mixing with something darker, edged with red that suggested divine gift meeting mortal fury. It blazed across the space between defensive line and attacking rogues, creating barrier of heat and light that made the predators hesitate, made them recognize that easy prey had transformed into something far more dangerous. Several rogues tried to push through the flames. They burned, not completely, not fatally, but enough to drive them back howling with pain that cut through their predatory hunger. "Holy goddess," someone breathed behind her, Coalition Wolf, probably, too stunned to remember they'd been trying to bind her minutes ago. "She's actually burning them. Actually using Flamebringer fire as weapon." "Of course she is," Aiden said, and there was fierce pride in his voice despite the obvious terror for her safety. "She's not just truth speaker. She's warrior. She's everything they feared wrapped into one wolf who refuses to be caged." The rogues regrouped, circling, looking for weakness in the fire barrier that Elara was maintaining through sheer force of will and desperate determination not to let these predators kill wolves she'd just convinced to choose autonomy. They tested different angles, different approaches, trying to find gaps in her defense. And Elara held. Channeled everything she had into keeping the flames bright and hot and impenetrable, into protecting the unlikely alliance behind her until someone could develop actual strategy beyond, hide behind the Flamebringer, and hope she doesn't collapse. But she could feel the strain building. This wasn't like calling truth fire, that had been instinctive, natural, power flowing freely without massive effort. This was combat magic, sustained defensive barrier that required constant focus and energy expenditure she hadn't trained for. She was burning through her reserves fast. Too fast. In minutes, maybe less, she'd collapse from exhaustion and the rogues would tear through their defensive line like it was made of paper. "I can't hold this much longer," Elara gasped, sweat streaming down her face, her entire body trembling with effort of maintaining the flames. "Someone needs to develop Plan B because Plan A is about to fail." "We break their coordination," Marcus said, his tactical mind apparently still functioning despite the chaos. "Rogues hunt as pack, but they're not true pack, their unity is shallow, based on mutual benefit rather than genuine loyalty. If we can kill their alpha or scatter their formation, they'll retreat to regroup rather than pressing the attack." "Their alpha is the massive gray one with the torn ear," Vera reported, her warrior instincts identifying leadership even in chaos. "He's hanging back, directing the others. Take him down and the rest will lose cohesion." "I'll do it," Aiden said, already moving to transform. "The moment Elara's fire drops, I go through. Fast strike, eliminate the alpha, return before the others can coordinate response." "That's suicide," Elara protested, but she could feel her flames already weakening, could sense the inevitable moment when they'd fail completely and leave them all vulnerable. "It's strategy," Aiden corrected, and his hand found hers for just a heartbeat, contact that felt like promise and goodbye simultaneously. Trust me. I've fought rogues before. I know how they think, how they move, where they're vulnerable. Aiden. Trust me, he repeated, and then he was transforming, smooth, powerful shift that left him in full wolf form, massive and dark and ready for violence that might save them all or get him killed. Elara felt her flames flicker, felt the barrier weaken as her energy reserves hit critical depletion. She had maybe 30 seconds left before complete collapse. Now, she gasped, dropping the flames entirely, channeling her last reserves into single directed blast that would clear path for Aiden's attack. The fire lanced forward like spear, burning through rogue formation and creating opening that Aiden exploited with predatory speed. He was through their lines before they could react, moving with precision that spoke of years fighting battles most wolves never faced. The rogue alpha saw him coming, turned to face the threat with jaws open and claws extended, ready to defend his position as pack leader even if it meant engaging in single combat. They collided with force that made the ground shake, two massive wolves fighting for dominance while chaos erupted around them. The other rogues, seeing their leader engaged, forgot about the defensive line and turned inward, pack instinct to support their alpha overriding tactical sense to maintain the attack. And in that moment of distraction, Elara's unlikely alliance moved. Coalition warriors, defectors, frostbite wolves, Aiden's outcasts, they all surged forward as one, exploiting the chaos Aiden had created, attacking rogues who'd lost their coordinated formation and become just individual predators fighting for survival. It was brutal, vicious, the kind of combat that left permanent scars on wolves who survived it. But it was also effective within minutes. The rogues were breaking, retreating into the forest they'd emerged from, carrying their wounded and leaving their dead behind. Aiden stood over the rogue alpha's body, his dark fur matted with blood, some his own, most from the wolf he'd just killed. He'd succeeded. Had done exactly what he'd said he would, had eliminated the threat that could have killed them all. But he was also badly injured. Elara could see it even from distance, the way he favored his left side, the blood streaming from wounds that were too deep to be superficial, the trembling in his legs that suggested he was running on adrenaline and stubbornness alone. Aiden. Elara ran toward him, her own exhaustion forgotten in the face of his injuries. Aiden, you're hurt. You need. He collapsed before she could reach him, his wolf form dissolving back into human as consciousness failed. And Elara was there to catch him, to cradle his head in her lap, to press her hands against wounds that were bleeding too fast, too much. No, she whispered, feeling terror that dwarfed anything she'd experienced during the binding or coalition confrontation or even the rogue attack. No, you don't get to die. You don't get to sacrifice yourself after telling me we survived together. That was the deal, Aiden. Together. Remember? His silver eyes flickered open, focused on her face with effort that suggested even that small movement cost him. Had to protect you, he managed, voice barely audible. Couldn't let anything happen to you. Well, I'm fine, Elara said, tears streaming down her face, her hands pressed against his wounds like she could hold his life inside through sheer force of will. I'm fine, and you're going to be fine, and we're both going to survive because that's what we promised each other. Elara, he coughed, blood flecking his lips, need to tell you before it's too late. It's not too late, she insisted desperately. You're not dying. I won't let you die. And without conscious thought, without planning or strategy or understanding what she was doing, Elara called fire again. Not truth-revealing flames, not combat barrier, but something different. Healing fire. Silver light that poured from her hands into Aiden's wounds, that responded to her desperate need to save him by becoming medicine instead of weapon. She'd never done this before. Had no idea Flamebringer gifts could heal, that fire meant to reveal truth could also mend bodies that truth had broken. But she could feel it working, could sense power flowing into Aiden, knitting torn flesh, stopping bleeding that would have killed him in minutes. What Aiden gasped, staring at her with expression somewhere between awe and disbelief. "How are you?" "I have no idea," Elara admitted, channeling everything she had left into keeping the healing fire active, into saving the male who'd claimed her and freed her and stood beside her through impossible odds. "But I'm not stopping until you're healed. Until you're safe. Until I know you're going to survive." The assembled wolves, coalition and defector and ally, stood in stunned silence, watching the Flamebringer they'd feared or admired or tried to bind reveal yet another gift that legends had never mentioned. Healing fire. Life where death should have claimed victory. And as silver flames poured into Aiden's wounds, as his breathing steadied and his color returned and his silver eyes locked on hers with emotion too complex to name, Elara felt something snap into place inside her chest. Not the binding breaking, that was long gone. Not simple recognition or gratitude or even the partnership they'd built through weeks of working together. The mate bond. Finally, impossibly, blazing to life between them with force that stole her breath and made the healing fire surge brighter in response. "Mate," Aiden breathed, feeling it too, the connection that fate had been trying to forge since that night in the forest, the bond that binding had prevented but freedom finally allowed. "You're my mate. Goddess, Elara, you're my mate." "I know," Elara whispered, tears of exhaustion and relief and overwhelming emotion streaming down her face. "I know. I feel it too. We're mates, Aiden. Fate chosen. Moon blessed. Whatever happens next, we face it together." And surrounded by wolves who'd tried to cage her and wolves who'd defended her and wolves who'd just survived battle they should have lost, Elara felt the final piece of her identity slot into place. She wasn't just the rejected Omega anymore. Wasn't just the Flamebringer who'd proven she could wield devastating power. She was also someone's mate. Someone's chosen partner. Someone who'd found love in the ruins of rejection, who'd discovered her other half while fighting to claim her autonomy. The realm had tried to eliminate her. Had bound her and suppressed her and declared her too dangerous to exist. But she'd survived. Had broken free. Had claimed every gift they'd tried to cage. And now she had something they could never take away, a mate who saw her completely, who valued her autonomy as much as he valued her power, who literally died defending her right to make her own choices. "Don't ever scare me like that again," Elara said, the healing fire finally fading as Aiden's wounds closed completely, leaving only scars that would mark this moment forever. "Don't ever make me think I'm going to lose you right after discovering we're mates." "I promise," Aiden said, sitting up with her help, his hand coming up to cup her face in that gesture that had become their private language. "No more heroic sacrifices. No more near-death experiences. Just surviving together like we promised." His thumb brushed across her cheekbone, and his voice dropped lower, rough with emotion he'd been holding back. "Besides, I still haven't told you what I've been waiting weeks to say. Haven't explained why claiming you that night felt like finding something I didn't know I'd lost. Haven't said." "Tell me later," Elara interrupted, pressing her forehead against his. "When we're safe and alone and not surrounded by wolves who just watched me heal you with fire that shouldn't exist. Tell me everything later, and I'll tell you everything too, and we'll figure out what being mates means when we're both too stubborn and independent to fit into traditional partnership molds." Aiden's laugh was rough but genuine, warming something in Elara's chest that had been cold for far too long. "Deal. Later. When there's time for words instead of just survival." They helped each other stand, both exhausted, both wounded in ways that went beyond physical, both alive when they should have been dead or bound or separated by forces too powerful to resist. And as they faced the assembled wolves who'd witnessed everything, the confrontation, the defections, the rogue attack, the mate bond snapping into place between Flamebringer and Rogue Alpha, Elara felt ready for whatever came next. Ready to build something new. Ready to protect wolves who needed defending. Ready to burn away every lie that let predators hide among the vulnerable. ready to be everything they'd feared she might become. The aftermath of the rogue attack settled over the assembled wolves like ash after wildfire, heavy, suffocating, impossible to ignore. Bodies of fallen rogues littered the ground, their twisted forms a reminder of what they'd all barely survived. Coalition warriors tended their wounded with grim efficiency, their hands moving through familiar motions while their minds clearly struggled to process everything they'd just witnessed. The Flamebringer they'd come to bind had saved them, had defended Coalition and Defector alike with fire that burned enemies while healing allies, had revealed gifts that legends never mentioned and power that made their binding attempts look not just cruel, but laughably inadequate. How did you cage a wolf who could burn, heal, and reveal truth simultaneously? How did you suppress power that responded to desperate need by manifesting in whatever form was required? The answer, Elara realized as she watched coalition leaders huddle in urgent discussion, was that you couldn't. Not anymore. Not after every wolf present had seen what she could do when properly motivated. They're planning something, Vera said quietly, moving to stand beside Elara while Aiden spoke with Marcus about defensive positions in case coalition forces decided temporary alliance had expired. Your father and the other alphas, they're trying to figure out how to spin this situation to their advantage. How to take credit for the victory while minimizing your role in our survival. Let them, Elara said, exhaustion making her voice flat. I don't need credit. Don't need recognition. I just need them to leave me alone. They won't, Vera said bluntly, her scarred face set in grim certainty. You're too valuable now. Too dangerous. Coalition leaders will see that display and realize they have two options, recruit you or eliminate you. There's no middle ground anymore, Elara. No possibility of peaceful coexistence where they tolerate your autonomy while you stay out of their politics. The words settled like stones in Elara's stomach because Vera was right. She'd revealed too much, demonstrated too many gifts, proven herself too useful in crisis to be allowed to simply walk away. Coalition would either try to control her or try to kill her, and after today's failure to bind her peacefully, she suspected they'd lean toward the second option. Then we need to move, Aiden said, returning from his discussion with Marcus. His wounds were healed, but he still moved carefully, his body remembering trauma even if physical evidence had been burned away by Elara's fire. Tonight, before Coalition has time to coordinate another attempt, we take the defectors and anyone else who wants to join us, and we disappear into territories where Coalition authority is weakest. Running, Elara said, and she couldn't keep the bitterness from her voice. After everything I said about standing my ground, about refusing to let them dictate my choices, we're just going to run? We're going to survive, Aiden corrected firmly. There's a difference between tactical retreat and cowardice, Elara. You made your stand. You proved your point. You fractured coalition unity and inspired 40 wolves to choose autonomy over obedience. That's victory, not complete victory, not total transformation of pack society, but meaningful progress that will ripple through every territory those defectors came from. He moved closer, his hand finding hers in gesture that had become natural since the mate bond snapped into place. But staying here, continuing to fight when we're outnumbered and exhausted, that's not bravery. That's suicide. And I didn't survive being nearly killed by a rogue alpha just to watch you throw your life away proving a point to wolves who are already convinced you're dangerous. Elara wanted to argue, wanted to insist that running felt like surrender, like admitting Coalition was right to fear her. But looking at Aiden's face, at the concern and determination and newly acknowledged mate bond connection blazing in his silver eyes, she recognized the truth in his words. They'd won today. Not completely, not permanently, but enough to matter. Enough to change things. Now they needed to survive long enough to see what those changes would become. Fine, Elara said, squeezing his hand. We run. We regroup. We figure out what comes next from position of relative safety instead of constant defensive crisis. But Aiden, she paused, making sure he was really hearing her. This isn't over. Coalition tried to bind me. They'll try again, or they'll try to eliminate me, or they'll find some other way to neutralize the threat I represent. We can run tonight, but eventually we'll have to face them again. I know, Aiden agreed. But when we do, it'll be on our terms. With preparation and strategy and enough allies that we're not just desperately holding defensive positions. We'll be ready, Elara. I promise you that. Movement caught Elara's attention, Elder Maris approaching with expression that suggested whatever she was about to say would complicate their already complicated situation. The ancient wolf moved with care around the fallen rogues, her face grave as she assessed the carnage that temporary alliance had prevented from being much worse. Impressive display, Elder Maris said without preamble, her ancient eyes studying Elara with renewed intensity. Defensive fire. Combat barrier. Healing abilities that shouldn't exist according to every text I've ever read about Flamebringer gifts. You're full of surprises, child. Dangerous, powerful, absolutely terrifying surprises. Is that a compliment or a threat? Elara asked warily. Both, Elder Maris said with small smile. I'm impressed by what you can do while being appropriately concerned about what it means for regional stability. A Flamebringer who can heal is one thing, useful, valuable, worth protecting despite the complications. But a Flamebringer who can burn, heal, and reveal truth? That's something else entirely. That's the kind of power that topples governments and rewrites social contracts. She moved closer, lowering her voice so only Elara and Aiden could hear clearly. The coalition leaders are discussing binding attempt number 2. They're calling it protective custody for her own safety, claiming that today's display proves you're not ready to manage your gifts without supervision, that you need structure and guidance before you hurt yourself or others. It's nonsense, of course. What they really mean is that you're too powerful to be allowed freedom. When? Aiden demanded, his protective instincts flaring. When are they planning to move? Dawn, Elder Maris said quietly. They're waiting for everyone to rest, to recover from the rogue attack, to let exhaustion make you vulnerable. Then they'll come with overwhelming force, not just the coalition warriors who are here, but reinforcements they've already summoned from nearby territories. You'll be facing 200 wolves, maybe more, all operating under official coalition authority. 200. The number was staggering, impossible to fight, designed to make resistance futile. Why are you telling us this? Elara asked, searching the elder's ancient face for motivation beyond simple information sharing. Your coalition representative. You're supposed to support their decisions, not warn their targets about impending attacks. Elder Maris was quiet for a moment, her gaze distant like she was seeing things beyond immediate present. I'm old, child. Very old. I've watched pack society evolve over centuries, watched systems that were meant to protect wolves become tools for suppression. And I've learned that sometimes, the only way to fix broken systems is to let them fail catastrophically so something better can emerge from the ruins. She focused on Elara again, and there was weight in her ancient eyes that suggested this was more than casual observation. You represent failure. Living proof that binding doesn't work, that suppression just creates pressure that eventually explodes, that trying to eliminate Flamebringer bloodline was always futile because the moon goddess gives gifts for reasons we don't get to question. If coalition succeeds in caging you, they'll have proven that overwhelming force can suppress even divine gifts. But if you escape, if you survive and thrive and build something outside their control, then you prove the system is flawed, not the wolves it rejects. You want me to be catalyst for change, Elara said slowly, understanding dawning. You're betting that my survival will destabilize coalition authority enough that meaningful reform becomes possible. I'm betting that your survival is necessary for our kind's future, Elder Maris corrected. We've been eliminating our most powerful wolves for centuries, binding Flamebringers, suppressing unusual designations, casting out anyone who doesn't fit neat categories. And what has it gotten us? Weaker packs. More rogues. Increasing instability as wolves who should have been our strongest defenders become our greatest threats because we rejected them first. She straightened to her full height, authority radiating from her ancient frame. So yes, I'm warning you. I'm giving you information that violates my official position because I believe keeping you alive and free is more important than maintaining coalition unity. Take your defectors and go. Disappear into territories where coalition can't easily reach you. And build something that proves wolves can thrive outside traditional pack structure. They'll come after you, Aiden warned. When coalition leaders realize you warned us, they'll accuse you of treason. Strip your position. Maybe exile you entirely. Then I'll join your growing collection of outcasts and rogues, Elder Maris said with surprising levity. I'm too old to be a useful warrior, but I can offer strategic advice and historical perspective. Every revolution needs elders who remember why the old ways failed. Elara felt emotions swell in her chest, gratitude and respect, and overwhelming awareness that she wasn't facing this alone anymore. She had allies. Had a mate. Had wolves who believed in her cause enough to risk everything supporting it. Thank you, Elara said, meaning it for more than just the warning. For believing in me. For seeing past the fear to recognize that maybe, possibly, I'm not the threat, the system is. Don't make me regret it, Elder Maris said, but there was warmth in her voice. Now go. Gather your defectors. Make your escape before dawn makes it impossible. And Elara, she paused, something fierce flickering across her ancient features, survive long enough to change everything. That's an order from an elder who's tired of watching promising young wolves get crushed by systems that should be protecting them. They moved quickly after that, operating with efficiency born from urgency and shared understanding that time was their enemy. Aiden gathered his warriors while Vera and Torin coordinated with the defectors, explaining the situation, giving them choice to stay or go, making clear that following Elara meant choosing exile with no guarantee of safety or comfort. Every single defector chose to go. 40 wolves who'd broken ranks during the confrontation, who'd questioned their orders and decided conscience mattered more than pack loyalty. They gathered their minimal possessions, said hurried goodbyes to wolves who'd been pack mates hours ago, and prepared to flee into territories unknown. Marcus approached as they were organizing departure logistics, his massive frame somehow looking even larger in the growing darkness. His pale eyes found Elara's, and there was calculation mixed with genuine respect in his expression. My offer still stands, Marcus said without preamble. Come to Frostbite territory. You'd be safe there. Our lands are too remote for coalition to attack without significant preparation, and my warriors are trained to defend against exactly this kind of threat. You could learn to control your gifts properly instead of improvising through crisis after crisis. And in exchange? Elara asked, because she learned that nothing came without cost, especially not generous offers from powerful alphas. Your eventual cooperation, Marcus said honestly. Not servitude, not binding obligation, but willingness to use your truth fire to benefit Frostbite Pack when situations require it. Settling disputes. Exposing corruption. The kinds of things Flamebringers traditionally did before fear made them targets instead of resources. It was fair offer, more fair than Elara had expected, honestly. Protection in exchange for occasional service, structure in exchange for eventual cooperation. A year ago, she would have jumped at it. Would have been grateful that any pack was willing to accept her despite her supposed defect. But she wasn't that wolf anymore. Wasn't desperate for acceptance or willing to trade autonomy for safety. No, Elara said firmly. I appreciate the offer, Marcus. I genuinely do. You defended my autonomy when you didn't have to, fought beside us against rogues, risked your pack's reputation supporting a Flamebringer that coalition wanted bound. But I can't trade one form of obligation for another. Can't accept protection that comes with expectation of future service. Something flickered in Marcus's expression, disappointment, maybe, but also understanding. You're choosing the hard path. Building something new instead of finding shelter in existing structures. That's admirable, Elara. Foolish, possibly suicidal, but admirable. Probably all three, Elara agreed with tired smile. But it's my choice. My path. And I'd rather fail trying to build something better than succeed by accepting comfortable cage. Marcus studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Fair enough. But my offer remains open. If you change your mind, if your hard path gets too dangerous, or your revolution needs resources I can provide, Frostbite territory will welcome you. No obligation, no binding contracts. Just allies who respect what you're trying to accomplish. Thank you, Elara said, meaning it despite rejecting his offer. That alliance might matter more than either of us realizes right now. As Marcus withdrew to coordinate his own warriors' departure, they'd be leaving separately, heading north while Elara's group went west toward territories where coalition control was weakest. Elara felt the weight of leadership settling onto her shoulders. These 40 defectors were following her now, trusting her to guide them toward something better than what they'd left behind. Betting their entire futures on a Flamebringer who was barely 21 and had been free from binding for less than 2 days. The responsibility was crushing. Terrifying. Everything she'd never wanted. And somehow, simultaneously, exactly what she needed. Ready? What do we call it? Sable asked, her young voice carrying hope that hadn't been destroyed by everything they'd just survived. Every pack has a name. Every territory has designation. If we're building something new, we need to call it something. Elara considered, thinking about what they represented, what they were trying to become. Not a traditional pack, she'd meant what she said about rejecting hierarchy and designation requirements. But not just random collection of rogues either. They needed identity, purpose, something that announced what they stood for. Sanctuary, she said finally. We call it Sanctuary. Because that's what we're building, shelter for wolves who don't fit anywhere else, protection for anyone fleeing systems designed to crush them. We're not a pack with alpha hierarchy and designation requirements. We're a sanctuary where the only rule is that you can't use power to hurt those weaker than you. The name resonated through the assembled wolves, settling into collective consciousness, with rightness that suggested it fit perfectly. Sanctuary. Place of safety for the rejected and broken and insufficient. Place where Flamebringers could finally burn without fear of being eliminated for their gifts. Sanctuary it is, Aiden agreed, and the way he looked at her, with pride and love and absolute certainty that they were building something that mattered, made Elara's chest tight with emotion she didn't have words for. They spent the day establishing basic camp, organizing sleeping areas, setting watch rotations, scouting the surrounding territory for resources and potential threats. The defectors worked with surprising coordination despite coming from different packs, united by shared understanding that their survival depended on cooperation rather than traditional hierarchy. Elara found herself moving between groups, offering suggestions where needed, settling minor disputes about resource allocation, generally existing as the central figure that gave their scattered efforts coherence. It wasn't formal leadership, she held no title, made no commands, operated through influence rather than authority. But it was leadership nonetheless. The kind that emerged from wolves choosing to follow rather than being forced to obey. As afternoon faded toward evening, as temporary camp began to feel almost stable, Vera approached with expression that suggested she had news Elara wouldn't like. Scouts report movement to the east, Vera said quietly. Coalition forces realized we fled sometime mid-morning. They're organizing pursuit, maybe 80 warriors, moving fast, clearly hoping to catch us before we can establish defensible position. How long? Elara asked, her stomach tightening with familiar dread. Tomorrow afternoon, maybe evening, Vera estimated. They're tracking us carefully rather than rushing, which suggests they're more interested in ensuring we don't escape than capturing us quickly. Probably coordinating with other packs to create containment perimeter that prevents us from running further west. So they'd gained hours, not days. Bought themselves time to catch breath and organize basic camp, but not enough time to truly establish sanctuary that could withstand determined assault. We need to disappear, Aiden said, joining their discussion with Torin at his side. Not fight, we're not ready for that. not with exhausted warriors and minimal defensive preparation. We need to vanish completely, make coalition forces lose our trail, by ourselves weeks instead of hours. How? Elara asked. They're tracking us, probably have expert trackers reading signs we can't help but leave. We can't just wish ourselves invisible. No, Torrent said slowly, his massive frame tense with idea forming. But we can split up. Divide into smaller groups heading different directions, create multiple trails for coalition to follow. They'll have to choose which group to pursue, which gives the others time to establish better hiding positions. Except coalition will assume Elara is with the largest or most obvious group, Vera countered. They're hunting her specifically, not just pursuing random defectors. Splitting up only works if we can make them uncertain which trail she's actually following. An idea crystallized in Elara's mind, dangerous, possibly stupid, but potentially effective if she could pull it off. What if I don't follow any trail? What if I stay here, let them find me, and then lead them away from everyone else? Absolutely not, Aiden said immediately, his protective instincts flaring. You're suggesting making yourself bait. Drawing coalition forces while our people escape. That's exactly the kind of heroic sacrifice I told you not to make. It's not sacrifice, Elara countered. It's strategy. I'm the one they want, the Flamebringer who needs binding or eliminating. The defectors are secondary targets, wolves they'd like to reclaim but aren't essential to their goals. If I lead coalition forces on chase away from Sanctuary, everyone else can establish proper defenses while I improvise. Improvise, Aiden repeated flatly. You're planning to improvise against 80 coalition warriors who want to bind you. That's not strategy, Elara. That's suicide with extra steps. Is it though? Elara asked, and she felt silver fire flicker across her fingertips as power responded to her conviction. I can burn, can heal, can reveal truth and create barriers and apparently manifest whatever gift the situation requires. What if instead of running from coalition, I make them understand that chasing me is more dangerous than leaving me alone? What if I prove that hunting Flamebringers costs more than tolerating their autonomy? The assembled wolves went silent, processing what she was really suggesting. Not escape or defense, but offense. Turning pursuit into lesson about why their ancestors had feared Flamebringers enough to eliminate the bloodline. You're talking about attacking them, Vera said slowly. Not defensively, not just protecting yourself, but actively hunting the hunters. Making coalition forces into prey instead of predators. I'm talking about sending a message, Elara corrected. That Flamebringers aren't victims to be caged or threats to be eliminated. We're forces of nature that respond to pressure by becoming whatever we need to be. And if coalition wants to keep hunting me, they'll learn what happens when you corner divine gifts that were never meant to be tame. Aiden looked at her with expression torn between terror for her safety and recognition that her plan might actually work. You'd be alone. Outnumbered 80-1. Even with all your gifts, even with power that keeps manifesting in new ways, those odds are suicidal. I won't be alone, Elara said, and she took his hand, letting the mate bond hum between them. I'll have our connection. I'll know you're safe, that everyone else is establishing Sanctuary properly, that I'm buying time for something that matters. That's not suicide, that's purposeful action that might cost everything but saves what we're trying to build. She looked around at the assembled wolves, her unlikely family, her chosen pack, the Sanctuary she'd promised to protect. And if I don't make it back, if coalition overwhelms me or binds me or does whatever they're planning, then you keep building. You prove that Sanctuary works, that wolves can thrive outside traditional structures, that the rejected and broken and insufficient are actually strong enough to create something better than what we left behind. Elara, Aiden started, but she interrupted with kiss that was desperate and claiming, and everything she couldn't put into words. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Elara pressed her forehead against his in their private gesture. Trust me. The way I trusted you when you said we'd break the binding. The way I trusted you to fight the rogue alpha even though it nearly killed you. Trust that I know what I'm doing and that I'll come back to you because we're mates and that means something neither of us can walk away from. Aiden was quiet for a long moment, internal struggle playing across his features. Then, slowly, he nodded. Fine. You lead them away. You make them understand what hunting Flamebringers actually costs. But Elara, his silver eyes burned with intensity that stole her breath, you come back. You survive. Because if you don't, I'm burning down every coalition pack until I find who gave the order to hunt you. Understand? Understood, Elara agreed, because his threat wasn't really threat, it was promise, declaration of how much she mattered, acknowledgement that her survival was worth any cost, including his own damnation. They spent the remaining hours preparing, organizing sanctuaries, continued establishment, coordinating evacuation routes if Coalition somehow found their location despite Elara's diversion, ensuring everyone understood the plan and their roles in it. And as dawn broke on their second day of freedom, as Coalition pursuit drew closer, Elara prepared to do something that terrified and exhilarated her simultaneously. She was going to hunt the hunters. Make predators into prey. Teach Coalition forces that some wolves shouldn't be caged because the cost of trying was higher than anyone wanted to pay. She was going to become exactly what they feared, not because she was dangerous by nature, but because they'd given her no choice except dangerous resistance. The Flamebringer was about to burn, and the entire realm would see the light. The forest at dawn was deceptively peaceful, birds singing their morning songs, dew glistening on leaves that caught the early light, the kind of tranquil beauty that made you forget the world could be violent and cruel. Elara stood at the clearing's edge, watching her sanctuary prepare to scatter like seeds on wind, each group heading different directions to confuse pursuit while she remained behind to face what was coming. Aiden approached for what felt like the 100th goodbye, his silver eyes tracking every detail of her face like he was memorizing it in case this was the last time. The mate bond hummed between them, still new, still settling into place, but already strong enough that Elara could feel his terror and determination mixing together into protective fury that wanted to lock her away somewhere safe instead of letting her walk toward danger. I hate this plan, Aiden said for what was definitely the 100th time. I hate everything about it. Hate that you're staying behind. Hate that I'm leaving you to face 80 warriors alone. Hate that the only way to save everyone else is risking you. I know, Elara said, reaching up to cup his face, feeling the rough stubble that had grown overnight, the warmth of his skin, the way he leaned into her touch like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. But hating it doesn't make it wrong. This is the right strategy, Aiden. The only strategy that gives Sanctuary time to establish proper defenses. Strategy, he repeated bitterly. That word is starting to mean Elara does something suicidal while I'm supposed to trust it'll work out. I don't like what strategy has become. Despite everything, despite the fear and exhaustion and impending confrontation, Elara smiled. You know what I realized? 2 days ago, I was terrified of making decisions, of taking action, of doing anything except accepting what others chose for me. Now I'm choosing to face 80 warriors alone, and I'm not even questioning whether I can do it. That's growth, right? Terrifying, possibly fatal growth, but growth nonetheless. That's not funny, Aiden said, but his lips twitched with reluctant amusement. It's a little funny, Elara insisted. The rejected Omega everyone called broken is about to hunt coalition warriors like their prey. That's objectively hilarious in a cosmic justice kind of way. Aiden pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her in embrace that felt like he was trying to memorize the shape of her body, the way she fit against him, the sensation of holding his mate while she was still alive and whole. Come back to me, he said, voice rough with emotion. Whatever happens out there, whatever you have to do to survive, come back. I just found you. I just realized what you mean to me. I'm not ready to lose you. You won't, Elara promised, hoping it was true, praying her confidence wasn't just false bravado masking the terror churning in her stomach. I'm coming back, Aiden. We're mates. That means something, means fate chose us for each other, means the moon goddess has plans that require both of us alive. I have to believe that matters. They stood there for a moment longer, wrapped in each other, the mate bond pulsing between them like second heartbeat. Then Vera's whistle cut through the dawn, signal that coalition forces were close enough that Sanctuary needed to evacuate immediately. Time to go, Elara said, pulling away despite every instinct screaming to hold on, to forget the plan, to run with Aiden and let someone else be the hero for once. But she'd chosen this path, had declared she was done accepting what others decided for her, had promised to build sanctuary for wolves who didn't fit anywhere else. And promises mattered. Choices mattered. Standing your ground instead of running mattered. She watched Sanctuary scatter, 42 wolves plus Aiden and his original warriors, moving in 6 different directions with enough coordination to make tracking impossible for pursuers who'd have to choose which trail to follow. They moved with speed born from urgency and training, disappearing into the forest like ghosts, like they'd never been there at all. And Elara remained, alone in the clearing that had briefly been Sanctuary, preparing to face the coalition forces that wanted to cage or kill her. She didn't have to wait long. They emerged from the eastern forest with military precision that spoke of extensive training and coordination, 80 wolves moving in formation designed to contain and capture rather than immediately attack. At their head walked 3 alphas she recognized from yesterday's confrontation: her father, Alpha Theron from Silver Peak, and the younger Moonridge Alpha, whose name she still didn't know. But there was someone new with them. A female wolf who moved with authority that suggested she outranked even the alphas, whose presence made the air feel heavy with power that had nothing to do with physical strength. She was ancient, older even than Elder Maris, with white hair that fell past her shoulders and eyes that held centuries of accumulated knowledge. "The Flamebringer waits for us," the ancient female observed, her voice carrying easily across the clearing despite not being raised. Alone. Either incredibly brave or spectacularly foolish. Both, Elara said, letting silver fire flicker across her skin in casual display that announced she wasn't intimidated by numbers or authority or ancient wolves who radiated power like they'd been born in the moon goddess's palm. "I'm brave enough to face you and foolish enough to think I can make you understand why hunting me is mistake you'll regret." The ancient female's lips curved into something that might have been smile if it had contained any warmth. "I am Magistrate Cordelia. I speak with coalition authority that transcends individual pack politics. And I'm here to offer you one final choice, Flamebringer: submit to binding evaluation peacefully, or we take you by force and the process becomes significantly less pleasant." "Those aren't choices," Elara said, holding her ground even as 80 warriors spread out in containment formation that would make escape impossible if she tried to run. "Those are threats dressed up as options. Submit or suffer. Cooperate or face violence. That's not negotiation, that's coercion. Call it what you like," Magistrate Cordelia said with indifference that suggested she'd heard every argument before and remained unmoved. "The outcome is the same. You're too dangerous to be allowed freedom, too powerful to be trusted with autonomy, too valuable to be permitted to waste your gifts on ill-conceived sanctuaries for society's rejects. You will be bound. You will be trained properly. You will serve coalition interests under supervision that ensures you can't destabilize the careful balance we've maintained for centuries." She gestured, and the warriors tightened their formation, closing the circle slowly but inexorably. "Your defectors have scattered. Your rogue alpha mate has fled. You're alone, outnumbered, and exhausted from yesterday's battles. There's no dramatic rescue coming. No last-minute intervention. Just reality, one Flamebringer against 80 trained warriors, and a magistrate whose authority has never been successfully challenged." "You're right," Elara said, surprising them. "I am alone. I am outnumbered. I am exhausted from fighting battles I never asked for but keep being forced into. But you know what else I am?" She let the silver fire blaze brighter, Let it illuminate the clearing with light that made shadows dance and made every wolf present remember exactly what she could do when properly motivated. I'm done. Done running, done defending, done trying to make you understand through words that clearly aren't working. You want to bind me? Want to cage divine gifts because they make you uncomfortable? Then let me show you exactly why your ancestors eliminated Flamebringers in the first place. The fire exploded outward in a wave that made every coalition warrior step back involuntarily, that made even Magistrate Cordelia's expression flicker with something that might have been concern. Not hot enough to burn, not yet, but bright enough that everyone understood this was warning, demonstration of power barely restrained. I can reveal truth, Elara said, her voice resonating with harmonics the fire added. I can burn away lies until there's nothing left but reality you can't ignore. So let's start with you, Magistrate Cordelia. Let's see what truths you're hiding beneath that ancient authority. She directed the fire toward the magistrate specifically, letting it wrap around the ancient wolf without touching, creating a cocoon of silver light that made visible everything Cordelia tried to keep hidden. And what the fire revealed made Elara's breath catch, made rage surge through her so intensely the flames nearly escaped her control. Cordelia wasn't just coalition authority. She was the architect. The wolf who'd designed the binding protocols 3 centuries ago, who'd created the magic that had caged Elara for 15 years, who'd systematically eliminated Flamebringer bloodlines through strategic binding and forced dilution of genetics. She was the reason Flamebringers had nearly gone extinct. The reason Elara had suffered. The reason countless children had been bound and broken and made to believe they were defective when they were actually just suppressed. You, Elara breathed, and the fire blazed hotter in response to rage she no longer had to contain. You created this. You designed the binding that tortured me for 15 years. You're the one who decided Flamebringers were too dangerous to exist. Cordelia's expression didn't change, didn't show guilt or remorse or anything except cold calculation. I did what was necessary for pack stability. Flamebringers were chaos incarnate, answering only to the moon goddess, wielding power that couldn't be controlled through normal authority, revealing truths that destabilized carefully maintained hierarchies. Eliminating the bloodline was mercy compared to the wars that would have erupted if we'd let your kind continue unchecked. Mercy, Elara repeated, and bitter laughter escaped her. You call binding children mercy? You call 15 years of torture mercy? You call making me believe I was broken, that I was defective and worthless and fundamentally wrong. You call that mercy? I call it pragmatic, Cordelia said coldly. Your individual suffering was unfortunate, but necessary cost of maintaining order that benefits thousands of wolves. Sometimes, Flamebringer, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Your pain prevented wars. Your binding maintained stability. That's the bargain civilization requires, individuals sacrificing for collective good. The words hit Elara like physical blows, not because they were convincing but because they revealed exactly how Cordelia thought, how coalition authority operated, how wolves could commit atrocities while believing they were heroes maintaining necessary order. And something inside Elara snapped. Not the mate bond, not her connection to her wolf, but the last fragile restraint that had kept her from becoming what they feared. You want chaos? Elara asked, and her voice had gone quiet, dangerous, weighted with promise that made several coalition warriors shift nervously. You want to see what happens when Flamebringers are unleashed without restraint? When divine gifts are wielded by someone who's been tortured enough that mercy looks like weakness. She pulled the fire back, condensing it until it blazed white-hot in her palms, until the air around her shimmered with heat that suggested she was holding back apocalypse through sheer force of will. Let me show you exactly what you created when you bound me. Let me demonstrate why elimination was safer than suppression, why your ancestors chose genocide over hoping cages would hold. Take her, Cordelia commanded, and the warriors moved as one coordinated assault designed to overwhelm through sheer numbers, to capture before Elara could fully manifest whatever she was threatening. They made it 3 steps before the ground erupted in silver flame. Elara had called fire before, truth-revealing flames, defensive barriers, healing light that mended wounds. But this was different. This was fire that responded to rage unchecked, to pain finally acknowledged, to 15 years of suppressed fury that had been compressed and bound and forced into impossible smallness until it became diamond-hard and absolutely lethal. The flames burst from the earth itself, creating wall of heat and light that separated Elara from coalition forces, that made approaching her physically impossible without burning. But more than that, the fire revealed. Made visible every lie, every cruel choice, every moment of cowardice disguised as necessary pragmatism. Coalition warriors saw themselves reflected in the flames, saw the times they'd hurt weaker wolves because hierarchy said they could, saw the cruelties they'd justified as maintaining order, saw every compromise with conscience that had brought them to this moment. Attacking a 21-year-old female who'd done nothing except refuse to be caged. Several of them stopped advancing, backed away from the flames with expressions suggesting they were questioning every choice that had led here, every order they'd followed, without asking whether obedience was actually virtue or just convenient excuse for avoiding moral responsibility. "Don't falter," Cordelia commanded, power rolling off her in waves that suggested she was more than just ancient wolf with authority. "She's using psychological warfare, making you feel guilty for maintaining necessary order. Remember your training. Remember that Flamebringers are manipulators who use truth as weapon against those trying to protect pack society." But her words rang hollow against what the flames revealed. Because truth wasn't manipulation, truth was truth, uncomfortable and unavoidable and absolutely damning for wolves who'd spent careers justifying cruelty as necessary pragmatism. Elara watched coalition unity fracture, watched warriors question and hesitate and realize they'd been lied to about what they were really doing here. And she felt no satisfaction, no triumph, just bone-deep exhaustion and the terrible knowledge that she was becoming exactly what they'd feared, dangerous not because she wanted violence, but because they'd given her no other option. "Last chance," Elara said, her voice carrying across the clearing despite the roar of flames. "Turn back. Return to your packs. Tell coalition leaders that binding Flamebringers costs more than tolerating our autonomy. Because this," she gestured at the fire blazing around her, "this is me being merciful. This is me showing restraint. If you force me to actually defend myself, if you make me fight for real instead of just demonstrating what I could do, you won't like what emerges." "She's bluffing," Cordelia said, but there was uncertainty in her ancient eyes now, recognition that maybe, possibly, she'd miscalculated how much power one freed Flamebringer could actually wield. "She's exhausted, outnumbered, maintaining that fire display is draining her reserves. Press the attack and she'll collapse." But even as Cordelia spoke, Elara felt something shift inside her chest, not the mate bond, not her wolf, but connection to power she'd never fully accessed before. The flames weren't draining her. They were sustaining her, feeding energy back into her body rather than consuming it, creating feedback loop where the more she burned the stronger she became. This was what her ancestors could do. This was why they'd been eliminated. Not because they were inherently destructive, but because their power grew in response to need, manifested in whatever form the situation required, operated on principles that normal wolves couldn't predict or counter. Flamebringers weren't chaos. They were adaptation. Divine gifts that responded to pressure by becoming whatever was necessary for survival. And right now, with 80 warriors trying to cage her and ancient magistrate who'd designed the binding that had tortured her for 15 years, what was necessary was making them understand that hunting her cost more than any of them wanted to pay. "You want me to collapse?" Elara asked, and she let the fire blaze even brighter, let it spread across the clearing in patterns that created maze only she could navigate. "You want me exhausted and vulnerable? Then let me show you what happens when Flamebringers stop restraining themselves. When we embrace what we are instead of trying to fit into shapes that were never meant for us." She moved into the flames, not avoiding them, but walking through like they were extensions of her own body, like fire and flesh were the same substance, just expressing differently. And as she moved, the flames moved with her, creating barriers that separated coalition warriors from each other, that isolated individuals so they couldn't coordinate, that transformed military formation into confused chaos where nobody could see more than a few feet in any direction. "This is your maze now," Elara said, her voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, echoing through the flames with distortion that made pinpointing her location impossible. "Your trap. Your containment strategy turned against you. Every step you take might lead toward me, or might lead you deeper into fire that reveals every truth you've tried to hide. Every choice might bring you closer to capture, or might expose you to flames that show exactly what kind of wolf you really are beneath the authority and training." She heard them calling to each other, desperate attempts to regroup, to coordinate, to maintain formation that had been shattered by fire maze they couldn't navigate. Coalition discipline was crumbling, replaced by individual survival instinct that prioritized escape over capture, getting out alive over completing the mission. Elara moved through the flames like predator stalking prey, using her connection to the fire to track coalition warriors who thought they were hunting her. She wasn't attacking, not yet, not unless they forced her hand, but she was teaching, demonstrating, making them understand viscerally what their minds couldn't seem to grasp intellectually. Flamebringers weren't victims to be caged. They were forces that reshaped battlefields according to their needs, that turned predators into prey, that made the very concept of containment into joke for wolves foolish enough to try. She found her father first, trapped in section of the maze where flames burned brighter, where truth fire revealed every failure and compromise that had defined his time as Crescent Shadow Alpha. He looked small suddenly, diminished by the weight of choices he'd made, by the recognition that binding his own daughter had been easier than teaching her, that pragmatism had been excuse for cowardice. "Elara," he breathed when she materialized from the flames, his eyes wide with fear and something that might have been awe. "Please. I'm sorry. We were wrong, I was wrong. The binding, the years of making you believe you were broken, all of it. We were terrified of what you might become, and we let that fear justify torture. But you don't have to do this. Don't have to become the monster we feared just to prove a point." "I'm not becoming a monster," Elara said quietly, keeping the flames around them but not attacking, not burning, just revealing. "I'm becoming what I always was, what you bound before I could discover it myself. This isn't corruption or chaos. This is me. This is what Flamebringers are when we're not caged by wolves who mistake power for danger." She moved closer, let him see her clearly through the flames, let him understand that she wasn't mindless force or divine punishment. She was his daughter, powerful and hurt, and absolutely done accepting that hurt was necessary cost of his comfort. "Go home, father," Elara said. "Tell coalition leaders that I'm alive, I'm free, and I'm not coming back. Tell them hunting me means facing fire they can't control, truth they can't suppress, power that grows stronger the harder they push against it. Tell them," she paused, making sure he understood the weight of what she was saying, "tell them that if they leave me alone, I'll leave them alone. But if they keep trying to cage me, I'll burn away every lie that lets them rule through fear. I'll expose every alpha who maintains authority through suppression. I'll reveal every corrupt system that crushes the vulnerable to maintain order." Her father stared at her for a long moment, processing the ultimatum, understanding that she wasn't threatening violence so much as promising accountability. Then, slowly, he nodded. "I'll tell them." But Elara, Cordelia won't stop. She's not just coalition authority. She's the architect of everything, the original designer of binding magic. Letting you go free means admitting her life's work was wrong, that centuries of eliminating Flamebringers was atrocity rather than necessary pragmatism. She'll come after you again, and next time she'll bring forces you can't fight alone. "Then I won't be alone," Elara said simply. "I have allies. I have sanctuary full of wolves who've been rejected by systems Cordelia designed. I have mate whose connection makes me stronger than I could ever be by myself. And I have power that keeps manifesting in new ways, that adapts to whatever threats I face, that makes me more dangerous the more desperately they try to eliminate me. She gestured, and the flames parted, creating clear path that would lead her father out of the maze, back toward Ironwood territory, away from confrontation that had already proven coalition couldn't win through traditional warfare. Go. Take any warriors who've realized this was mistake. Leave the ones who still believe binding me is righteous cause. They can learn what happens when you corner divine gifts that were never meant to be tame. Her father hesitated, clearly torn between alpha duty to complete the mission and paternal instinct to protect his daughter, even if that meant protecting her from coalition forces he'd helped organize. Finally, the father won. He moved toward the path she'd created, pausing at its edge to look back at her one last time. I do love you, he said quietly. I know that doesn't erase 15 years of binding, doesn't excuse what we did, doesn't make anything right. But I need you to know, we loved you even while we hurt you. That contradiction is something I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. I know, Elara said, and she did. Understanding didn't equal forgiveness, acknowledgement didn't erase damage, but knowing they'd loved her while making terrible choices, somehow that made it both better and worse simultaneously. Now go. Before Cordelia realizes I'm letting people escape and decides that makes me weak. He went, disappearing into the flames and emerging on the other side, calling to any coalition warriors who could hear him that retreat was authorized, that continuing this confrontation served no purpose except proving what they already knew. The Flamebringer was too powerful to be easily bound. About 20 warriors followed him. 20 out of 80, choosing survival and conscience over completing a mission that had been doomed from the moment Elara decided to stand her ground instead of running. That left 60. 60 wolves plus Cordelia, all believing they could still complete the binding if they just tried harder, pushed further, accepted whatever costs came with caging power that had been systematically eliminated for good reason. Elara let the fire maze dissolve, pulling the flames back into concentrated sphere that blazed in her palms like captured star. The remaining coalition warriors regrouped quickly, discipline reasserting itself now that the maze was gone, formation reestablishing with practiced efficiency. But their confidence was shaken. Elara could see it in their eyes, could sense their uncertainty through the way they moved, careful, hesitant, recognizing that traditional combat tactics didn't apply to Wolf, who wielded fire that revealed truth and adapted to whatever she needed. Cordelia stood at formation's center, her ancient face carved from stone, no trace of doubt or fear or anything except grim determination to complete what she'd started 3 centuries ago. Impressive display, the magistrate said coldly. You've eliminated the weak-willed, the ones who value conscience over duty. Now we're left with true believers, wolves who understand that your individual autonomy matters less than collective stability, that caging one dangerous wolf prevents countless future tragedies. You really believe that, Elara said, studying the ancient wolf who'd caused so much suffering while believing she was preventing it. You genuinely think binding children is heroic. That eliminating bloodlines is mercy. That your pragmatism is actually virtue rather than convenient excuse for avoiding the hard work of building systems that can accommodate power instead of requiring its suppression. I believe in civilization, Cordelia corrected. In order that allows wolves to live together without constant warfare, in hierarchy that prevents chaos, in suppression of dangerous elements that threaten carefully maintained balance. Your gifts are beautiful, Flamebringer. Powerful. Absolutely terrifying. But they're also incompatible with pack society as it exists. You represent chaos, not intentionally perhaps, but inevitably. And chaos must be contained or everything collapses. She gestured, and the 60 remaining warriors spread out in new formation, not containment circle but assault pattern, designed to attack from multiple angles simultaneously, to overwhelm through coordinated strikes that couldn't all be countered at once. Last chance, Cordelia said. Submit peacefully and the binding will be gentle. We'll preserve your consciousness, your personality, just suppress the gifts that make you dangerous. You'll still be you, just safer. Controlled. Managed in ways that let you exist without threatening everything we've built. That's not being me, Elara said quietly, and she felt her power surge in response to renewed threat, felt fire blaze brighter as it prepared to defend against assault she couldn't avoid. That's being what you need me to be. Shaped and suppressed and controlled until I fit into cage you think is necessary. And I already spent 15 years in that cage, Cordelia. I'm not going back. Then you've chosen pain, Cordelia said with something that almost sounded like regret. I wish you'd been reasonable. I wish you'd understood that this is mercy compared to what comes next. But if you insist on resistance. She didn't finish the sentence. Didn't need to. The warriors attacked as one, 60 wolves moving with coordination that suggested they'd trained for exactly this scenario, that they'd developed strategies specifically designed to overwhelm Flamebringer defenses. And Elara burned. Not defensively, not with restraint, but with everything she had, fire that erupted from her body like explosion, like star-going supernova, like divine wrath manifesting through mortal vessel that had been suppressed too long and was finally, catastrophically free. The flames consumed everything. Not fatally, she still held enough control to avoid actually killing coalition warriors who were just following orders, but completely. Fire that burned away armor and pretense and carefully maintained discipline, that reduced military formation to scattered individuals who could barely see through the inferno, who couldn't coordinate, who were fighting for survival rather than trying to capture one Flamebringer. Elara moved through the chaos like a avenging angel, using her connection to fire to track warriors who'd scattered, to disable rather than kill, to teach without destroying. She wasn't trying to win through slaughter, she was trying to win through demonstration, through making them understand that she could kill them if she chose, but was choosing mercy instead. Choosing to be better than the fear that had tried to eliminate her. But Cordelia wasn't retreating. The ancient magistrate stood at the Inferno's heart, power rolling off her in waves that suggested she was far more than just elderly wolf with authority. She was weaving magic, complex patterns that Elara recognized with shock as binding protocols, as the same spells that had caged her for 15 years. Cordelia was trying to bind her again. Right here, in the middle of battle, while Elara was distracted fighting 60 warriors. The magistrate was attempting to recreate what had been done when Elara was 6, to force suppression on Wolf, who was now fully aware and absolutely opposed to being caged again. No, Elara snarled, and she directed the fire specifically toward Cordelia, flames that didn't just burn but unraveled, that tore apart the binding magic as fast as it was being woven. That countered 3 centuries of accumulated knowledge with instinctive understanding of how power worked when it was divine gift rather than learned skill. The two forces collided, binding magic versus Flamebringer fire, suppression versus liberation, centuries of systematic elimination versus one furious wolf who refused to be caged again. And Elara's fire won. Not easily. Not without cost. The effort of countering binding magic while maintaining the inferno that kept coalition warriors scattered was draining her faster than the feedback loop could sustain. She could feel exhaustion creeping in, feel her control slipping as energy reserves that had seemed infinite started approaching their actual limits. She couldn't maintain this much longer. Minutes, maybe. Then she'd collapse and coalition forces would have their chance to bind her while she was too exhausted to resist. But she didn't need to win. She just needed to survive long enough that coalition forces understood the cost, that they recognized continuing this confrontation would destroy them even if they eventually succeeded in binding her. Enough. Cordelia's voice cut through the chaos, carrying authority that made even the inferno seem to pause. Retreat. All warriors, withdraw to rally point. This battle is lost. The remaining coalition warriors didn't need to be told twice. They fled through the flames, accepting burns that would scar rather than staying to fight Wolf, who'd proven she could destroy them if she stopped showing restraint. Within minutes, the clearing was empty except for Elara and Cordelia, standing in circle of fire that blazed between them like physical barrier. "You've won today," Cordelia said, her ancient face carved from stone, but her eyes holding something that might have been respect beneath the fury. "But this isn't over, Flamebringer. I'll return with more forces, better strategies, magic specifically designed to counter your gifts. And eventually, through sheer persistence and accumulated knowledge, I will bind you. Because that's what I do. I solve problems that threaten pack society. And you, with all your power and noble intentions, are the biggest problem our kind has faced in 3 centuries. Then you'll keep learning what it costs to try," Elara said, her voice rough with exhaustion, but still carrying conviction that wouldn't break no matter how tired she became. "You'll keep losing warriors who realize they're fighting for wrong side. You'll keep having your lies exposed by truth fire that makes visible what you try to hide. You'll keep facing Flamebringer, who gets stronger every time you try to cage her, who learns from every confrontation, who becomes exactly what you fear because you leave no other option except dangerous resistance." She let the fire dim slightly, just enough that Cordelia could retreat without being burned. "So go. Return to your coalition. Tell them I'm alive and free and building sanctuary for every wolf they've rejected. Tell them that hunting me means facing fire they can't control. Tell them," she paused, making sure the ancient magistrate understood the weight of her next words. "Tell them that 3 centuries of eliminating Flamebringers was always going to fail. Because you can't kill divine gifts, Cordelia. You can only make them angry enough that when they finally emerge, they burn away everything corrupt in the systems you built." Cordelia held her gaze for a long moment, ancient eyes meeting young ones, centuries of accumulated authority recognizing that it had finally met power that wouldn't be suppressed through traditional means. Then, slowly, the magistrate bowed her head, not submission, but acknowledgement. Recognition that Elara had earned respect through combat, that she was no longer child to be bound but forced to be negotiated with. "Until next time, Flamebringer," Cordelia said. "And there will be a next time. This I promise you." "I know," Elara said simply. "I'll be ready." Cordelia withdrew, disappearing into the forest with speed that belied her ancient age, leaving Elara alone in clearing that was scarred and burned and transformed by fire that had blazed here. And the moment the magistrate was gone, the moment Elara was certain she was truly alone, her legs gave out completely. She collapsed to her knees, then to the ground, exhaustion that had been held at bay through sheer willpower finally overwhelming her completely. She'd won. Had faced 80 coalition warriors and ancient magistrate and survived. Had proven that Flamebringers couldn't be easily bound, that hunting her cost more than tolerating her autonomy, that she was exactly as dangerous as they'd always feared, but for different reasons than they'd imagined. But victory felt hollow lying in burned clearing while her body screamed with exhaustion and pain from channeling more power than she'd ever attempted before. "Elara." Aiden's voice cut through the fog of exhaustion, and then he was there, dropping to his knees beside her, his hands frantically checking for injuries while the mate bond hummed with his terror and relief. "Goddess, Elara, I felt everything through our connection, felt your power surge, felt the confrontation, felt you nearly collapse. I came back as fast as I could, but you were supposed to stay with Sanctuary," Elara managed, her voice barely audible. "We're supposed to help them establish defenses while I led Coalition away." "Sanctuary is fine," Aiden said, and there was no apology in his voice for disobeying the plan. "Vera and Torin have everything under control. But you faced 80 warriors alone, fought a magistrate, channeled enough power to scar this entire clearing. Did you really think I'd stay away when our mate bond was screaming that you were in danger?" "Fair point," Elara admitted, letting herself relax into his touch, letting the mate bond soothe some of the exhaustion and pain. "Did I win? Or did I just delay inevitable? I can't tell anymore." You won, Aiden said firmly, pulling her into his lap, cradling her like she was something precious that needed protection. You made coalition forces retreat. You proved Flamebringers can't be easily bound. You bought Sanctuary time to establish proper defenses. That's victory, Elara. Complete, absolute victory. Doesn't feel like it, Elara said, exhaustion making her honest in ways she wouldn't have been otherwise. Feels like I just painted bigger target on myself. Made Cordelia personal mission to bind me. Ensured coalition will come back with more forces, better strategies, specific magic designed to counter my gifts. Probably, Aiden agreed, his hand stroking through her hair with gentleness that made her chest tight. But that's tomorrow's problem. Today, you survived. Today, you proved you're not victim to be caged or threat to be eliminated. You're force that reshapes battlefields, that makes predators into prey, that becomes exactly what the situation requires. That matters, Elara. That changes everything. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, and the mate bond hummed with love and pride and protective fury that promised he'd fight beside her through whatever came next. Now let me get you back to Sanctuary. Let you rest and heal and recover from channeling power that should have killed you, but somehow just made you stronger. And tomorrow we figure out how to build something that lasts, that protects every wolf coalition has rejected, that proves the rejected and broken and insufficient are actually strong enough to change the realm. Tomorrow, Elara agreed, letting herself be lifted, letting Aiden carry her through forest toward Sanctuary she'd bought with fire and fury and refusal to accept that binding was inevitable. But Aiden, yes, thank you. For coming back. For not staying away just because the plan said you should. For being exactly what I needed when I needed it most. Always, Aiden promised. That's what mates do, we show up for each other, even when it's not strategic, even when it complicates carefully laid plans. You're stuck with me now, Flamebringer. Through every battle, every impossible choice, every moment when you need someone to remind you that you're not facing this alone. And carried through the forest toward Sanctuary, while the mate bond hummed between them, and the realm tried to process what had just happened, Elara finally let herself believe it. She'd survived. Had won. Had proven that some wolves shouldn't be caged because the cost of trying was higher than anyone wanted to pay. The Flamebringer had burned. And the realm would never be quite the same. Sanctuary at night was different from what Elara had imagined during those desperate moments in the clearing when she'd named it. She'd pictured something temporary, crude shelters, makeshift defenses, wolves huddled together more out of necessity than genuine community. But what Vera and Torin had built in the hours since coalition confrontation was something else entirely. The clearing they'd chosen had been transformed. Proper shelters lined the perimeter, constructed with speed that spoke of desperate efficiency, but designed with care that suggested they were building for permanence rather than just survival. A central fire pit blazed at the camp's heart, surrounded by stones arranged in circle that created gathering space. And everywhere Elara looked, she saw wolves working together, not according to pack hierarchy or designation requirements, but based on skill and need and willingness to contribute. This was what Sanctuary actually meant. Not just refuge from pursuit, but place where wolves could exist without constantly proving their worth, without fear that one mistake would get them cast out, without the crushing weight of designation determining every aspect of their lives. Impressive, right? Aiden said quietly, helping Elara toward the central fire, where Vera was coordinating supply distribution. They've been working nonstop since we evacuated. Every wolf contributing what they can, nobody pulling rank or demanding special treatment. It's what pack society could be if we stripped away the hierarchy that crushes wolves into shapes they were never meant to fit. Elara nodded, too exhausted for words, letting herself be guided to seat near the fire where warmth could seep into bones that felt frozen despite the flames she'd been wielding hours ago. The defectors' Sanctuary wolves now, she supposed, looked up as she approached, their expressions ranging from awe to concern to gratitude that she'd bought them time to establish this place. The Flamebringer returns, Vera said with satisfaction that crinkled her scars into new patterns. Alive, victorious, and only moderately destroyed by channeling enough power to scar an entire clearing. I'd call that a win. How many did we lose? Elara asked, the question that had been haunting her during the journey back. How many coalition warriors did I? None, Vera interrupted firmly. You disabled, you scattered, you terrified into reconsidering their life choices. But you didn't kill anyone, Elara. Even when they were trying to bind you, even when ancient magistrate was weaving suppression magic, you chose mercy over slaughter. That matters. Does it? Elara asked, exhaustion making her honest in ways that felt dangerous. I still hurt them. Still used fire that burned and revealed truths they weren't ready to face. The fact that I didn't kill anyone doesn't erase the damage I caused. The damage they caused themselves, Torin corrected, his massive frame somehow looking gentle as he crouched beside the fire. By choosing to hunt you, by deciding your autonomy mattered less than their comfort, by participating in a system that binds children because adults fear what they might become. You didn't create that damage, Elara. You just made it visible. Sable approached carrying something wrapped in cloth food, Elara realized with surprise, her stomach growling despite the nausea that came with extreme exhaustion. You need to eat, the young wolf said, her voice carrying concern that felt almost maternal despite her age. Vera says channeling that much power without proper fuel is how Flamebringers used to burn out, literally consuming themselves when external energy wasn't sufficient. Elara accepted the food automatically, forcing herself to eat despite her body's protests. The bread was fresh, still warm from whatever improvised oven they'd constructed. The meat was seasoned with herbs she didn't recognize, but that tasted better than anything she'd eaten in days. Simple food, but prepared with care that suggested Sanctuary wasn't just surviving, they were creating something that felt almost like home. Where did all this come from? Elara asked between bites, gesturing at the supplies that seemed too abundant for wolves who'd fled with minimal possessions. Contributions, Vera said with small smile. Turns out your confrontation with coalition forces didn't go unnoticed. Several nearby packs, smaller ones that have been crushed by coalition politics for years, sent supplies. Food, tools, materials for shelter construction. Nothing official, nothing they'd admit to have questioned, but enough to help us establish proper sanctuary instead of just desperate camp. They're supporting us, Elara said slowly, the implications dawning. Even though it means defying coalition authority, even though it risks retaliation, they're helping because they agree with what we're trying to build. They're helping because you proved it's possible to resist, Aiden corrected, settling beside her close enough that their shoulders touched, that the mate bond could hum comfortingly between them. You stood against 80 coalition warriors and ancient magistrate, and you survived. That's not just personal victory. That's proof that coalition authority isn't absolute, that wolves who resist don't automatically lose. You gave them hope, Elara. The kind that inspires action instead of just passive wishing things were different. The weight of that responsibility settled onto Elara's shoulders, heavier than exhaustion, more crushing than the physical toll of channeling so much power. Sanctuary wasn't just about the 40-some wolves who defected directly. It was about every wolf who was watching, who was seeing that resistance was possible, who might make their own choices to leave systems that crushed them if they believed they could survive outside traditional pack structure. I don't know how to be that, Elara admitted quietly. Don't know how to be symbol or inspiration or whatever they need me to be. I'm just trying to survive. Trying to build something where I don't have to constantly prove I deserve to exist. I don't know how to carry everyone else's hopes on top of that. Then don't, Vera said bluntly. Don't try to be perfect symbol or flawless leader or whatever impossible standard you're holding yourself to. Just be you, messy and powerful and figuring things out as you go. That's what actually inspires people, Elara. Not perfection, but authenticity. Seeing someone struggle and persist anyway. That's what gives others courage to make their own impossible choices. Before Elara could respond, before she could process Vera's words or the emotions they triggered, movement at Sanctuary's perimeter caught her attention. The wolves on watch were signaling, not alarm exactly, but alert that someone was approaching who required leadership attention. Aiden was on his feet instantly, protective instincts flaring through the mate bond. Who? Unknown, Torin reported, moving toward the perimeter with speed that belied his size. Single wolf, moving carefully but not trying to hide approach. Wants to be seen, wants to talk. Could be coalition scout, could be something else. I'll handle it, Elara said, pushing herself to her feet despite her body's protests. She was Sanctuary's de facto leader, not through formal position or designation hierarchy, but because wolves had followed her here, had trusted her judgment, had bet their futures on her ability to build something better than what they'd left behind. That meant she couldn't hide behind others when unknown wolves approached. The stranger waited at the tree line where Sanctuary's cleared space met forest female wolf, older than Elara but not ancient, with silver-shot brown hair and eyes that held centuries of accumulated knowledge despite relatively young appearance. She wore simple traveling clothes, carried no weapons, moved with careful deference that suggested she understood she was in someone else's territory without permission. Flamebringer, the stranger said, bowing her head in gesture that was respect rather than submission. I apologize for approaching after dark, for arriving without announcement, for any threat my presence represents. But I have information you need. Information about what Magistrate Cordelia is planning, about why Flamebringers were really eliminated, about truths that have been buried for 3 centuries. Who are you? Aiden demanded, positioning himself between Elara and the stranger with protective instinct that would have been annoying if it wasn't so clearly rooted in mate bond concern. My name is Miriam, the stranger said, meeting Elara's eyes rather than Aiden's. I was Cordelia's apprentice 2 centuries ago. I helped her design binding protocols, helped her identify Flamebringer bloodlines for elimination, helped her build the system that caged you for 15 years. And I'm here because I can't live with that anymore. Because watching you fight today, watching you choose mercy when you could have chosen slaughter, made me realize that everything Cordelia taught me was lie built on fear that was never justified. The clearing went silent. Every Sanctuary wolf within earshot had stopped what they were doing, attention fixed on stranger who'd just admitted to participating in centuries of systematic elimination. Several looked ready to attack, to drive out wolf who'd helped cage Flamebringers before Elara had even been born. Why should we trust you? Vera asked, her scarred face set in expression that suggested she was seconds away from violence. You helped Cordelia for 2 centuries. You participated in binding children, in eliminating bloodlines, in creating system that tortured Elara. What could you possibly say that would make us believe you've suddenly developed conscience? Nothing, Miriam admitted, her voice steady despite the hostile audience. I can't prove my intentions are genuine. Can't demonstrate that my regret is real rather than strategic deception. All I can do is offer information, truth that Cordelia kept buried, knowledge about why Flamebringers were really eliminated, understanding of what your gifts actually mean beyond the propaganda we spread for centuries. She took a step forward, and immediately 3 Sanctuary wolves moved to intercept, hands on weapons, bodies positioned to defend Elara if this was attack disguised as confession. But Miriam stopped immediately, hands visible, posture non-threatening. Flamebringers weren't eliminated because you were dangerous to pack society, Miriam said, her ancient eyes locked on Elara's. You were eliminated because you were dangerous to pack leaders. Because your truth fire revealed corruption, because your abilities couldn't be controlled through normal hierarchy, because you answered to Moon Goddess rather than Alpha Authority. But more than that, she paused, choosing her next words carefully. You were eliminated because Cordelia discovered something 3 centuries ago that terrified her more than any chaos Flamebringers might cause. What? Elara asked, Unable to help herself despite knowing this could be manipulation, despite recognizing that trusting someone who'd participated in her binding was probably foolish. Flamebringers don't just reveal truth, Miriam said, her voice dropping lower, weighted with revelation that felt world-shaking. You don't just burn away lies or manifest fire that adapts to your needs. Your real gift, the one Cordelia suppressed because it threatened everything she'd built, is that you can rewrite pack bonds themselves. Can break mate connections that have gone toxic. Can forge new bonds between wolves who choose each other rather than being chosen by fate. Can fundamentally restructure how our kind relates to each other, how hierarchy functions, how power flows through pack society. The words hung in the air like physical weight, pressing down on every wolf present. Elara felt her breath catch, felt her mind scrambling to process what Miriam was really saying. Flamebringers could rewrite bonds. Could break and forge connections that were supposed to be fate-determined, moon goddess chosen, absolutely immutable. They could fundamentally alter the structure of wolf society in ways that went beyond just revealing corruption. They could actually change how packs functioned at their most basic level. That's impossible, Aiden said, but there was uncertainty in his voice. Pack bonds are sacred. Mate connections are divine gifts. You can't rewrite what the moon goddess has ordained. Can't you? Miriam asked, and her gaze found Elara again. You felt the mate bond snap into place between you and Shadowborn, didn't you? But it didn't form immediately when you met. It waited. Formed when you were ready, when the binding was broken, when you'd chosen each other through actions rather than just accepting what fate handed you. That's not normal, Flamebringer. Mate bonds don't wait. They don't consider readiness or choice. They just form, immediately and completely, binding wolves together whether they want it or not. Elara's hand found Aiden's automatically, the mate bond humming between them in response to the implication that what they had might be different from normal fate-determined connections. What are you saying? I'm saying you chose him, Miriam said gently. Not fate, not the moon goddess's predetermined plan. Your power recognized that he mattered, that he'd earned your trust and partnership, that the connection between you was genuine rather than just convenient biology. So your gifts manifested mate bond that was choice rather than obligation. Bond that formed because you wanted it, not because fate demanded it. The revelation crashed through Elara like wave, reshaping everything she thought she understood about herself, her gifts, her relationship with Aiden. They weren't just mates because fate said so, they were mates because she'd chosen him, because her power had manifested bond that reflected authentic connection rather than imposed obligation. This is why Cordelia eliminated your kind, Miriam continued, her voice gaining urgency. Not because Flamebringers were chaotic or dangerous or uncontrollable. But because if wolves could choose their bonds, could forge connections based on genuine partnership rather than fate's random assignments, the entire structure of pack society would collapse. Alpha authority depends on mate bonds being immutable, on designated pairs accepting their connections even when they're toxic or unsuitable. But if Flamebringers could break bad bonds and forge good ones, then designation hierarchy becomes meaningless, Vera finished, understanding dawning across her scarred face. Because wolves wouldn't accept alpha authority that depends on forced mate connections, wouldn't tolerate being paired with partners they didn't choose, wouldn't submit to systems that value fate over genuine partnership. Exactly, Miriam confirmed. Cordelia realized that Flamebringers weren't just truth speakers or fire wielders. You were architects of consent, wolves who could make choice possible in system built on obligation. And that was unforgivable to leaders whose power depended on wolves accepting what fate gave them instead of demanding something better. Elara felt something shift inside her chest, not the mate bond, not her wolf, but understanding crystallizing into certainty. This was why her ancestors had been eliminated. Not for being dangerous, but for being liberating. For giving wolves agency over their own connections, for making genuine partnership possible instead of requiring acceptance of whatever fate assigned. And if Miriam was right, If Flamebringers could actually rewrite pack bonds, then Sanctuary wasn't just refuge for rejected wolves. It was laboratory for an entirely new kind of pack society, one built on choice rather than obligation, on genuine connection rather than imposed hierarchy. "Can you teach me?" Elara asked suddenly, the question escaping before she could fully think it through. "Can you show me how to use this gift? How to break toxic bonds and forge chosen ones? How to restructure connections in ways that make genuine partnership possible?" Miriam's expression flickered, hope mixing with old grief mixing with determination that suggested she'd been waiting for exactly this question. "I can try. But Elara, using this gift is dangerous in ways that combat fire and truth-revealing aren't. Breaking pack bonds can damage wolves permanently if done incorrectly. Forging new connections without proper foundation can create dependencies that are worse than toxic mate pairs. This isn't power you can improvise through instinct. It requires training, precision, understanding of consequences that ripple through entire pack structures." "Then train me," Elara said firmly. "Teach me everything Cordelia knew and everything she kept hidden. Show me how to use this gift responsibly, carefully, in ways that liberate rather than just causing different kind of damage. Because if Flamebringers can actually give wolves choice over their bonds, then that's the most important thing we could possibly do. That's worth any risk, any consequence, any cost that comes with learning." "Including the cost when Cordelia discovers what you're learning?" Miriam asked quietly. "Because she will discover it, Flamebringer. She monitors her former apprentices, tracks wolves who might teach forbidden knowledge, eliminates anyone who threatens to reveal what she's kept hidden. Teaching you makes me target. Makes you bigger target than you already are. Makes Sanctuary into ground zero for confrontation that could destroy everything you're trying to build." "Then we prepare for that confrontation," Aiden said, moving to stand beside Elara with unity that made the mate bond hum. "We train, we learn, we build defenses that make Sanctuary strong enough to withstand whatever Cordelia brings. Because if what you're saying is true, if Flamebringers can actually restructure pack bonds, then that's worth fighting for. That's worth risking everything." He looked at Elara, his silver eyes blazing with conviction. "We can build something new here. Not just Sanctuary for rejected wolves, but actual alternative to pack society as it exists. Place where bonds are chosen rather than imposed, where hierarchy serves wolves instead of crushing them, where designation is acknowledgement rather than determination of worth. But only if you learn to wield this gift properly. Only if Miriam teaches you what Cordelia tried to bury." Elara felt tears prick her eyes, not from exhaustion or pain, but from overwhelming emotion at what Aiden was really saying. He believed in her. Believed in what they could build together. Believed enough to risk everything on possibility that Flamebringers could actually change fundamental structure of wolf society. "Okay," Elara said, turning back to Miriam. "Teach me. Show me how to break toxic bonds and forge chosen ones. Help me become what Cordelia feared, not because I want to destroy pack society, but because I want to transform it into something that actually serves wolves instead of requiring their submission." Miriam studied her for a long moment, ancient eyes seeing through skin and bone to whatever truth lived in Elara's core. Then, slowly, she bowed her head in gesture that was respect and acknowledgement, and something that looked almost like relief. "Then we begin tomorrow," Miriam said. "Tonight, you rest and recover from channeling combat fire. Tomorrow, you start learning what it really means to be Flamebringer, not just wielder of divine gifts, but architect of consent who can make choice possible in system built on obligation." She straightened, meeting Elara's eyes one more time. "But understand this. What I'm about to teach you will make Cordelia's elimination attempts look gentle by comparison. She spent 3 centuries suppressing this knowledge because she knew that Flamebringers who fully manifest their gifts can't be controlled, can't be contained, can't be eliminated without destroying pack society itself. You're about to become not just threat to coalition authority, but existential danger to every system that depends on wolves accepting imposed bonds instead of choosing their own connections. Good, Elara said, and silver fire flickered across her fingertips in response to her conviction. Let them fear what I might become. Let them understand that eliminating Flamebringers was always going to fail because you can't kill consent, can't suppress choice, can't bind wolves who were given divine gifts specifically to make liberation possible. She looked around at Sanctuary, at the 40-some wolves who'd chosen exile over obedience, at the defectors who'd decided conscience mattered more than pack loyalty, at the beginning of something that could genuinely transform how their kind related to each other. We're going to change everything, Elara said, and it wasn't threat or boast, just statement of fact, recognition of what had been set in motion the moment she'd refused to be bound. We're going to prove that wolves can thrive outside traditional structures. We're going to show that bonds chosen are stronger than bonds imposed. We're going to demonstrate that the rejected and broken and insufficient were actually just wolves who couldn't fit into systems that were designed wrong from the start. The assembled Sanctuary wolves began to cheer, not formally, not according to pack ritual, but spontaneously, with genuine enthusiasm that spoke of hope rather than just desperate survival. They'd followed her into exile, had trusted her judgment, had bet their futures on possibility that she could build something better than what they'd left behind. And now they were learning that bet might actually pay off in ways none of them had imagined. Elara let herself smile despite the exhaustion, despite the fear, despite the overwhelming responsibility of carrying everyone's hopes, while still figuring out who she was without the binding that had defined her for 15 years. She'd survived coalition confrontation, had discovered mate bond that was chosen rather than imposed, had learned that her gifts went beyond fire and truth to actual restructuring of pack society itself. She'd become exactly what Cordelia feared, not through intention or ambition, but through refusing to accept that being powerful meant being dangerous, that wielding gifts meant requiring suppression, that some wolves had to be caged for others to feel safe. The Flamebringer had burned, had survived, and was about to learn that her fire could do more than destroy. It could rebuild, restructure, revolutionize everything their kind thought they understood about bonds and choice, and what it really meant to be wolf. But as the celebration continued around her, as Sanctuary wolves embraced their new understanding of what they were building, Elara caught movement at the forest's edge. Just for a moment, barely visible in the darkness beyond their firelight, she saw a figure watching. Ancient, powerful, radiating fury that made the air feel heavy despite the distance. Cordelia. Had to be. The magistrate who'd designed binding protocols, who'd eliminated Flamebringers for 3 centuries, who'd just discovered that her former apprentice had betrayed everything they'd built together. Their eyes met across the distance, and Elara saw promise in that ancient gaze. Promise of return. Promise of forces that would make today's 80 warriors look gentle. Promise that this revelation about Flamebringer gifts would accelerate rather than delay coalition response. Then the figure was gone, vanishing into forest like she'd never been there at all. But Elara felt the weight of that exchange, understood what it meant. The real war was just beginning. Coalition had been trying to bind her because they feared her combat abilities, her truth-revealing fire, her resistance to traditional authority. But now they'd fear something worse. They'd fear that she could actually dismantle pack society at its most fundamental level, that she could make choice possible in system built entirely on obligation. They'd fear that Flamebringers weren't just dangerous to corrupt leaders. They were dangerous to the very concept of imposed hierarchy, to designation that determined worth, to bonds that required acceptance instead of offering genuine partnership. They'd fear that she could burn away everything and leave space for something better to grow from the ashes. And they'd be absolutely right. Aiden, Elara said quietly, pulling him aside while Sanctuary wolves continued celebrating, while Miriam was welcomed properly into community she'd once helped oppress. Cordelia was here. Watching. She knows about Miriam, knows what I'm about to learn, knows that we're not just building Sanctuary, but actual alternative to pack society. I know, Aiden said, the mate bond carrying his awareness that danger had just escalated beyond anything they'd faced before. I felt her presence, felt the promise of what's coming. And? Elara asked, searching his face for doubt, for second thoughts, for any sign that maybe they should reconsider this path before it led somewhere they couldn't return from. And we keep building, Aiden said firmly, his hand finding hers, fingers intertwining with practiced ease. We train, we learn, we prepare for whatever Cordelia brings. Because you're right, this is worth fighting for. This is worth risking everything. The chance to restructure pack societies so wolves can choose their bonds, can forge genuine partnerships, can exist without designation hierarchy crushing them into shapes they were never meant to fit, that's worth any cost. He pulled her closer, the mate bond humming between them with love and determination and absolute certainty. Besides, we're not alone anymore. We have sanctuary. We have allies. We have knowledge that Cordelia tried to bury. And we have you, Flamebringer, who channels divine gifts, who survived binding and rejection and systematic torture, who chose to build rather than destroy even when destruction would have been justified. We have us, Elara corrected, leaning into his warmth. We're mates, Aiden. Chosen mates, according to Miriam. Connected not because fate demanded it, but because we decided each other mattered. That has to mean something, has to give us advantage that Cordelia can't predict or counter. It means everything, Aiden agreed, pressing kiss to her forehead. And tomorrow, when you start learning what Flamebringers can really do, when you begin manifesting gifts that go beyond fire to actual restructuring of bonds, we'll face it together. Whatever comes next, whatever Cordelia brings, whatever costs this revolution requires, we face it as partners who chose each other instead of just accepting what fate assigned. Elara felt something settle inside her chest, not quite peace, not with threat looming, but certainty. Purpose. Understanding that she'd found not just power, but genuine partnership, not just sanctuary, but home, not just survival, but actual meaning in choosing to fight for wolves who'd been crushed by systems designed wrong from the beginning. She'd been rejected. Had been bound and broken and told she was insufficient. Had been marked for elimination by coalition that feared what she represented. And now she was becoming exactly what they'd feared, not through malice or ambition, but through refusing to accept that being powerful meant being dangerous, that change required destruction, that some wolves had to be caged for others to feel safe. The Flamebringer had burned. Had survived. Had discovered gifts that went beyond fire to actual transformation of pack society. And tomorrow, she'd start learning how to wield those gifts in ways that made genuine choice possible for every wolf who'd been told to accept what fate gave them instead of demanding something better. The realm would never be the same. And Elara was done apologizing for that. The training began at dawn, before Sanctuary fully woke, in a clearing far enough from the main camp that Elara's inevitable mistakes wouldn't accidentally affect wolves who trusted her to keep them safe. Miriam had insisted on isolation, bond manipulation required absolute focus, and even minor errors could cause damage that rippled through entire pack structures in ways that couldn't be easily undone. The first rule, Miriam said, drawing symbols in the dirt with a stick that seemed too mundane for the knowledge it was transmitting, is that you never, ever attempt to manipulate bonds without understanding their full structure. Pack connections aren't simple threads you can cut or tie at will. They're living networks, breathing, adapting, responding to emotional states and physical proximity and 1,000 variables you can't fully predict. Elara studied the symbols, trying to commit them to memory even though they looked like nothing more than random scratches in morning light. But I've already affected bonds. The mate connection with Aiden, you said I chose that my power manifested it because I wanted it rather than because fate demanded it. You manifested it instinctively, Miriam corrected, adding more lines to her diagram. Your gifts recognized genuine partnership and responded by creating bond that reflected that reality. But instinct and intention are different things, Flamebringer. What you did with Shadowborn was like a child accidentally speaking a word in a language they don't understand. Powerful, yes, but not controlled. Not safe. If you try to replicate that process deliberately before understanding the mechanics, you'll damage yourself and whoever you're trying to connect. She looked up from her diagram, ancient eyes holding weight that made Elara's breath catch. I've seen Flamebringers try to force bonds that weren't ready. Watched them burn out their own wolves trying to create connections that couldn't sustain themselves. This gift is the most dangerous one you possess, Elara, not because it can kill, but because it can create suffering that lasts lifetimes. Wolves trapped in bonds they never wanted. Connections that can't be broken even when they turn toxic. Dependency that destroys both partners because the foundation was flawed from the beginning. The warning settled into Elara's bones, made the excitement of yesterday's revelation transform into something more cautious, more aware of potential consequences. Then why teach me at all? If the risks are that severe, if my mistakes could hurt people permanently, maybe this is gift that should stay suppressed. Because suppression doesn't work, Miriam said firmly. Cordelia tried that for 3 centuries and all it accomplished was ensuring that when Flamebringers did emerge, they had no training, no understanding, no framework for using gifts responsibly. Better that you learn properly, carefully, with someone who can guide you through the dangers, than that you continue manifesting instinctively and hoping for the best. She gestured to the diagram. Now look. See these connections? Each one represents a different type of bond: pack loyalty, family ties, friendship, mentorship, romantic partnership, mate connection. They overlap, reinforce each other, create network that defines how wolves relate to each other. When you manipulate one thread, you affect the entire structure. That's why precision matters. Why understanding the full network before attempting changes is essential. Elara studied the symbols with renewed focus, trying to see past the scratches to the living system they represented. How do I learn to see these networks? How do I understand structure that's invisible to normal perception? Through your fire, Miriam said, standing and brushing dirt from her hands. Truth-revealing flames can make bonds visible, not just lies and corruption, but the actual connections between wolves. You've been using your gifts to expose falsehood, but fire can also illuminate reality that exists, but can't normally be seen. The trick is learning to look without immediately trying to change what you're seeing. She moved to stand behind Elara, her hands hovering near Elara's shoulders without quite touching. Close your eyes. Call your fire, but not combat flames or defensive barriers. Call curiosity fire, flames that want to understand rather than destroy or defend. Let it flow outward gently, like you're reaching to touch something delicate that might break if you're too rough. Elara obeyed, letting her eyes drift closed, reaching inward to where her power waited. The fire came easily now, no longer requiring desperate need or extreme emotion to manifest, just responding to her intention like extension of her own body. But calling it gently, with curiosity rather than urgency, that required different approach, different mindset. The flames that emerged were softer than anything she'd channeled before. Not silver, but almost translucent, like light filtered through water, barely visible, but present enough to affect her perception. And as they spread outward, as they touched the space around her, she saw them. The bonds. Threads of light connecting every wolf in sanctuary to every other wolf. Networks that pulsed and shifted and breathed with their own life. Pack loyalty glowed golden, warm and steady. Friendship shimmered in shades of blue and green, lighter than pack bonds, but still significant. And cutting through everything else, brilliant and unmistakable, the mate bond connecting her to Aiden, blazing with intensity that made other connections look pale by comparison. Oh, Elara breathed, wonder temporarily overriding caution. Oh, they're beautiful. I had no idea. I never realized Pack was this interconnected, this alive. It's like seeing architecture I've been living inside my entire life without knowing the walls existed. That's exactly what it is, Miriam said, satisfaction in her voice. Pack bonds are architecture, structure that shapes behavior, that creates patterns wolves don't consciously recognize but follow anyway. And you, Flamebringer, can see that architecture clearly enough to understand how it's built. That's the first step toward being able to rebuild it. Elara let her awareness expand, following threads to their sources, seeing how bonds overlapped and reinforced and sometimes conflicted. She could see Vera's fierce loyalty to Aiden, the mentorship connection between Torin and Sable, the complex web of friendships and obligations that held Sanctuary together despite its wolves coming from different packs. And she could see the damaged bonds too. Threads that should have been bright but had dimmed through trauma or rejection. Connections that had been forcibly severed when wolves defected from their original packs, leaving ragged edges that hadn't fully healed. Places where Sanctuary wolves carried isolation even while surrounded by community, because bonds took time to form and couldn't be rushed just because circumstances demanded instant cohesion. There's so much damage, Elara said quietly, tracking the extent of trauma written into Sanctuary's bond network. So many wolves carrying wounds from packs that rejected them, from forced separations, from bonds that were toxic but couldn't be broken until they chose exile. She paused, uncertainty creeping in. Can I help heal that? Not by forcing new bonds, but by helping the damaged ones repair themselves. Yes, Miriam said carefully. But not yet. Right now you're just learning to see. Tomorrow we'll start teaching you to touch without breaking. Next week, if you progress well, we'll attempt minor repairs on bonds that want to heal but need assistance. And months from now, if you demonstrate proper control and understanding, then maybe we'll discuss more complex manipulations. Months, Elara repeated, disappointment bleeding into her voice despite understanding the caution was necessary. Cordelia won't wait months before returning. The coalition will attack long before I'm ready to use these gifts properly. I know, Miriam said, and there was grief in her ancient voice. That's the impossible position you're in, Flamebringer. You need time to train, but circumstances won't allow time. You need to develop skills carefully, but pressure will force you to use them before you're ready. That's what Cordelia's counting on, that you'll make desperate mistakes, that you'll hurt people trying to help them, that you'll prove her propaganda about Flamebringers being dangerous through your own well-intentioned failures. The words hit like physical blows, accurate and devastating. Because Miriam was right, Cordelia didn't need to defeat Elara in direct combat. She just needed to force Elara into situations where untrained gift use would cause damage, where desperate attempts to protect Sanctuary would backfire, where good intentions would create consequences that proved Flamebringers couldn't be trusted with the power to reshape bonds. Then what do I do? Elara asked, opening her eyes, but maintaining the gentle fire that made bonds visible. How do I protect Sanctuary without using gifts I'm not ready to wield? How do I? She stopped abruptly, her attention caught by something at the edge of her perception. A bond that shouldn't exist. A connection reaching from inside Sanctuary toward something external, pulsing with transmission that felt wrong in ways she couldn't articulate but knew instinctively was dangerous. Miriam, Elara said slowly, tracking the bond to its source. What does it mean when someone has connection to wolves outside Sanctuary? When their loyalty threads point toward something we can't see from here? Miriam's expression went from instructive to alarmed in a heartbeat. It means they're still connected to their original pack. Still maintaining bonds they should have severed when they chose exile. Which wolves? Who's carrying external connections? Elara followed the thread, her stomach dropping as she identified its source. 3 of the defectors. Ones who came from Silver Peak originally. They're connected to someone, who's definitely not in Sanctuary. Spies, Miriam said flatly, her voice carrying certainty born from centuries of understanding how Coalition operated. Wolves who claimed to defect, but maintained loyalty to their original packs. Probably reporting on Sanctuary's location, our defenses, your training schedule. They're how Cordelia knew I was here last night. How she knows exactly when to attack for maximum damage. Rage flooded through Elara, hot and sudden, and her gentle curiosity fire blazed into something more aggressive in response. The bonds she'd been observing with wonder transformed into weapons she wanted to sever, to break, to destroy before they could cause more damage. I can cut them, Elara said, and she could feel the knowledge settling into place, instinctive understanding of how to manipulate threads she could see. I can sever their connection to whoever they're reporting to, isolate them completely, make sure they can't pass information. No. Miriam's hand closed around Elara's wrist, physical contact breaking her concentration, making the fire dim before she could act on the impulse. That's exactly what I meant about desperate mistakes. Yes, you could sever those bonds. But do you understand what that would do to the wolves carrying them? Forced severance of pack loyalty, even corrupted loyalty, causes psychological damage that can be permanent. You'd leave them isolated, unable to form new connections, trapped in a void where they can feel the absence of bonds that define their identity but can't create replacements. Better than letting them betray us, Elara countered, but uncertainty was already creeping in, replacing rage with recognition that maybe, possibly, her first instinct wasn't the right response. Better how? Miriam challenged. For Sanctuary's immediate security, yes. But for the wolves themselves? For your moral authority? For proving that Flamebringers can be trusted with power over bonds? Destroying people to prevent betrayal just makes you a different kind of tyrant, Elara. Demonstrates that you'll sacrifice individual welfare for collective security, which is exactly what Cordelia does, exactly what you're supposed to be building alternative to. The accusation stung because it was accurate. Elara had spent 15 years being told she was dangerous, being suppressed, because adults feared what she might become. And here she was, seconds away from doing exactly what they'd feared, using bond manipulation to harm wolves because it was convenient, because it served her goals, because the cost to individuals seemed acceptable if it protected the collective. Then what do I do? Elara asked, frustration and fear mixing together. If I can't sever the bonds, if I can't stop them from betraying us, how do I protect Sanctuary from spies who are feeding information to wolves who want to destroy us? You use this knowledge strategically, Miriam said, releasing Elara's wrist now that the immediate danger of rash action had passed. You understand that Cordelia knows where we are, knows what we're doing, probably knows exactly when and how she'll attack. And you prepare for that attack rather than hoping to prevent it through bond manipulation you're not ready to attempt safely. She moved to stand beside Elara, both of them looking towards Sanctuary where 40-some wolves were starting their day, unaware that 3 among them were betraying everything they'd built together. The spies think they're hidden. They think their maintained connections are invisible, that their loyalty to original packs is secret they've successfully concealed. Let them keep thinking that. Let them report to Cordelia that you're training in bond manipulation but struggling, that Sanctuary's defenses are strong but not impenetrable, that we're building something significant but vulnerable to coordinated assault. You want me to feed them false information, Elara said slowly, understanding dawning. Use their betrayal against them by controlling what they can report. I want you to recognize that bonds are tools for connection, yes, but also for deception when necessary, Miriam corrected. Those spies have connections pointing outward that they think are advantages. But now you can see those connections, can understand what information flows through them, can use them to shape coalitions' understanding of our capabilities and vulnerabilities. She turned to face Elara fully, ancient eyes holding weight of centuries spent manipulating exactly these kinds of situations. Cordelia will attack. That's inevitable. She can't allow Sanctuary to succeed, can't permit Flamebringers to develop bond manipulation skills, can't tolerate alternative to pack society that proves her entire life's work was unnecessary cruelty. But when she attacks, we can control what she thinks she knows. Can prepare defenses she won't anticipate because the spies reported weaknesses we deliberately showed them. It was strategic thinking that went beyond anything Elara had considered, manipulation that felt simultaneously brilliant and deeply uncomfortable. You're asking me to become spy master. To use bonds for deception instead of honest connection. It feels wrong, Miriam. Like I'm becoming exactly what Cordelia accused Flamebringers of being. It feels like war, Miriam said bluntly. Which is what this is, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. Cordelia declared war on Flamebringers 3 centuries ago. You're just the first one to survive long enough to fight back. And war requires tactics that make you uncomfortable, strategies that compromise ideals you want to uphold, choices between bad options rather than between good and perfect. She gestured toward Sanctuary, toward wolves who were depending on Elara's ability to keep them safe. You can be pure. You can refuse to use deception, refuse to manipulate information, refuse to become anything except perfectly honest Flamebringer. And Sanctuary will be destroyed, those wolves will be bound or killed, and everything you've built will prove that idealism, without pragmatism, is just suicide with extra steps. Or, she paused for emphasis, you can make compromises that keep you up at night but keep your people alive. Can use bonds for deception when that serves survival. Can become leader who does what's necessary rather than what's comfortable. The choice settled onto Elara's shoulders like physical weight. Miriam was right, this was war, whether she wanted it to be or not. Coalition had been waging war on Flamebringers for centuries, eliminating bloodlines, binding children, systematically destroying anyone who represented alternative to their authority. Elara hadn't started this conflict. She'd just refused to die quietly when it was her turn to be eliminated. But refusing to die and choosing how to fight were different things. And right now, Miriam was asking her to cross lines she'd been trying not to approach, to use her gifts for manipulation rather than liberation, to employ deception rather than truth-revealing honesty. To become something more complicated than the pure symbol Sanctuary wolves wanted her to be. If I do this, Elara said slowly, if I use the spies to feed false information, manipulate what Cordelia knows, set traps using bond manipulation I'm barely trained in, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to hurt people. Maybe not intentionally, maybe not the people I mean to hurt, but there will be collateral damage. Consequences I can't predict or control. Yes, Miriam agreed, offering no false comfort. That's what leadership means, making choices that will definitely cause some harm while hoping they prevent greater harm. Accepting that you can't save everyone, can't prevent all damage, can only try to minimize casualties while working toward victory that allows any of you to survive. I hate this, Elara said, and silver fire flickered across her skin in response to the emotional turmoil. I hate that you're right. Hate that idealism isn't enough. Hate that protecting Sanctuary means becoming something more morally ambiguous than I wanted to be. Most leaders do, Miriam said with something that might have been sympathy. The ones who don't hate it are usually tyrants. But Elara, she moved closer, her ancient hand coming to rest on Elara's shoulder. Hating necessary compromises doesn't make you cruel. It makes you conscious. Aware that choices have costs. Determined to minimize harm even when you can't eliminate it completely. That consciousness, that awareness, is what separates you from Cordelia. She's convinced her cruelty is virtue. You know yours is tragedy made necessary by circumstances you didn't create. The distinction was subtle but significant. Cordelia believed binding children was heroic. Elara would use deception while recognizing it was compromise that came with cost. That awareness, that refusal to congratulate herself for doing what war required, that was what would keep her from becoming just different flavor of tyrant. Okay, Elara said finally, decision made even though it felt like stepping off cliff with no certainty of landing safely. Okay, I'll use the spies. I'll feed them information that shapes what Cordelia thinks she knows. I'll prepare Sanctuary for attack I can't prevent by manipulating intelligence that flows through bonds I can see but not yet safely alter. And I'll live with whatever consequences come from making that choice. She looked at Miriam, letting the ancient wolf see her determination and doubt in equal measure. But I'm also going to keep training. Keep learning how to use bond manipulation properly, carefully, in ways that minimize harm. Because if war makes me into monster, If necessary compromises transform me into just different kind of Cordelia, then the spies win anyway. Coalition wins anyway. Because I'll have proven that Flamebringers are dangerous exactly the way they've always claimed. Fair enough, Miriam said, approval flickering across her ancient features. Now, let's discuss what information we want the spies to report and what preparations we actually need to make that they won't know about. They spent the next hour planning, mapping out false vulnerabilities the spies would observe and report, identifying real defenses that could be concealed from observation, determining what Cordelia needed to believe about Sanctuary's capabilities versus what they actually possessed. It was complicated, multi-layered deception that made Elara's head spin with the effort of tracking all the variables. But it was also effective. By the time they finished, Elara understood how information warfare worked, how bond manipulation could be a tool for intelligence gathering even when she wasn't ready to use it for direct action, how Sanctuary could appear vulnerable while actually being far more defensible than Coalition would anticipate. One more thing, Miriam said as they prepared to return to main camp. The mate bond you share with Shadowborn, it's visible to anyone with training to perceive bonds, which means Cordelia knows about it. She'll use that against you. Will threaten him to control you, or threaten you to control him, or find some way to weaponize your connection because bonds are both strength and vulnerability. Elara felt ice flood her veins. How do I protect against that? If she can see the mate bond, can understand its structure. You can't, Miriam said bluntly. Mate bonds are too fundamental to shield completely. But you can prepare Shadowborn, can ensure he understands that his safety and yours are interlinked in ways Coalition will try to exploit. Can make certain that both of you are ready for the moment when loving each other becomes weapon someone else tries to wield. That's terrifying, Elara said, the admission escaping before she could suppress it. The idea that the best thing in my life, the connection I chose, the partnership I built, can be turned into liability. Into something that makes me weaker instead of stronger. Welcome to having something worth losing, Miriam said with dark humor. Before Shadowborn, you had nothing Coalition could really threaten. You were already rejected, already bound, already marked for elimination. But now you have mate, you have Sanctuary, you have wolves depending on you. You have things worth fighting for, which means you also have things that can be taken away to break you. She started walking back toward camp, leaving Elara to process the weight of that revelation. The question isn't whether Cordelia will try to use your connections against you. The question is whether you'll let that possibility make you weak, make you vulnerable, make you second-guess every choice because you're afraid of consequences. Or whether you'll accept that having something worth losing is still better than having nothing worth fighting for. Elara followed slowly, her mind racing with implications she hadn't fully considered. The mate bond made her stronger. She'd felt it yesterday, had channeled power through their connection that she couldn't have accessed alone. But it also created vulnerability that hadn't existed before. Gave Coalition leverage they could use to force her compliance, to make her choose between her own freedom and Aiden's safety. And she had no idea how she'd respond if forced to make that choice. They were approaching Sanctuary's perimeter when Vera appeared, her scarred face set in expression that made Elara's stomach drop with dread. We have a problem. Multiple problems, actually. Where do you want me to start? Worst first, Elara said, bracing herself for whatever new crisis had developed while she was learning to see bonds and planning intelligence warfare. Coalition forces are massing at the eastern border, Vera reported. Not 80 warriors this time. 300, maybe more. Multiple packs coordinating, bringing siege equipment that suggests they're planning to camp out rather than attempting quick assault. They'll be in position to attack within 3 days. 300. The number was staggering, overwhelming, designed to make resistance futile. That's not worst. Elara asked, her voice steadier than she felt. Worst is that Elder Maris sent a messenger, Vera continued, her expression darkening. She's been stripped of her position for warning us last time, marked as traitor for supporting Flamebringer autonomy over Coalition authority. They're holding her somewhere, location undisclosed, and they're saying she'll be executed unless you surrender yourself for binding within the next week. The words hit like physical blows, each one landing somewhere vital. Elder Maris, ancient wolf who'd defied coalition authority to support Elara's freedom, who'd witnessed her demonstration and ruled in her favor, who'd been stripped of position and marked for execution because she'd chosen conscience over obedience. And coalition was using her as bait. Offering exchange, elder for Flamebringer, ancient authority figure for young revolutionary who threatened everything they'd built. They're trying to force impossible choice, Aiden said, appearing from wherever he'd been coordinating defenses. The mate bond hummed with his fury and fear, with recognition that this was exactly the kind of weaponized vulnerability Miriam had just warned about. Surrender yourself and Elder Maris lives, but you're bound. Refuse and she dies, and coalition uses her execution to prove that Flamebringers value their own freedom more than innocent lives. It's perfect propaganda, Miriam agreed, her ancient face carved from stone. Either way, Cordelia wins. Either she binds you, or she turns you into villain who lets supporter die rather than accepting captivity. Your choice becomes proof of either your submission or your selfishness. Elara felt the walls closing in, felt every choice becoming trap with no good options, only degrees of terrible consequences. She couldn't surrender. That would mean binding, would mean everything sanctuary represented dying before it could take root. But she also couldn't let Elder Maris be executed for supporting her autonomy, couldn't let Ancient Wolf die as punishment for choosing conscience over coalition loyalty. There has to be third option, Elara said, desperation bleeding into her voice. Something besides surrender or sacrificing someone who helped us. Some way to save Elder Maris without giving Cordelia what she wants. Rescue, Torin suggested, his massive frame somehow looking thoughtful. We infiltrate wherever they're holding her, extract her before coalition realizes what's happening, bring her to sanctuary where she can be protected. That's suicide mission, Vera countered immediately. Coalition will be expecting rescue attempt. We'll have heavy guard, traps designed specifically to capture Flamebringer who comes to save her supporter. They're not just holding Elder Maris, they're using her as bait for operation that ends with Elara bound and sanctuary without leadership. Then I go alone, Elara said, the decision crystallizing even as part of her recognized it was exactly what Cordelia wanted. I infiltrate, I rescue Elder Maris, I use bond manipulation and fire to escape before coalition can coordinate response. It's dangerous, probably stupid, but it's better than any alternative. No. Aiden's refusal was absolute, power rolling off him in waves that made the air feel heavy. You're not walking into obvious trap alone. We're mates, Elara. Connected. If you die trying to rescue Elder Maris, I feel it through our bond. If you're captured and bound, I carry that knowledge for the rest of my life. You don't get to make unilateral decisions that affect both of us. Then come with me, Elara said, knowing it was wrong even as she spoke, knowing she was proving Miriam's point about bonds becoming weapons used against them. We go together. We rescue Elder Maris together. We face whatever consequences together. And leave Sanctuary without both its leaders, Vera said flatly. Leave wolves who defected to follow you facing 300 coalition warriors with neither Flamebringer nor experienced Alpha to coordinate defenses. That's not strategy, Elara. That's emotion overriding tactics, relationship making you vulnerable exactly the way Miriam warned. She was right. They were all right. Every option was trap with different costs. Every choice led somewhere terrible. Surrender meant binding. Refusing meant Elder Maris died. Rescue attempt meant walking into operation designed to capture her. Bringing Aiden meant abandoning Sanctuary. Going alone meant violating the partnership they'd promised each other. There was no good choice. Just degrees of awful consequences she'd carry regardless of what she decided. Give me time, Elara said finally, her voice rough with emotions she couldn't fully process. Let me think. Let me talk to Aiden privately. Let me figure out if there's any option I'm not seeing because panic is making me stupid. The assembled wolves nodded and dispersed, giving her space to process impossible situation. All except Aiden, who remained close, the mate bond humming between them with his own turmoil and determination. They walked in silence to the clearing's edge, to place where forest met sanctuary and privacy was possible. And there, surrounded by trees that had witnessed her transformation from rejected Omega to revolutionary Flamebringer, Elara finally let herself break. I don't know what to do, she admitted, tears streaming down her face, exhaustion and fear and overwhelming responsibility crashing through her defenses. Every choice is wrong. Every option leads somewhere terrible. And I can't figure out how to save everyone. Can't see path forward that doesn't sacrifice someone or something I'm not willing to lose. Aiden pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her while the mate bond pulsed with shared pain. Then we make the choice that lets us live with ourselves afterward. Not the perfect choice, that doesn't exist. Not even the best choice. We might not be able to see what that is yet. But the choice we can carry without it destroying who we are. And if that choice costs Elder Maris her life? Elara asked, the question she'd been avoiding, the fear underlying everything else. If saving ourselves and Sanctuary means letting her die, can we live with that? Can I? I don't know, Aiden admitted, his honesty cutting deeper than false comfort would have. But I know you can't save everyone. Know that trying to be hero who rescues every wolf in danger is how leaders get themselves killed and their people destroyed. Know that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is accept that you're not omnipotent, not responsible for fixing every injustice, not capable of preventing every tragedy. He pulled back just enough to meet her eyes, his silver gaze intense with conviction. Elder Maris chose to support you knowing it would have consequences. She knew Coalition would retaliate, knew they'd strip her position, knew they might mark her for execution. She made that choice anyway because she believed in what you represent, in what Sanctuary is building. And maybe honoring that choice means not throwing away everything she helped protect just to save her from consequences she accepted. The words should have felt like absolution, like permission to make pragmatic choice that serves Sanctuary's survival over individual rescue. Instead, they felt like betrayal, like abandonment, like proof that Elara was becoming exactly what she'd feared, leader who sacrificed individuals for collective good, who made calculations about acceptable losses, who let people die because saving them would cost too much. I hate this, Elara whispered, echoing her earlier conversation with Miriam. Hate that you're right. Hate that there's no option where everyone survives. Hate that leadership means making choices I'll regret regardless of what I decide. I know, Aiden said, pressing kiss to her forehead. But that's what makes you good leader instead of tyrant. You hate the necessary compromises. You recognize costs instead of congratulating yourself. You carry weight of decisions that crush you instead of pretending leadership is glorious burden worth celebrating. They stood there in silence, holding each other while impossible choice loomed over them, while coalition forces massed for attack that would come whether they rescued Elder Maris or not, while the world they were trying to build teetered on edge of collapse before it had fully taken root. And somewhere in that silence, Elara felt something shift. Not certainty, not clarity, but acceptance. Understanding that she couldn't save everyone, couldn't prevent all tragedy, could only try to minimize harm while working toward future where fewer wolves faced impossible choices. Elder Maris had made her choice. Had supported Flamebringer autonomy knowing it would cost her position, knowing Coalition might retaliate, knowing the risks and accepting them anyway. Maybe honoring that choice meant not destroying everything she'd helped protect just to save her from consequences she'd anticipated. Maybe loving someone meant respecting their agency even when their choices led to outcomes you desperately wanted to prevent. Maybe being leader meant accepting that you couldn't save everyone, and that trying to be hero who rescued every wolf in danger was how you failed everyone who depended on you. We don't rescue her, Elara said finally, the words feeling like glass in her throat. We prepare for coalition attack instead. We use the 3 days before they're in position to finalize defenses, train wolves in tactics that exploit our advantages, make Sanctuary as defensible as possible. And we live with the knowledge that Elder Maris dies because we chose collective survival over individual rescue. Aiden was silent, the mate bond carrying his agreement and grief in equal measure. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I'm sorry circumstances forced this choice. Sorry there's no option where everyone survives. Sorry you have to carry this weight." "So am I," Elara said, and she let herself cry, not just for Elder Maris, but for every wolf she couldn't save, every injustice she couldn't prevent, every tragedy that would unfold because she was powerful but not omnipotent, determined but not invincible. The Flamebringer had burned, had survived, had discovered gifts that could reshape pack society. But she couldn't save everyone, couldn't prevent all harm, could only try to build something worth the sacrifices it required, and hope that future she was fighting for justified the cost of getting there. The darkest hour had arrived, and dawn felt impossibly far away. The 3 days before coalition attack passed in blur of frantic preparation that left no time for grief or second-guessing. Elara threw herself into training, not just bond manipulation with Miriam, but combat tactics with Vera, defensive strategy with Torin. Everything she could absorb that might give Sanctuary even marginal advantage against forces designed to overwhelm them. And every night, she lay awake beside Aiden, the mate bond humming between them while her mind replayed the choice she'd made, the elder she was letting die, the cost of leadership that felt heavier than any binding had ever been. "You're thinking too loud," Aiden murmured on the second night, his hand finding hers in darkness. "I can feel you're spiraling through our connection." "Can't help it," Elara admitted, her voice rough with exhaustion and guilt. "Keep imagining Elder Maris alone wherever they're holding her, waiting for rescue that won't come, realizing I chose Sanctuary over her life. Keep wondering if I'm wrong, if there's option I'm not seeing, if there isn't." Aiden interrupted gently but firmly. "We've analyzed this from every angle. Rescue attempt is trap that gets you captured and Sanctuary destroyed. Surrender means binding that eliminates any possibility of revolution succeeding. The only path forward is the one you chose: defend Sanctuary, preserve what we're building, honor Elder Maris by not throwing away everything she helped protect." "That doesn't make it hurt less," Elara said, tears she'd been suppressing finally escaping. "Doesn't make me feel less like I'm becoming exactly what I'm supposed to be fighting against, leader who sacrifices individuals for collective good, who makes calculations about acceptable losses. The difference," Aiden said, pulling her closer, "is that you hate it. That you recognize the cost instead of pretending leadership decisions are bloodless strategy exercises. Cordelia sacrificed individuals without remorse, convinced her cruelty was virtue. You're sacrificing with full awareness of weight, full acknowledgement that this choice will haunt you. That consciousness, that refusal to congratulate yourself, that's what keeps you from becoming her." Elara wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that maintaining moral awareness while making terrible choices was enough to prevent transformation into tyrant. But lying in darkness while Elder Maris faced execution and coalition forces prepared to destroy everything she'd built, belief felt impossible, trust felt naive, hope felt like luxury she couldn't afford. "Tell me something good," Elara said, desperate to think about anything except the approaching battle. "Tell me about future where we survive this, where Sanctuary thrives, where wolves can actually choose their bonds instead of accepting what fate assigns. Make me believe there's point to all this suffering." Aiden was quiet for a moment, and through the mate bond Elara felt him reaching for hope that felt as distant to him as it did to her. Then he spoke, his voice carrying conviction that refused to be crushed by circumstances. "We survive," he said simply. 300 coalition warriors attack, and we survive because we're defending something worth dying for, because Sanctuary wolves fight harder than mercenaries following orders, because you manifest gifts coalition can't predict or counter. And after we survive, after we've proven Sanctuary can withstand coalition assault, other wolves start defecting. Not just ones designated insufficient, but strong wolves, respected wolves, pack members who see that alternative exists and choose it. He shifted, his hand moving to rest over her heart, feeling it beat steadily beneath his palm. Within a year, Sanctuary becomes real pack. Not traditional hierarchy, but genuine community built on choice rather than obligation. Within 5 years, other sanctuaries emerge in territories we don't control, spreading the idea that wolves deserve autonomy over their own bonds. Within a generation, pack society transforms completely. Designation becomes acknowledgement rather than destiny. Hierarchy serves wolves instead of crushing them. Flamebringers are celebrated rather than eliminated. That's beautiful vision, Elara said, and she meant it despite the doubt. But Aiden, what if we don't survive tomorrow? What if coalition overwhelms us, binds or kills me, destroys Sanctuary before it can become real alternative? What if this entire revolution dies here in this clearing because I wasn't strong enough or smart enough or ready enough to defend what we're building? Then someone else picks up the torch, Aiden said with certainty that stole her breath. Someone who heard about rejected Omega, who became Flamebringer, who defied binding attempts and built Sanctuary for wolves who didn't fit traditional structures. Someone who sees that you tried, that you made coalition fear you enough to bring 300 warriors, that you proved resistance was possible even if you couldn't achieve complete victory. Revolutions don't succeed or fail based on single battle, Elara. They succeed because enough people believe change is possible, are willing to fight for it despite setbacks, refuse to accept that current systems are inevitable. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, the gesture tender despite the violence they were discussing. So yes, we might die tomorrow. Might fail to defend Sanctuary, might get bound or killed or scattered. But the idea we represent, the possibility we've proven, that survives regardless. That spreads to every wolf who witnessed your confrontations, who heard about Flamebringer, who refused to be caged, who saw that coalition needed 300 warriors to stop one 21-year-old female. That's victory that can't be eliminated no matter what happens in tomorrow's battle. The words settled into Elara's bones, into places where doubt had been consuming her. Aiden was right, they'd already won in ways coalition couldn't erase. Had proven resistance was possible, had inspired defections, had demonstrated that alternative to traditional pack society could actually function. Whatever happened tomorrow, whatever costs the battle required, that victory remained. I love you, Elara said suddenly, the words escaping before she could second-guess them. Not just because fate or my gifts decided we should be mates, but because you see me completely, all the power and all the doubt and all the places where I'm still figuring out who I am, and you choose me anyway. Choose to fight beside me even when the odds are suicidal. Choose to believe in future I'm trying to build even when present looks hopeless. I love you too, Aiden said, his voice rough with emotion that the mate bond amplified until it felt like it might overwhelm them both. And Elara, whatever happens tomorrow, whatever the battle costs, whatever consequences we face them together. That's what mates means. What chosen partnership means. We don't sacrifice each other for noble causes or strategic advantages. We survive together or we fall together, and either way we do it knowing we chose each other when choice was possible. They held each other in the darkness, the mate bond humming between them with love and fear and determination that refused to be crushed by impossible circumstances. And somewhere in that connection, Elara felt her despair transform, not into certainty or confidence, but into something steadier. Acceptance that she'd made the best choice available, that she was prepared as well as possible given the constraints, that whatever happened tomorrow she'd face it with mate who believed in her and wolves who'd chosen to follow her vision. The darkest hour was ending. Dawn was coming. And with it, coalition forces that would either destroy Sanctuary or prove it was stronger than anyone had imagined. The attack began at first light, exactly as predicted. 300 coalition warriors emerged from the forest in coordinated formation that spoke of extensive planning and drilling. They'd brought siege equipment, ballistae, and battering rams, tools designed for assaulting fortified positions rather than just overwhelming through numbers. They clearly expected prolonged engagement, anticipated that Sanctuary would hole up and require extraction rather than meeting them in open combat. They'd miscalculated badly. Now, Elara said, and the word was barely out of her mouth before Sanctuary wolves moved. Not defensively, not retreating into prepared positions, but attacking. 43 Sanctuary wolves against 300 coalition warriors, meeting them in the forest before they could reach the clearing, exploiting terrain that favored small mobile units over massive formations, turning coalition's numbers into liability rather than advantage. It was suicide by traditional tactical standards. Should have been massacre that ended Sanctuary's resistance within minutes. Instead, it was chaos. Sanctuary wolves fought differently than coalition warriors expected. No formal ranks, no designation hierarchy determining who led and who followed, just coordinated chaos where every wolf contributed according to their strengths rather than their assigned positions. Omegas fought beside former alphas, designated weak wolves used tactics that traditional packs never taught them, and the entire engagement became demonstration that refusing traditional structure created flexibility coalition couldn't match. And at the chaos's center, Elara burned. Not combat fire meant to kill, not defensive barriers designed to hold positions, but something else entirely. Fire that revealed bonds, that made visible the network connecting coalition warriors to their packs, that exposed exactly how their loyalty and hierarchy functioned. And then she started cutting. Not completely, not the forced severance Miriam had warned against, but carefully, precisely, weakening specific bonds that maintained coalition unity. Pack loyalty threads that made warriors follow orders without questioning. Designation connections that kept Omegas submissive even when submission meant participating in their own oppression. Hierarchy bonds that prioritized alpha commands over individual conscience. She didn't destroy the bonds, just damaged them enough that coalition warriors started questioning. Started hesitating. Started recognizing that maybe, possibly, they were fighting for wrong side. That binding Flamebringer who could reveal and manipulate connections was exactly what their ancestors had feared because it made visible all the coercion underlying pack society. Fall back, someone shouted from coalition lines, alpha voice carrying command authority that should have been absolute. Regroup at rally point. But the warriors didn't obey immediately. Couldn't, because the bonds that enforced unthinking obedience had been weakened just enough that hesitation became possible. And in that hesitation, in that moment where coalition discipline fractured, Sanctuary wolves pressed advantage. Not to kill. Elara had been clear about that, no deaths unless absolutely unavoidable, no slaughter that would turn defensive battle into massacre that proved coalition propaganda correct. But to disable, to scatter, to make continuing the assault cost more than coalition warriors wanted to pay. Within 20 minutes, coalition formation had completely collapsed. Warriors who'd come to bind or kill Flamebringer were fleeing into forest, abandoning siege equipment, prioritizing survival over completing mission. Not because Sanctuary had overwhelming strength, but because Elara had revealed that their bonds were tools of coercion, that their hierarchy depended on connections that could be weakened, that the unity they'd always believed was natural was actually carefully maintained structure that fell apart when examined too closely. Hold positions. Elara called to Sanctuary wolves, preventing them from pursuing retreating warriors. Let them go. We've made our point. The Sanctuary wolves obeyed, some reluctantly, some with visible relief that they didn't have to continue fighting wolves who were clearly broken and confused rather than genuinely threatening. They regrouped in the clearing, checking each other for injuries, assessing damage that was surprisingly minimal considering they'd just faced 300 coalition warriors. That was, Vera said, her scarred face reflecting shock and respect in equal measure. That was the most strategically brilliant disaster I've ever witnessed. We shouldn't have survived that. Should have been overwhelmed within minutes. Instead, coalition forces are scattered across the forest questioning everything they believed about pack bonds. It won't last, Miriam warned, emerging from where she'd been maintaining Sanctuary's actual defenses in case Elara's plan failed. Coalition will regroup, will reinforce damaged bonds, will return with strategies specifically designed to counter bond manipulation. You've won this battle, Flamebringer, but you've also revealed capabilities that will make Cordelia even more determined to eliminate you. I know, Elara said, exhaustion beginning to set in now that immediate danger had passed. But we bought time. Proved Sanctuary can defend itself. Demonstrated that Flamebringers aren't just dangerous, we're liberating in ways that threaten every coercive system Pack Society has built. She looked around at assembled Sanctuary wolves, seeing pride and shock and dawning understanding that they'd just witnessed something unprecedented. Not just defensive victory, but demonstration that alternative to traditional pack structure could actually function under pressure. That bonds chosen were stronger than bonds imposed when circumstances required genuine cooperation rather than hierarchical obedience. We need to fortify, Torin said, ever practical despite the victory. Coalition will be back, probably within days rather than weeks. We need proper defenses that don't depend entirely on Elara's bond manipulation, because eventually they'll figure out countermeasures or she'll be too exhausted to maintain that level of precision. Agreed, Aiden said, moving to stand beside Elara with unity that made the mate bond hum. We use this reprieve to build actual fortifications, to train warriors in tactics that exploit our flexibility, to prepare for prolonged siege rather than single battle. Because Cordelia won't give up. Won't accept that Sanctuary survived. We'll keep escalating until either we're destroyed or she runs out of resources to throw at us. Before anyone could respond, before planning could begin in earnest, movement at the forest's edge caught everyone's attention. A lone figure approaching with hands raised in gesture of peace, moving carefully to avoid appearing threatening. It was one of the coalition warriors, young male, designated Beta judging by his posture, carrying something wrapped in cloth that he held out like offering. I'm not here to fight, he called out when Sanctuary wolves moved to intercept. I'm here to deliver message. And to ask if what the Flamebringer did was real. If she actually weakened bonds that made me follow orders without questioning. Because if that's possible, if Flamebringers can make choice real instead of just illusion we pretend exists, then I want to know how to join Sanctuary. How to be part of whatever you're building here. Elara felt her breath catch, felt hope surge through her chest for first time since making impossible choice about Elder Maris. This was what she'd been fighting for, not just defending Sanctuary's current inhabitants, but proving that alternative was possible, that wolves could choose different lives when given real option rather than just coerced obedience. What's the message? Vera asked, practical even in the face of potential defection. The young male unwrapped the cloth, revealing parchment sealed with mark Elara didn't recognize. From Elder Maris. Coalition was supposed to execute her today, but she escaped during the chaos when bonds weakened and guards started questioning orders. She's in hiding somewhere in neutral territory, trying to reach Sanctuary, but she's being pursued. She needs extraction, needs help getting here before Coalition regroups and recaptures her. The words crashed through Elara like wave, reshaping everything she'd accepted, every terrible choice she'd made peace with. Elder Maris was alive. Had escaped. Was trying to reach Sanctuary. And Elara could save her without sacrificing collective survival, could rescue wolf who'd supported her without walking into trap, could make choice that didn't require abandoning someone who'd helped her. Where? Elara demanded, moving toward the messenger with speed that made him flinch. Where is she? How far? How long before Coalition finds her? I don't know specifics, the young male admitted. Just that she's moving west through neutral territory, trying to stay ahead of pursuit. She included coordinates for meeting point, neutral ground where she'll wait for extraction if she can reach it safely. But it's 2 days travel from here and coalition forces will be searching for her with everything they have. 2 days. Elara had 2 days to reach Elder Maris before coalition recaptured her, before this unexpected reprieve transformed back into tragedy she'd accepted as inevitable cost. I'm going, Elara said, decision made before tactical considerations could complicate it. I'm extracting Elder Maris and bringing her to Sanctuary. This is chance we shouldn't have, rescue that becomes possible because I weakened bonds during battle. I'm not wasting it. Not alone, Aiden said immediately, protective instincts flaring through mate bond. We go together. Small team, fast-moving, designed for extraction rather than prolonged engagement. Vera leads Sanctuary defenses while we're gone. If this is trap, if Coalition somehow anticipated Elder Maris's escape and is using it to draw you out, then at least we face it together instead of you walking into it alone. And I'm coming too, Miriam said, her ancient face set with determination. I know Cordelia's tactics, can recognize traps she'd set, can help navigate complications that 2 young wolves might miss. Besides, Elder Maris is old friend, wolf I served alongside before choosing wrong side. I owe her this extraction, owe her the apology that comes with helping save her life. Elara looked around at Sanctuary wolves who were watching with expressions ranging from concern to approval, understanding that she was gambling again, that bringing leaders away from Sanctuary while Coalition regrouped was risk that might cost everything. But also recognizing that leaving Elder Maris to be recaptured after she'd risked everything supporting Flamebringer autonomy, that would cost something too. Would cost the moral authority that made Sanctuary worth defending, would prove that their revolution was just as willing to sacrifice individuals for collective good as systems they were trying to replace. Okay, Elara said. Small team, me, Aiden, Miriam. Fast extraction, minimal engagement, return to Sanctuary with Elder Maris or confirmation that rescue was impossible. Vera commands defenses while we're gone. Torin coordinates with scouts to ensure we're not walking into obvious trap. And if Coalition attacks while we're away, you defend Sanctuary with everything you have, you preserve what we've built, you don't throw it away trying to rescue us if things go wrong. She looked at each wolf individually, making sure they understood the weight of what she was saying. We're taking risk. Probably stupid risk, possibly fatal risk. But some things matter more than perfect strategy. Some choices have to be made with hearts rather than tactics. And saving Elder Maris, bringing her to Sanctuary after she sacrificed her position supporting us, that matters enough to gamble for. The Sanctuary wolves nodded, understanding written across their faces. They'd followed her this far, had trusted her judgment through impossible choices and suicidal battles. They'd trust her now, even when strategy suggested caution, even when taking leaders away from Sanctuary seemed foolish. We leave within the hour, Aiden said, already moving to coordinate preparations. Travel light, move fast, extract Elder Maris and return before Coalition can organize proper pursuit. This is the turning point, moment where we prove Sanctuary isn't just about defense and survival, but about actually living values we're fighting for. Within an hour, they were moving through forest with speed that spoke of urgency and hope in equal measure. 3 wolves on desperate extraction mission, betting that Elder Maris's escape was genuine opportunity rather than elaborate trap, trusting that sometimes the universe offered redemption for choices that had felt like betrayal. Elara ran with silver fire flickering across her skin, using it to sense bonds ahead, to detect potential ambushes or pursuit. The forest was thick with connections, pack loyalties and family ties and complex webs that defined how wolves related across territories. But she was learning to filter, to focus on threats rather than getting overwhelmed by information, to use her gifts strategically rather than just manifesting instinctively. There, Miriam said on the second day, pointing toward clearing barely visible through dense undergrowth. That's the coordinates Elder Maris specified. And I can feel, yes, she's there. Alone, injured, but alive and conscious. They approached carefully, weapons ready despite hoping for genuine rescue rather than trap. And there, sitting against ancient oak with blood staining her silver hair, was Elder Maris. She looked up as they entered the clearing, and relief flooded across her ancient face. Flamebringer, Shadowborn, and Miriam, old friend who I never expected to see supporting the revolution you once helped suppress. This is either the strangest rescue or the most elaborate trap I've ever been part of. Rescue, Elara said, dropping to her knees beside the elder, her hands already glowing with healing fire she'd manifested while saving Aiden. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. Sorry I chose Sanctuary's defense over your extraction. Sorry I made terrible choice that felt like abandoning you. Don't apologize for good strategy, Elder Maris said, though she winced as Elara's healing fire touched wounds that looked severe. You made right choice, collective survival over individual rescue. I would have been disappointed if you'd thrown away everything we're building just to save one ancient wolf who made peace with consequences of her choices. Except you didn't die, Elara said, channeling healing energy with precision that came from practice rather than just instinct. You escaped. Made this rescue possible without sacrificing Sanctuary's defense. So maybe sometimes the universe offers third options when we stop accepting that terrible choices are inevitable. Or maybe I got lucky and coalition guards hesitated at exactly right moment because you weakened their bonds during battle, Elder Maris countered with tired smile. Either way, I'm grateful. Now let's get moving before coalition realizes where I am and sends forces we can't fight. The journey back to Sanctuary took 3 days instead of 2, Elder Maris's injuries slowing their pace despite Elara's healing, coalition pursuit forcing detours and careful navigation. But they made it. Arrived at Sanctuary's perimeter to find Vera had coordinated defenses brilliantly, that Sanctuary wolves had built actual fortifications during the reprieve, that the community had grown stronger rather than weaker in leadership's absence. Welcome home, Vera said with satisfaction as they entered the clearing. Elder Maris, it's an honor to have you. Sanctuary for wolves who don't fit traditional structures just gained one of Pack Society's most respected authorities. Coalition's going to lose their minds. Good, Elder Maris said, and despite her exhaustion and injuries, authority rang through her voice. Let them question everything. Let them recognize that their systems are failing, that respected wolves are defecting, that alternative we're building actually functions. Let them understand that Flamebringers weren't eliminated because they were dangerous to wolves, they were eliminated because they were dangerous to unjust authority. She looked at Elara, ancient eyes holding warmth and respect. You did well, child. Made terrible choices with consciousness and grace, fought battles you shouldn't have survived, built something that matters despite impossible odds. And you saved me when strategy suggested you shouldn't, proved that revolution can be moral rather than just expedient. That matters. That's what separates us from systems we're trying to replace. Elara felt tears streaming down her face, not from grief this time, but from relief and hope and overwhelming gratitude that sometimes, impossibly, terrible choices got second chances, that redemption was possible. That the universe occasionally offered grace instead of just grinding consequences. Thank you, Elara said, to Elder Maris and Vera and every Sanctuary wolf who'd defended while she was gone, to Aiden and Miriam who'd risked everything for extraction that could have been trap, to fate or moon goddess or whatever force had arranged circumstances so that choice didn't have to be final betrayal. Thank you for believing in this. For fighting for it. For proving that maybe, possibly, we can build something better than what we left behind. The darkest hour had passed. Dawn had arrived. And Sanctuary, impossible, improbable sanctuary built from rejected wolves and revolutionary Flamebringer, had survived to see it. The turning point had come. Hope had emerged from seemingly impossible circumstances. And Elara finally, tentatively, let herself believe that maybe they could actually win this. The 2 weeks following Elder Maris's rescue transformed Sanctuary from desperate refuge into something that resembled actual community. More defectors arrived, not just designated weak or rejected wolves, but respected pack members who'd witnessed the battle, who'd felt their bonds weaken and realized for the first time that connections they'd believed were natural were actually coercive structures that could be questioned. By the time Cordelia finally came, Sanctuary's population had swelled to nearly 80 wolves. 80 individuals who'd chosen exile over obedience, who'd decided conscience mattered more than pack loyalty, who were betting their futures on possibility that Flamebringer could actually restructure pack society at its most fundamental level. "She's coming today," Miriam said at dawn on the 15th day, her ancient face grave with certainty. "I can feel it, the way bonds are shifting, the way coalition forces are positioning themselves. Cordelia's not bringing warriors this time. She's bringing magistrates. Other architects of binding protocols, wolves who helped her design systems that eliminated Flamebringers. This isn't military assault, this is trial." Elara felt ice flood her veins despite the morning's warmth. "Trial for what?" "We've already proven Sanctuary can defend itself, that Flamebringers can manipulate bonds without causing catastrophic damage, that alternative to traditional pack structure actually functions. Trial to determine whether you're genuine revolution or just dangerous wolf who needs permanent elimination," Elder Maris said. Her injuries healed enough that she could move freely again. Cordelia's political genius, Elara. She understands that destroying you through military force just makes you martyr, proves coalition is threatened by what you represent. But if she can demonstrate in formal trial that Flamebringers are inherently dangerous, that bond manipulation causes more harm than liberation, then eliminating you becomes justified rather than tyrannical. "So she wants to put me on trial," Elara said slowly, understanding crystallizing. "Make me defend not just my actions, but my entire existence. Prove that Flamebringers deserve elimination because we're too dangerous to be allowed freedom." "And she'll have evidence," Miriam added, her expression pained with old guilt. "Centuries of carefully documented cases where Flamebringers caused damage, bonds forced that created dependency, connections broken that left wolves unable to form new relationships. Manipulations that seemed liberating, but actually just transferred coercion from pack authority to individual Flamebringer. She's been collecting ammunition for exactly this trial since the moment you first manifested your gifts." "Can we refuse?" Aiden asked, protective fury rolling off him in waves that made the air feel heavy. "Tell Cordelia that Sanctuary doesn't recognize coalition authority, that we're not subject to their trials or judgments?" "We could," Elder Maris said carefully. "But refusing trial means Cordelia can claim we're afraid of scrutiny, that Flamebringers know their gifts are indefensible under examination. She wins either way, either we participate and she demonstrates our danger through carefully selected evidence, or we refuse, and she uses that refusal as proof we can't withstand honest evaluation." Elara felt the familiar trap closing, felt every choice becoming weapon Cordelia could wield against her. Participate in trial designed to justify her elimination, or refuse and prove she was afraid of scrutiny. Accept coalition authority over Sanctuary, or reject it and seem unreasonable. "Then we participate," Elara said, decision crystallizing despite the fear. "We accept trial. We let Cordelia present her evidence. We demonstrate that yes, Flamebringers can cause damage, but so can every other wolf with power. And at least we're honest about costs rather than pretending pack hierarchy is natural rather than coercive. We trust that other wolves, ones watching, ones whose bonds I've weakened enough that they can actually question instead of just accepting, will see through her manipulation." "That's incredibly risky," Vera said, her scarred face reflecting doubt. "You're gambling that neutral observers will side with you over centuries of propaganda, that weakened bonds create genuine questioning rather than just confusion. What if you're wrong? What if trial proves exactly what Cordelia claims, that Flamebringers are too dangerous to be tolerated?" "Then at least we tried," Elara said, echoing Aiden's words from weeks ago. "At least we made them look at evidence, made them question their assumptions, Force them to examine whether eliminating Flamebringers was actually necessary or just convenient for maintaining unjust authority. That's more than our ancestors got. They were eliminated without trials, without chances to defend themselves, without opportunities to demonstrate that their gifts could be used responsibly. She looked around at assembled sanctuary wolves, seeing fear and determination in equal measure. Besides, we're not alone anymore. We have 80 wolves who've chosen this path, who've demonstrated that alternative to traditional pack structure can function. We have Elder Maris's authority supporting us, Miriam's knowledge of how binding protocols were designed, evidence that bond manipulation doesn't automatically cause catastrophe. We have actual defense instead of just desperate resistance. And we have you, Aiden said, the mate bond humming between them with love and pride that made Elara's chest tight. Flamebringer, who's wielded devastating power while choosing mercy, who's broken bonds carefully rather than destroying them completely, who's building rather than just burning. That matters, Elara. That's evidence no amount of Cordelia's propaganda can completely erase. Movement at Sanctuary's perimeter interrupted further discussion. Wolves approaching, not warriors prepared for battle, but formal delegation carrying symbols of coalition authority. And at their head, ancient and powerful and radiating fury barely contained, walked Cordelia. Flamebringer, the magistrate called, her voice carrying across Sanctuary with authority that transcended physical volume. I come under flag of truce to offer formal trial. You stand accused of crimes against Pack society, unauthorized bond manipulation, corruption of Pack loyalty, systematic undermining of designation hierarchy. Present yourself for judgment, or Sanctuary will be declared rogue territory subject to elimination without further warning. It was threat wrapped in legal formality, coercion disguised as judicial process. But it was also exactly what Elara had expected, what she'd been preparing for since Miriam warned this was coming. I accept trial, Elara said, moving toward the perimeter with Aiden and Elder Maris flanking her. But I have conditions. Trial must be public, observed by neutral wolves from multiple territories, not just coalition loyalists. Evidence must be presented by both sides. Cordelia shows damage Flamebringers have caused. I demonstrate benefits of bond manipulation and costs of suppressing it. And verdict must be reached through consensus rather than just Cordelia's authority. Observers vote on whether my gifts justify elimination or whether they're tools that can be used responsibly. Cordelia's expression flickered, surprise mixing with calculation, mixing with grudging respect. Those conditions are acceptable, provided you agree that if consensus determines your gifts are too dangerous to be tolerated, you submit to binding without resistance. No dramatic final stands, no sacrificing sanctuary wolves in futile defense. Just acceptance that sometimes individual freedom must be limited for collective good. The demand hung heavy in suddenly silent space. Cordelia was asking Elara to gamble everything, her autonomy, her gifts, her entire existence, on hope that neutral observers would side with her over centuries of systematic propaganda. Agreed, Elara said, and she felt Aiden's shock through the mate bond, felt Sanctuary Wolf's collective intake of breath. If consensus genuinely determines my gifts are too dangerous, not through manipulation or coercion, but through honest evaluation by wolves whose bonds are weak enough that they can actually choose rather than just obeying, then I'll submit to binding. Because if I can't prove that Flamebringers deserve freedom, that our gifts can be used responsibly, that bond manipulation liberates rather than just creating different kind of coercion, then maybe Cordelia's right. Maybe some powers should be suppressed regardless of intention. Elara, no, Aiden said urgently, mate bond screaming with his terror at what she'd just agreed to. You can't. I can, Elara interrupted gently but firmly. Because either I believe in what we're building, believe that truth and honest examination will vindicate Flamebringers, or I'm just another wolf using power to avoid accountability. This trial, its chance to prove that Sanctuary isn't just my dictatorship with prettier rhetoric. Its genuine alternative where even leaders submit to consensus when circumstances require it. She turned back to Cordelia, silver fire flickering across her skin in response to the magnitude of what she'd just wagered. When and where? Tomorrow at dawn, Cordelia said, satisfaction barely concealed beneath her ancient features. The old gathering grounds, neutral territory where pack laws were once debated before your kind made debate impossible through truth fire that couldn't be argued against. We'll assemble neutral observers from every major territory, present evidence from both perspectives, let consensus determine whether Flamebringers deserve elimination or whether 3 centuries of suppression was unnecessary cruelty. I'll be there, Elara promised, and the words felt like sealing her own fate for better or worse, for vindication or final binding, for proof that revolution was possible or confirmation that some powers truly were too dangerous to be tolerated. The old gathering grounds at dawn were exactly as Elara remembered from the night Aiden first brought her to ancient ruins, stone pillars marking space that predated current conflicts, carved symbols depicting wolves in harmony rather than hierarchy, the sense of sacred purpose that transcended individual pack politics. Except now, instead of being abandoned ruins, the space was filled with wolves. Hundreds of them. Representatives from every pack in the region, neutral observers whose bonds Elara had weakened enough during battle that they could question rather than just accepting coalition authority. They sat in concentric circles around central space where trial would unfold, their expressions ranging from hostile to curious to hopeful. At the gathering center stood 3 ancient stones arranged in triangle, one for Cordelia and her evidence, one for Elara and her defense, one for the neutral mediator who would ensure both sides received fair hearing. Elder Maris occupied the mediator's position, her silver hair gleaming in morning light, her ancient authority commanding respect even from wolves who disagreed with her support of Flamebringer autonomy. "We are gathered," she began, her voice carrying across assembled wolves with practiced ease, "to determine a question that has haunted our kind for 3 centuries. Are Flamebringers inherently dangerous, requiring elimination for pack society's safety? Or are they wolves with gifts that can be used responsibly, and their systematic suppression was unnecessary cruelty that served political convenience rather than genuine protection?" She gestured to Cordelia. Magistrate Cordelia, architect of binding protocols and coalition authority, will present evidence that Flamebringers cause more harm than liberation, that bond manipulation creates damage that justifies their elimination. Flamebringer Elara Winters, founder of Sanctuary and the first of her kind to survive suppression, will demonstrate that these same gifts can be used carefully, that bond manipulation liberates rather than just transferring coercion. Elder Maris's ancient eyes swept across the assembled wolves. At trial's conclusion, each neutral observer will vote, not based on fear or tradition or centuries of propaganda, but based on evidence presented and your own judgment about whether individual autonomy or collective security should take precedence when they conflict. Your consensus will determine Flamebringer Winter's fate, freedom to continue building Sanctuary, or binding that eliminates her gifts permanently. The weight of those stakes settled over the gathering like physical pressure. Elara felt hundreds of eyes on her, felt their curiosity and fear and desperate hope that maybe, possibly, she could prove that power didn't equal danger, that being different didn't require elimination. Magistrate Cordelia, Elder Maris said formally, "Present your evidence." Cordelia rose with ancient grace, moving to central space with authority that commanded attention. 3 centuries ago, she began, her voice carrying weight of accumulated history. Flamebringers nearly destroyed pack society. Not through violence, though they were capable of that, but through bond manipulation that undermined every structure that allowed wolves to live together peacefully. She gestured, and images appeared in the air above her, magic that made memories visible, projecting historical scenes for all observers to witness. This is what happened when Flamebringers wielded their gifts without restraint, when they believed their power gave them right to liberate wolves from bonds they deemed unjust. The images showed chaos, wolves unable to recognize their own pack members because loyalty bonds had been severed, mates driven to madness because forced connections couldn't be broken even when they turned toxic, entire communities collapsing because Flamebringers had decided existing bonds were coercive and needed restructuring. Flamebringer Lydia, Cordelia continued, pointing to one scene where ancient wolf with silver fire blazing stood amid destruction she'd caused, believed she was liberating omegas from forced mate pairings. Instead, she created dependency bonds that made those same omegas unable to exist without her constant intervention. When she died, 37 wolves lost ability to form any connections at all, trapped in isolation that drove most of them to suicide within years. More images, more carefully documented tragedies where good intentions had created catastrophic consequences. Flamebringers who'd broken toxic bonds without understanding what would replace them. Wolves who'd manipulated connections to serve personal agendas while believing they were acting righteously. Communities that had been destroyed by truthfire that revealed corruption, but offered no framework for rebuilding what it burned away. "This is why we eliminated your kind," Cordelia said, her ancient eyes finding Elara across the gathering. Not from malice or political convenience, but from hard-learned understanding that some powers are too dangerous to be wielded safely. Bond manipulation requires wisdom that individuals rarely possess, restraint that desperation undermines, perfect judgment that no mortal wolf can maintain consistently. Even the best-intentioned Flamebringer eventually causes damage that justifies our ancestors' decision to eliminate the bloodline entirely. The images faded, leaving assembled wolves processing weight of evidence that was undeniable. Flamebringers had caused tremendous damage, had created suffering that lasted generations, had proven themselves dangerous in ways that went beyond simple violence. "Your turn," Cordelia said to Elara, challenge clear in her ancient voice. "Show us that you're different. Prove that centuries of careful suppression were unnecessary. Demonstrate that your gifts can be used responsibly despite every historical example suggesting otherwise." Elara rose slowly, feeling weight of hundreds of watching eyes, feeling the magnitude of what she had to prove. She could show them sanctuary, demonstrate that bond manipulation could create genuine community rather than just different hierarchy. But Cordelia's evidence was damning, accurate, impossible to dismiss as just propaganda. So she didn't try to dismiss it. "Everything Cordelia showed you is true," Elara said, her voice carrying across the gathering with certainty that made several observers shift uncomfortably. Flamebringers did cause that damage. Did manipulate bonds in ways that created suffering. Did prove themselves dangerous through well-intentioned actions that backfired catastrophically. She let that acknowledgement settle before continuing. "But let me show you something else. Something Cordelia's carefully selected evidence conveniently omits." Elara called her fire, not combat flames or defensive barriers, but truth-revealing light that made bonds visible to every wolf present. And suddenly, the gathering could see what she'd been seeing for weeks, the networks connecting them to each other, the threads of loyalty and obligation and coercion that defined pack society. "Look at your bonds," Elara said, letting her fire illuminate connections that wolves had lived with their entire lives without recognizing. "See how pack loyalty glows brightest, not because it's naturally strongest, but because it's reinforced constantly through designation hierarchy and alpha authority. See how mate connections form whether you want them or not, binding you to partners fate chose without consulting your preferences. See how friendships and family ties exist only in spaces pack structure permits, how genuine connection is limited by bonds that serve hierarchy rather than individuals." She moved through the gathering, her fire making visible truth that had always existed but been invisible until now. This is what Cordelia's propaganda calls natural pack structure, coercive networks that determine who you can love, who you can trust, where your loyalty must lie. And yes, Flamebringers who manipulated these bonds sometimes caused damage. But Cordelia, she turned to face the ancient magistrate directly. Show them what happens when these coercive bonds aren't questioned. Show them the cost of the safety you've been maintaining. Cordelia's expression flickered, uncertainty mixing with anger mixing with recognition that Elara had just turned the trial on its head. That's not relevant. It's completely relevant, Elder Maris interrupted, her authority overriding even Cordelia's. If we're evaluating whether Flamebringer gifts cause more harm than good, we must compare that harm to baseline harm caused by systems those gifts threaten. Magistrate Cordelia, present evidence of Pact Society's costs. Show us what stability your defending actually requires. For the first time since trial began, Cordelia looked uncertain. Because she'd spent centuries documenting Flamebringer failures while carefully avoiding honest examination of what Pack hierarchy cost wolves who didn't benefit from its structure. Show them, Elara pressed, her fire blazing brighter. Show them the Omegas forced into mate bonds with Alphas who abuse them, maintained by connections they can't break because Pack structure requires their submission. Show them the designated weak wolves who internalize their supposed inferiority because loyalty bonds make questioning hierarchy feel like betraying natural order. Show them the children who are bound because their power threatens adults, who spend their lives believing they're defective when they're actually just suppressed. Show them me, Elara continued, her voice rough with emotion that 15 years of binding had created. Show them 6-year-old child held down while strangers worked magic on her body without consent. Show them 15 years of torture disguised as protection, of being made to believe I was fundamentally broken when I was actually just caged. Show them what your necessary pragmatism actually looks like when it's not abstract policy, but concrete suffering inflicted on individuals who never consented to sacrifice you decided was acceptable. The gathering went silent, every wolf present processing what Elara was really asking. Not whether Flamebringers could cause harm, that was already proven. But whether the harm they caused was worse than harm caused by systems that suppressed them, whether occasional damage from bond manipulation justified centuries of systematic elimination. I can't make that choice for you, Elara said, addressing the assembled wolves directly. Can't force you to value individual autonomy over collective security, can't mandate that you believe freedom is worth its costs. All I can do is make visible what's been hidden, show you that Pack hierarchy has costs too, that stability you've been defending requires suffering you've been trained not to see. That Flamebringer elimination was convenient for authorities, but catastrophic for wolves whose power threatened their control. She gestured to sanctuary wolves scattered through the gathering, 80 former Pack members who'd chosen exile over continued obedience. These wolves defected not because I manipulated them, not because I forced bonds they didn't want, but because I made choice visible. Made questioning possible. Let them see that connections they'd believed were natural were actually coercive structures that could be rejected. And yes, some of them struggled with that freedom, struggled with having to choose rather than just accept, struggled with autonomy after a lifetime of being told what to want. But ask them, she paused for emphasis, ask them whether that struggle was worse than spending their lives in systems that crushed them into shapes they were never meant to fit. One by one, sanctuary wolves stood. Not dramatically, not in coordinated display, but individually, each one making their own choice to be visible, to be counted, to demonstrate that alternative to traditional pack structure actually existed. I was designated Omega, Sable said, her young voice carrying surprising strength. My pack said I was defective because I couldn't get pregnant, said my only value was producing pups for stronger bloodlines. They were planning to pass me between different males until something worked. Elara didn't manipulate me, she just made it possible to say no, to choose exile over continued abuse, to believe I was worth more than my reproductive capacity. I was Beta, the young male who'd defected after first battle said, standing to join Sable. My bonds made me follow alpha commands without questioning, made hierarchy feel natural rather than constructed. Elara weakened those bonds just enough that I could ask, why? Why does designation determine worth? Why must I obey orders I disagree with? Why is questioning treated as disloyalty rather than as conscience? She didn't give me answers, she just made questions possible. More sanctuary wolves spoke, each one sharing their story, each one demonstrating that bond manipulation had created space for choice rather than just transferring control from pack authority to Flamebringer coercion. And Elara watched neutral observers process those testimonies, saw their expressions shift from hostile to uncertain to something that might have been understanding. This is the question, Elara said finally, bringing trial back to central issue. Not whether Flamebringers can cause harm. We can, we have, we probably will again despite best intentions. But whether that potential harm justifies eliminating us entirely, whether safety through suppression is worth the cost of never knowing if we could wield our gifts responsibly. Cordelia believes individual autonomy matters less than collective security. I believe forcing that choice, making wolves accept suppression without their consent, is the real danger. She looked at Cordelia, seeing ancient wolf who'd spent 3 centuries convinced her cruelty was virtue, and felt something almost like pity. You eliminated Flamebringers because you feared loss of control. Feared that truth fire would expose corruption, that bond manipulation would make coercion visible, that wolves who could question pack hierarchy would choose differently than you wanted. And you convinced yourself that fear was wisdom, that systematic elimination was necessary pragmatism, that binding children was mercy rather than torture. But I'm not asking you to vindicate me, Elara continued, addressing the entire gathering now. I'm asking you to choose. What kind of society do you want to live in? One where power is eliminated because it makes authority uncomfortable? Or one where power is trained, where wolves with dangerous gifts are taught to wield them responsibly rather than just being suppressed? One where coercion is invisible and therefore seems natural? Or one where bonds are visible and therefore questionable? She let the fire dim, returning the gathering to normal perception. I've shown you what I can do. Shown you that I can manipulate bonds without destroying them completely, that I can weaken coercive connections while leaving genuine ones intact, that I choose mercy even when destruction would be easier. And yes, I've made mistakes, hurt wolves I was trying to help, created complications I didn't anticipate, demonstrated that even careful bond manipulation has costs. Now you choose, Elara said simply. Vote for my elimination if you believe Cordelia's right, that Flamebringers are too dangerous regardless of intention. Vote for my freedom if you believe power can be wielded responsibly, that 3 centuries of suppression were unnecessary cruelty. Either way, vote honestly, with bonds weak enough that your choice is actually yours rather than just reflex trained into you by pack hierarchy. She sat down, exhausted and terrified and strangely at peace. She'd made her case, presented her evidence, demonstrated that Flamebringers could be more than just dangerous force requiring elimination. Now she had to trust that neutral observers would see truth, that weakened bonds had created genuine capacity for choice, that revolution she'd started could survive even if she didn't. Elder Maris rose, her ancient face grave with the weight of what came next. Neutral observers, you've heard evidence from both perspectives. You've seen historical damage Flamebringers caused, and you've witnessed current Flamebringer using those same gifts carefully. You've been shown coercive bonds underlying pack hierarchy, and you've heard testimonies from wolves who chose freedom despite its costs. She paused, letting the weight of decision settle. Now vote. Not based on fear or tradition or what you've been taught to believe, but based on evidence presented and your own judgment about whether individual autonomy or collective security should take precedence when they conflict. Raise your hand if you believe Flamebringer Winters should be bound, that her gifts justify elimination. Remain seated if you believe she deserves freedom, that 3 centuries of suppression were unnecessary cruelty. The gathering went silent, every wolf present facing choice that would determine not just Elara's fate, but the future of Flamebringers entirely. If consensus voted for elimination, Cordelia 1 proved that even careful bond manipulation was too dangerous to be tolerated. If consensus voted for freedom, Revolution survived, proved that alternative to traditional pack structure was possible. Elara held her breath, watching hands slowly rise across the gathering, counting votes for her elimination, for binding that would cage her gifts permanently. The numbers climbed: 20, 30, 40 wolves who believed Cordelia's argument, who feared bond manipulation regardless of how carefully it was wielded. But more remained seated. More chose freedom over safety, chose to believe that power could be trained rather than requiring elimination, chose to trust that Flamebringer who demonstrated restraint deserved chance to prove systematic suppression was unnecessary. When the counting finished, when Elder Maris tallied votes and announced results, the numbers were clear: 143 wolves voting for Elara's freedom, 68 voting for her elimination. Consensus had been reached. Not unanimously, not without significant opposition, but definitively. Flamebringer Winters was free. Her gifts were dangerous, but not inherently evil, powerful, but not automatically requiring suppression. 3 centuries of systematic elimination had been unnecessary cruelty that served political convenience rather than genuine protection. The revolution had survived. Barely, narrowly, with opposition that would never fully accept the verdict. But survived nonetheless. Cordelia stared at the results with expressions somewhere between fury and shock, clearly never anticipating that neutral observers would actually side with Flamebringer over centuries of propaganda. "This is a mistake," she said, her voice shaking with rage barely contained. "You're condemning future generations to chaos, to bond manipulation they won't be able to resist, to Flamebringers who'll use their gifts for personal gain while claiming they're liberating oppressed wolves." "Maybe," Elder Maris said calmly. "Or maybe we're finally choosing to trust that power can be trained, that wolves with dangerous gifts deserve chances to prove they can wield them responsibly, that 3 centuries of elimination was fear-driven rather than wisdom-driven. Either way, consensus has spoken. Flamebringer Winters is free. Sanctuary is legitimate alternative to traditional pack structure. And you, Magistrate Cordelia, must accept that your life's work was built on cruelty that we're no longer willing to tolerate." "I will never accept that," Cordelia hissed, and power rolled off her in waves that made several observers step back nervously. "I will spend whatever years I have left ensuring that this mistake is corrected, that Flamebringers are eliminated regardless of today's verdict, that pack society is protected from wolves who threaten its foundations." "Then you'll be fighting alone," Elder Maris said with finality that carried weight of centuries. "Because consensus has chosen different path and coalition authority that defies consensus loses legitimacy. You can continue your personal crusade if you wish, but you'll do it without coalition resources, without pack support, without anything except your own obsessive conviction that you were right and everyone else was wrong." Cordelia looked around at assembled wolves, seeing their expressions ranging from relief to fear to hope, seeing that she'd lost not just vote, but broader battle for hearts and minds. And for the first time since Elara had met her, the ancient magistrate looked old, tired, defeated in ways that went beyond just single trial's outcome. "This isn't over," Cordelia said quietly, and the words felt less like threat than exhausted recognition that her war would continue even after losing this battle. "Flamebringers will prove me right. Will cause damage that makes today's choice look foolish. And when that happens, when bonds are manipulated beyond recognition, when pack society collapses under weight of unchecked power, you'll remember that I warned you. That I tried to prevent catastrophe you're inviting." She turned and left, her coalition supporters following with expressions suggesting they were reassessing everything they'd believed about Flamebringers and pack hierarchy. Not defecting, not yet, but questioning in ways that hadn't been possible before bonds were weakened. And Elara sat there, surrounded by sanctuary wolves who'd chosen exile over obedience, watching sun rise on future that was still uncertain, but no longer impossible. She'd won. had proven Flamebringers could wield power responsibly, had demonstrated that alternative to traditional pack structure actually functioned, had survived trial designed to justify her elimination. The revolution had succeeded. Barely, imperfectly, with costs that would haunt her and opposition that would never fully accept the verdict. But succeeded nonetheless. "We did it," Aiden said, pulling her close, mate bond humming with relief and love and overwhelming pride. "You did it. Proved that power doesn't equal danger, that being different doesn't require elimination, that wolves can choose their own paths when given real options rather than just coerced obedience." "We did it together," Elara corrected, because victory had never been hers alone. It had been Sanctuary's collective effort, Elder Maris's authority, Miriam's knowledge, Aiden's unwavering support. Everyone who defected, everyone who voted for freedom, everyone who chose to believe that maybe, possibly, revolution was worth its risks. They're the ones who made this possible. She looked around at assembled wolves, neutral observers processing what they'd witnessed, Sanctuary members celebrating survival against impossible odds, even coalition supporters who were starting to question everything they'd been taught about Flamebringers and pack hierarchy. "Now comes the hard part," Elara said, because winning trial was just beginning. "Now we have to prove that consensus was right, that Flamebringers can wield power responsibly, that Sanctuary can actually function as alternative rather than just desperate refuge. Now we have to build something worth the sacrifices it required." "Then we build," Elder Maris said with satisfaction that crinkled her ancient features. "We establish protocols for bond manipulation that minimize harm. We train other Flamebringers when they emerge. We demonstrate that power plus accountability equals genuine liberation rather than just different tyranny. We prove that 3 centuries of elimination were unnecessary, and we make sure no child ever again gets bound because adults fear what they might become. We change everything," Elara agreed, and silver fire flickered across her skin in response to her conviction. "Not overnight, not perfectly, not without mistakes and complications and costs we can't fully predict. But we change it. We make choice real instead of illusion. We make bonds visible instead of invisible. We make pack society into something that actually serves wolves instead of just requiring their submission." She stood, looking out at future that was still uncertain but finally, impossibly, felt possible. The Flamebringer had burned. Had survived elimination attempts and impossible trials. Had proven that rejected Omega everyone called broken was actually powerful enough to change realm at its most fundamental level. And now came the real work. Building something worth fighting for. Creating alternative to traditional pack structure that actually functioned. Training Flamebringers to wield gifts responsibly. Making sure future generations never face choice between autonomy and survival, between being themselves and being eliminated. The climax had resolved. The trial was won. The revolution had survived. And Elara was ready for whatever came next. 6 months later. The Sanctuary that had begun as desperate refuge in disputed territory had transformed into something that resembled actual civilization. Permanent structures replaced makeshift shelters, stone and timber construction that spoke of wolves planning to stay rather than just surviving until the next crisis. Training grounds where Sanctuary wolves practiced combat and bond manipulation occupied the eastern clearing. Communal spaces where wolves gathered without hierarchy determining who could sit where filled the center. And everywhere Elara looked, she saw evidence of community that functioned not through coercion, but through genuine choice. "Morning," Aiden said, emerging from their shared dwelling with 2 mugs of something that smelled like coffee, mixed with herbs Elara still couldn't identify. The mate bond hummed contentedly between them, 6 months of living together having deepened connection that had formed during crisis into partnership that felt effortless even when circumstances were complicated. "Morning," Elara replied, accepting the mug and letting its warmth seep into her hands. Early autumn had brought chill to mornings, Reminder that they'd need to prepare for winter, first winter as actual sanctuary rather than just desperate camp. Elder Maris wants to meet about the new arrivals. Apparently 3 more packs sent defectors overnight, which brings our total population to, 130. 134 as of last count, Aiden corrected, settling beside her on the bench they'd built outside their dwelling. And that's not counting the wolves who visit regularly but haven't committed to full defection yet. If you include those, we're probably closer to 200 wolves who consider Sanctuary their primary community even if they haven't formally left their original packs. 200. The number was staggering, overwhelming, proof that what they'd built was spreading beyond anything Elara had imagined during those desperate early days. Sanctuary wasn't just refuge anymore. It was movement, genuine alternative to traditional pack structure that was inspiring wolves across multiple territories. How many Flamebringers? Elara asked, the question that had been occupying her thoughts increasingly. Because as Sanctuary's population grew, as more wolves defected from packs that had suppressed unusual abilities, they discovered something Cordelia had tried to hide. Flamebringer bloodline wasn't as extinct as Coalition had claimed. 5 confirmed, Aiden said, his voice carrying mix of excitement and concern. Including you. All of them were bound as children. All of them believed they were defective. All of them are still processing the revelation that their struggles were deliberate suppression rather than natural inability. Miriam's been working with them individually, teaching bond perception before attempting any manipulation, trying to prevent the kind of damage that historical Flamebringers caused through untrained gift use. 5, Elara repeated, letting the number sink in. 5 Flamebringers that Coalition failed to eliminate completely. 5 wolves who survived binding long enough to find Sanctuary, where we could help break suppression. And if there are 5 here, how many more are scattered through other territories? How many children are being bound right now because packs fear what they might become? It was question that kept her awake at night, that made victories feel incomplete, knowing that while Sanctuary thrived, while they'd proven alternative was possible, children were still being bound in packs that hadn't accepted trial's verdict, that still believed Flamebringer elimination was necessary for stability. We can't save everyone, Aiden said quietly, reading her thoughts through mate bond connection that made hiding from each other impossible. Can't prevent every binding, can't liberate every suppressed Flamebringer. All we can do is build something strong enough to survive, visible enough that bound wolves know refuge exists, successful enough that more packs question whether elimination is actually necessary. I know, Elara said, though knowing didn't make it easier to accept. It's just, I remember what binding felt like. Remember 15 years of believing I was fundamentally broken when I was actually just caged. And knowing that other children are experiencing that right now, that we can't reach them all despite having Sanctuary. So we keep building, Aiden interrupted gently. Keep demonstrating that Sanctuary works, keep training Flamebringers to wield gifts responsibly, keep proving that Cordelia was wrong about elimination being necessary. And eventually, hopefully, we reach critical mass where enough packs accept that suppression causes more harm than liberation, where binding becomes exception rather than standard response to unusual power. Movement at Sanctuary's perimeter interrupted their conversation, Vera approaching with expression that suggested news was either very good or very bad, with no middle ground between those outcomes. We have visitors, Vera said without preamble. 3 alphas from territories that didn't participate in trial, wanting to observe Sanctuary operations and potentially establish formal alliances. They're claiming they came because they heard about Flamebringers who can manipulate bonds carefully, because they have wolves in their own packs who've been suppressed, and they're reconsidering whether elimination is actually necessary. Potential trap? Aiden asked immediately, protective instincts flaring. Possibly, Vera admitted. But Elder Maris vetted them before sending them through, and she says their bonds suggest genuine curiosity rather than hostile intent. They're scared, terrified, actually, but willing to question whether everything they've been taught about Flamebringers is propaganda rather than truth. Elara felt something that might have been hope bloom in her chest. Because this was what they'd been working toward, not just defending Sanctuary from coalition attacks, but actually changing minds about whether Flamebringers deserved elimination. If alphas were voluntarily seeking them out, willing to observe operations and reconsider centuries of systematic suppression, that was progress that went beyond just survival. Send them in, Elara said. Decision made despite the risks. Show them Sanctuary operations, let them observe bond manipulation training, give them honest answers about both capabilities and limitations. We're not hiding what we can do anymore. We're demonstrating that power plus accountability equals genuine liberation rather than just different tyranny. The three alphas who entered Sanctuary looked exactly as Vera had described, terrified but determined, questioning beliefs that had seemed absolute until they'd heard about Flamebringer, who'd survived coalition trial. They watched with expressions ranging from awe to horror as Elara demonstrated bond perception. As she made visible the networks connecting Sanctuary wolves to each other, and showed how those connections differed from coercive bonds underlying traditional pack structure. "This is what Cordelia eliminated," one of them asked, a female alpha with gray-streaked hair and eyes that held decades of accumulated authority. This ability to make bonds visible, to show wolves that connections they believed were natural are actually constructed, this is what she decided was too dangerous to be tolerated. Among other abilities, Elara confirmed, letting the fire dim so bonds returned to invisibility. Flamebringers can perceive, manipulate, and restructure pack bonds. We can break toxic connections, forge new ones based on genuine partnership rather than fate's random assignments, make choice real instead of illusion. And yes, we can cause tremendous damage if we use these gifts carelessly. Cordelia's historical evidence was accurate about Flamebringers who manipulated bonds without understanding consequences. She gestured to the training grounds where other Flamebringers were practicing bond perception under Miriam's supervision. That's why training matters. Why accountability matters. Why we're building protocols for responsible gift use rather than just manifesting instinctively and hoping for best outcomes. We're trying to prove that power doesn't automatically equal danger, that wolves with devastating abilities can wield them carefully if given proper education rather than just being eliminated or suppressed. And if you fail, the alpha asked bluntly, if one of your Flamebringers causes damage, manipulates bonds in ways that create suffering rather than liberation, what happens then? Then we face consequences, Elara said simply. Accept responsibility, work to repair damage, demonstrate that mistakes don't justify eliminating entire bloodline. Because the alternative, continuing to bind children, continuing to suppress unusual abilities, continuing to eliminate wolves who threaten traditional hierarchy, that's guaranteed harm rather than potential harm. That's systematic cruelty rather than occasional failure. The alphas exchanged glances, clearly processing what they were witnessing, comparing it to everything they'd been taught about Flamebringers being irredeemable dangers. And Elara could see the moment they made their decisions, saw their expressions shift from terrified uncertainty to something that looked almost like acceptance. We have 3 wolves in our territories, the female alpha said slowly. 3 children who've been designated for binding because they're showing signs of unusual abilities. Power over bonds, or fire manifestation, or other gifts that traditional designation categories can't accommodate. We were planning to proceed with suppression because that's what Cordelia's protocols mandate, what centuries of tradition suggest is necessary. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. But after witnessing your operations, after seeing that Flamebringers can actually be trained rather than just eliminated, we're reconsidering. Would Sanctuary be willing to accept these children? To train them properly rather than letting us bind abilities we don't understand? Elara felt tears prick her eyes, not from grief this time, but from overwhelming relief that what they'd built was having exactly the impact they'd hoped for. 3 children who would have been bound, who would have spent their lives believing they were defective, who would have endured what Elara had endured, they could be saved. Could be brought to sanctuary where suppression wouldn't be necessary, where unusual gifts would be trained rather than eliminated. Yes, Elara said, her voice rough with emotion. Absolutely yes. Send them to sanctuary. We'll train them carefully, teach them to wield their gifts responsibly, give them education rather than suppression. And maybe if more packs make that same choice, if more alphas decide training is better than elimination, we can actually prevent future generations from experiencing what was done to us. The alphas nodded, relief evident across their features. We'll coordinate transfer within the week. And the female alpha paused, vulnerability flickering across her authoritative features. Thank you. For surviving. For building this. For proving that alternative to elimination was possible even when everything suggested otherwise. You've given us option we didn't know existed, hope that maybe pack society can actually change rather than just perpetuating cruelty through generations. They left, and Elara stood there processing what had just happened, what it meant that alphas were voluntarily sending children to sanctuary rather than binding them. This was victory that went beyond just survival. This was actual transformation of how packs handled unusual abilities, evidence that Trial's verdict was inspiring real change rather than just temporary concession. 3 more Flamebringers to train, Aiden said, pulling her close. 3 children who won't have to experience what you did, who'll be taught rather than suppressed, who'll grow up knowing their gifts are valuable rather than dangerous. That's not small thing, Elara. That's exactly what we've been fighting for. It's beginning, Elara said, and despite exhaustion, despite the overwhelming responsibility of training Flamebringers when she was still learning herself, she felt hope that refused to be crushed by practical concerns. The transformation we hoped for, it's actually beginning. Not everywhere, not all at once, not without opposition and complications. But beginning nonetheless. 3 months later, 9 months after trial. Winter had settled over Sanctuary with force that tested every preparation they'd made, but the community had survived, not just survived, but thrived in ways that proved they'd built something sustainable rather than just desperate refuge. The population had stabilized at 150 permanent residents plus another 100 wolves who visited regularly, who considered Sanctuary their primary community even if they hadn't formally defected from original packs. And the Flamebringers, now 8 of them, including the 3 children who'd been sent by alphas who'd chosen training over elimination, were developing protocols for responsible gift use that could be shared with other territories, that could serve as framework for how to handle unusual abilities without requiring suppression. This is the part they don't tell you about revolutions, Elara said to Aiden one evening as they reviewed reports from scouts monitoring coalition activity. Everyone focuses on dramatic battles and impossible choices and climactic confrontations. Nobody mentions the endless administrative work, the constant negotiations with neighboring packs, the bureaucracy required to maintain community of 150 wolves who all have opinions about everything. Boring, Aiden agreed with tired smile. Absolutely boring compared to facing down 300 coalition warriors. But also necessary. Because Sanctuary only works if we can maintain it long-term, if we can create structures that function when crises aren't forcing cooperation. If we can prove that alternative to traditional pack hierarchy is sustainable rather than just attractive during desperate circumstances. He set down the reports, pulling Elara close despite, or maybe because of, the exhaustion that had become their constant companion. But we're doing it. Actually building something that lasts. 9 months ago, we were desperate refugees hoping to survive long enough to prove resistance was possible. Now we're established community with formal relationships with multiple packs, with training protocols for unusual abilities, with evidence that bond manipulation can be wielded responsibly. 9 months ago, I was rejected Omega, who everyone called broken, Elara added softly, letting herself remember how far she'd come, how completely her world had transformed. Now I'm Flamebringer, training others to wield gifts that were nearly eliminated, building community that proves designation doesn't determine worth, demonstrating that wolves can choose their own paths when given real options. You're also my mate, Aiden said, mate bond humming with love that had deepened through months of partnership and shared leadership. My chosen partner who I'd follow through anything, who makes every impossible choice feel manageable because we face it together. That matters too, not just what you've built for everyone else, but what we've built together. It does, Elara agreed, leaning into his warmth despite the cold seeping through their dwelling's walls. Reminds me that revolution isn't just about grand transformations and political victories. It's also about personal connections, about choosing who we love instead of accepting who fate assigns, about building partnerships based on genuine respect rather than hierarchical obligation. Knock on their door interrupted the moment, Miriam's distinctive pattern that meant she had news worth sharing despite the late hour. Come in, Elara called, already rising to meet whatever crisis or opportunity was being delivered. Miriam entered with expression that was difficult to read, satisfaction, mixing with old grief, mixing with determination that suggested whatever she was about to share was significant. Cordelia died, she said without preamble. Heart failure, apparently natural, though some are speculating she chose to end her life rather than watching revolution she tried to prevent succeed. Her supporters are scattered, her coalition authority has completely dissolved, and the binding protocols she designed are being systematically dismantled by pacts that no longer believe elimination is necessary response to unusual abilities. The news settled over them like snow, cold, transformative, impossible to ignore. Cordelia, ancient architect of binding magic, wolf who'd eliminated Flamebringers for 3 centuries, magistrate who'd put Elara on trial and lost, was gone. Dead either from natural causes or from choosing to end existence that had lost its purpose when revolution succeeded. I should feel victorious, Elara said slowly, processing emotions that were more complicated than simple triumph. Should celebrate that wolf who caused so much suffering is gone, that her death removes obstacle to further transformation. But mostly I just feel sad. Sad that she spent 3 centuries convinced her cruelty was virtue, sad that she died believing she'd failed rather than recognizing that maybe, possibly, she was just wrong about what needed to happen. That's what makes you good leader, Miriam said with something that might have been approval. You recognize that even enemies are wolves with their own stories, their own reasons for choices we disagree with. Cordelia was wrong, catastrophically, systematically wrong, but she genuinely believed she was protecting pack society. That doesn't excuse what she did, doesn't erase harm she caused, but it makes her tragedy rather than just villain. What happens now? Aiden asked, ever practical. With coalition dissolved and binding protocols being dismantled, do we have actual peace? Or just temporary reprieve before opposition reorganizes under different leadership? Bit of both, Miriam admitted. There will always be wolves who fear change, who believe traditional hierarchy is necessary for stability, who think unusual abilities should be suppressed rather than trained. But without Cordelia's systematic coordination, without coalition authority backing elimination protocols, opposition is scattered rather than unified. Individual packs might still choose binding, but they'll do it without institutional support, without centuries of propaganda justifying it. She moved to sit near their fire, her ancient features reflecting decades of accumulated knowledge. The revolution has won, not completely, not permanently, not without ongoing work to maintain victories and prevent backsliding. But won nonetheless. Sanctuary exists. Flamebringers are being trained rather than eliminated. Pack society is transforming to accommodate choice rather than just enforcing hierarchy. That's victory worth celebrating even while acknowledging work remaining. Then we celebrate, Elara said, decision made despite the exhaustion and complicated grief for enemy who died believing she'd failed. We gather sanctuary, we acknowledge what we've built, we honor wolves who made this possible through their choices to defect or support or just question beliefs they'd been taught to accept. And tomorrow we keep building. Keep training Flamebringers. Keep demonstrating that alternative to traditional pack structure actually works. Keep proving that rejected and broken and insufficient wolves were actually just the ones systems couldn't accommodate. 1 year after trial. The gathering grounds where Elara had stood trial now hosted different kind of assembly, not judgment determining her fate, but celebration marking anniversary of verdict that had changed everything. 500 wolves assembled, sanctuary residents, pack members who'd never defected but supported revolution, neutral observers who'd voted for freedom and were witnessing what that choice had enabled. Elder Maris presided over the celebration with satisfaction that crinkled her ancient features, her voice carrying across assembled wolves with practiced authority. 1 year ago, we faced choice that determined Flamebringer fate and pack society's future. We chose freedom over safety, chose to trust that power could be trained rather than requiring elimination, chose to believe that 3 centuries of systematic suppression were unnecessary cruelty. She gestured to Elara, to sanctuary wolves surrounding her, to evidence of what that choice had created. This is what we built from that decision. Sanctuary housing 150 permanent residents plus hundreds more who visit regularly. 8 Flamebringers being trained to wield gifts responsibly. Protocols for bond manipulation that minimize harm while maximizing liberation. Formal relationships with 37 packs who've abandoned binding protocols in favor of training unusual abilities. Evidence that alternative to traditional pack structure actually functions. The assembled wolves applauded, not universally, not without dissent, but genuinely. Acknowledging what had been built, recognizing that trial's verdict had been vindicated by outcomes rather than just abstract principles. But more than structures and protocols, Elder Maris continued, we've transformed how wolves think about designation, about hierarchy, about whether bonds are fate-determined destiny or choices we can make for ourselves. We've proven that omegas can be warriors, that alphas can serve rather than just command, that designation is acknowledgement of tendencies rather than determination of worth. We've made choice real instead of just comforting illusion that masks coercive reality. She turned to Elara specifically, ancient eyes holding warmth that transcended formal acknowledgement. And we have this one to thank, Flamebringer, who refused to accept binding, who built sanctuary when existing structures crushed her, who demonstrated that power plus accountability equals genuine liberation. She's not perfect leader, not flawless symbol, not without mistakes and complications and moments of doubt. But she's authentic, genuinely committed to building something better, willing to submit to consensus even when it might have required her elimination, conscious of costs rather than just celebrating victories. So we honor her today, Elder Maris concluded. Not just for surviving, not just for being powerful, but for wielding that power responsibly even when irresponsible use would have been easier. For choosing mercy when destruction was justified. For building rather than just burning, for creating space where rejected wolves could find home, for proving that sometimes the ones they call broken are actually just the ones who couldn't fit into systems that were designed wrong from the start. The applause grew louder, more enthusiastic, wolves who'd witnessed transformation standing to acknowledge what had been built. And Elara stood there, surrounded by sanctuary wolves and chosen mate and community she'd never imagined during those desperate early days, feeling emotions too complex to name. She'd survived. Had transformed from rejected Omega to revolutionary Flamebringer. Had proven that alternative to traditional pack structure was possible. Had built something that would outlast her, that would continue transforming pack society long after she was gone. And more than that, she'd found love that was chosen rather than imposed, partnership that was genuine rather than coerced, belonging that came from being seen completely rather than from fitting into predetermined categories. Speech, Aiden prompted gently, mate bond carrying his support and love and absolute certainty that she could handle this even when doubt crept in. Elara moved to center of gathering, feeling 500 pairs of eyes watching, waiting to hear what Flamebringer, who'd changed their world, would say on anniversary of trial that had vindicated her existence. 1 year ago, she began, her voice carrying across assembled wolves with confidence that had been earned through impossible choices and desperate battles. I stood in these grounds facing elimination. 300 years of systematic suppression said Flamebringers were too dangerous to be tolerated. Historical evidence showed undeniable damage our kind had caused. Every logical argument suggested that binding me was necessary for pack society's safety. But you chose differently, Elara continued, her silver fire flickering gently across her skin, not threat, just acknowledgement of power that no longer needed suppression. You chose to believe that power could be trained, that wolves with devastating abilities deserved chances to prove they could wield them responsibly, that 3 centuries of elimination were fear-driven rather than wisdom-driven. And that choice, that trust, made everything possible. She gestured to Sanctuary, to structures they'd built and community they'd created. This isn't just my victory or Sanctuary's success. This is what happens when enough wolves decide that change is possible, that current systems aren't inevitable, that wolves deserve choice over their own bonds rather than just accepting what fate or hierarchy assigns. This is what revolution looks like when it's not just destruction of old systems, but actual construction of new alternatives. And yes, Elara acknowledged, we've made mistakes. Fumbled bond manipulations that caused temporary confusion. Welcomed wolves who turned out to still be loyal to packs that rejected them. Built structures that needed rebuilding because we didn't understand requirements. Made choices that seemed strategic but turned out to be unnecessarily cruel. Revolution is messy, not grand dramatic victories, but endless string of imperfect choices where we do our best and hope it's enough. She let that honesty settle before continuing. But we've also succeeded in ways that matter. 8 Flamebringers who won't be bound, who'll be trained to wield gifts responsibly. 150 wolves who found sanctuary when traditional packs crushed them. 37 packs that abandoned binding protocols because they recognize that training is better than elimination. Thousands of wolves across multiple territories who now know that alternative exists, that choice is possible, that designation doesn't have to determine destiny. That's not complete transformation, Elara said, acknowledging reality without losing hope. Traditional hierarchy still dominates most territories. Children are still being bound in packs that refuse trial's verdict. Wolves who don't fit neat categories are still being crushed by systems that value conformity over individuality. We haven't won permanently, haven't eliminated all opposition, haven't created perfect society where everyone thrives. But we've proven change is possible, she continued with conviction that refused to be diminished by practical limitations. Proven that sanctuary can function, that Flamebringers can be responsible, that alternative to traditional pack structure actually works. And that proof, that evidence, that's what spreads. That's what inspires other wolves to question their own packs, to wonder if choice might be better than coercion. To consider that maybe the rejected and broken and insufficient wolves aren't actually defective, but just incompatible with systems designed wrong from beginning. She looked around at assembled wolves, seeing their expressions ranging from hope to fear to determined optimism. So, thank you. Thank you for voting for my freedom when elimination would have been safer choice. Thank you for building sanctuary when existing structures seemed immutable. Thank you for proving that sometimes the wolves everyone calls dangerous are actually just the ones who threaten unjust authority rather than threatening innocent wolves. Thank you for believing in revolution even when circumstances made belief feel foolish. And most importantly, Elara said, her gaze finding Aiden across the gathering, mate bond humming between them with love that had deepened through year of partnership and shared leadership. Thank you for teaching me that power doesn't have to mean isolation. That being strong doesn't require being alone. That revolution succeeds because of relationships rather than despite them. I survived because of wolves who chose to stand with me. I thrived because of mate who chose me when choice was possible. I built this because I was never really building alone. I was just coordinating community effort. giving voice to frustrations wolves had been carrying silently, making visible the possibility they'd been hoping for but hadn't known how to articulate. The applause when she finished was thunderous, overwhelming, proof that what they'd built mattered to more wolves than just Sanctuary's immediate residents. And Elara let herself feel it, not pride exactly, not self-congratulation, but satisfaction that she'd fulfilled the promise she'd made to herself during darkest hour when Elder Maris faced execution and victory felt impossible. She'd survived. Had built something worth the sacrifices it required. Had proven that rejected Omega everyone called broken was actually powerful enough to change realm at its most fundamental level. The revolution had succeeded. Not completely, not permanently, not without ongoing work to maintain and expand. But succeeded nonetheless. 5 years later. Sanctuary at 5 years looked nothing like the desperate refuge that had begun in disputed territory. Permanent stone construction housed 300 permanent residents now, with another 500 wolves visiting so regularly that distinction between resident and visitor had become meaningless. Training grounds for Flamebringers, now 23 of them, with more emerging every year as packs abandoned binding protocols, occupied an entire section of expanded territory. Formal council chambers where decisions were made through consensus rather than alpha decree stood at community's heart. And everywhere, evidence that alternative to traditional pack structure didn't just function but thrived. Elara stood at Sanctuary's highest point, watching sunset over territory they'd claimed and defended and transformed into actual home. At 26, she'd spent longer building Sanctuary than she'd spent being bound, fact that sometimes felt impossible, that made her marvel at how completely her world had transformed from those desperate early days. Thinking too loud again, Aiden said, appearing beside her with practice that came from 5 years of partnership, 5 years of mate bond that had deepened until they could sense each other's moods from across Sanctuary. What's spiraling through that brilliant, exhausting mind of yours? Just remembering, Elara admitted, leaning into his warmth. Remembering rejected Omega who ran crying into forest after public humiliation. Remembering bound child who spent 15 years believing she was fundamentally broken. Remembering all the wolves who didn't survive to see this, who were eliminated before Sanctuary existed, who never got chances to discover that their supposed defects were actually just incompatible gifts in systems designed wrong. Heavy thoughts for anniversary celebration, Aiden observed, though mate bond carried his understanding that remembering cost was necessary part of honoring victory. Necessary thoughts, Elara corrected. Because if we forget what it cost to build this, if we start taking Sanctuary for granted, if we lose consciousness of how easily this could have gone differently, then we become complacent. Start thinking we've won permanently instead of recognizing that revolution requires constant maintenance, constant vigilance, constant willingness to keep building even when circumstances make building feel impossible. She turned to face him fully, silver fire flickering gently across her skin, no longer urgent manifestation, but casual display of power that no longer required suppression. Besides, I'm not spiraling. I'm grateful. Grateful for mate who chose me when choice was possible, grateful for community we built together, grateful that I survived long enough to see transformation we hoped for actually happening. That's not darkness. That's acknowledgement of how far we've come. Fair enough, Aiden agreed, pulling her close despite, or maybe because of the significance of what they were marking. 5 years since trial. 5 years of proving Cordelia was wrong about elimination being necessary. 5 years of demonstrating that Flamebringers can wield devastating power responsibly, that bonds chosen are stronger than bonds imposed, that alternative to traditional pack structure actually functions. And tomorrow, Elara said, tomorrow we keep building. Keep training Flamebringers, keep accepting defectors, keep proving that rejected and broken and insufficient wolves deserve more than systems that crush them. Keep demonstrating that revolution succeeds not through single dramatic victory, but through consistent choice to keep trying even when circumstances make trying feel futile. They stood together watching night fall over sanctuary, over community they'd built from desperation and hope and refusal to accept that being powerful meant being dangerous. 5 years since trial that had vindicated Flamebringer existence. 5 years since verdict that had made revolution possible. 5 years of proving that sometimes the wolves everyone calls broken are actually just the ones who couldn't fit into systems designed wrong from the beginning. The rejected Omega had become revolutionary Flamebringer. The bound child had become trainer of others facing similar suppression. The wolf everyone dismissed as defective had proven herself powerful enough to change realm at its most fundamental level. And sanctuary, impossible, improbable sanctuary built from outcasts and rogues and revolutionary Flamebringer, had survived to see its 5th anniversary. The revolution had succeeded. Was succeeding. Would continue succeeding as long as wolves remembered why they'd started fighting and chose to keep building even when circumstances made building feel impossible. Elara's story, her transformation from rejected to revolutionary, from broken to powerful, from isolated to beloved, was complete. But Sanctuary's story was just beginning. My beautiful pack, we did it. We made it through the entire story. From rejected Omega crying in the forest to revolutionary Flamebringer building sanctuary that actually transformed pack society. I am literally crying right now thinking about this journey, about Elara's transformation, about everything we witnessed together. Final comments I need from you. 1. Are you destroyed by that ending or what? 2. Your favorite moment from the entire story? 3. Did this story give you everything you hoped for? 4. Do you want to see more stories in this world, maybe following other Flamebringers or showing Sanctuary's continued growth? If you loved the story, if it gave you chills and tears and hope, please subscribe to Shayla's Romance Library for more stories like this. Comment with your favorite moments so I know what resonated. Share this with anyone who needs to hear that being called broken doesn't mean you are, it just means the system couldn't accommodate your power. This story was about more than just werewolf romance. It was about surviving systems designed to crush you, finding genuine partnership when fate's assigned matches failed, building something better than what you left behind, proving that the wolves they call broken are often just the ones they couldn't control. Thank you for taking this journey with me, Pack. Thank you for believing in Elara, for supporting this revolution, for seeing that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is refuse to accept that being different requires elimination. You are not broken. You are not too much. You are exactly what you're meant to be, even if systems around you can't accommodate your power. Never forget that. Never let anyone convince you otherwise. Stay fierce, stay free, and remember, the wolves they call broken are usually just the ones who are always meant to burn. Until next time, my beautiful revolutionary pack. Shayla.